Chapter 1219. After leaving Chingo City, Li Zongjio directly flew into the sky. It was as though he had torn the heavens apart. In just a little over 10 minutes, he had already arrived above Luoxia City. He returned to the Li family. Recently, Luoxia City had also been attacked by the stone-armored people. However, with the defensive strength of Luoxia City, it wasn't a problem for them to defend. It was also a training ground for the soldiers. "Hey, why are you here, kid?" Li Tianqing saw that Li Zongjio had actually returned. This kid was simply like a ghost that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He was everywhere. "I came back to prepare. I'm going to go on a long trip," said Li Zongjio. Then he looked around the meeting room and saw that all the Li family members were present. Everyone put in a lot of effort in this battle because this was a good opportunity to make a name for themselves and build up their achievements. Therefore, they had to treat this as an opportunity. Normally, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to contribute to the family. Now, it was very easy for the Li family to do anything. As long as the Li family casually made something, someone would send money over. There was no challenge at all. It wasn't easy for such a thing to happen. Of course, they had to fight to be the first to perform. If they didn't perform well, they might be suppressed by others. Who would know how powerful they were? Send them out to patrol. Li Tianqing said, "All right, you guys continue." Li Zongjio nodded and then left hurriedly. Although it was very convenient to use mental strength to search, Li Zongjio's cultivation level already had a feeling of returning to one's original state. He didn't need to use any unnecessary moves. Then he would try his best not to use them. In the black water forest, the sky-blaze lion was stepping on a stone-armored person. Moreover, there were a few yuan beasts behind him. These meta-beasts were all rank 6 meta-beasts. They were equivalent to the origin Emperor realm. Any one of them was no weaker than the sky-blaze python. There were a total of 3 meta-beasts following behind the sky-blaze lion. These meta-beasts were all subdued by the sky-blaze royal lion. Of course, they had to take a good look around the huge black water forest. Sometimes they were simply too bored. Hence, they would capture some meta-beasts to give them a good beating to exercise their muscles. Over time, most of these meta-beasts were the overlords of the surrounding area. But now they were scared and were ordered around by the sky-blaze lion all day. Suddenly, a figure landed behind the sky-blaze lion. The 3 rank 6 meta-beasts immediately discovered the unfamiliar aura that had suddenly intruded. Who dared to barge into the territory of the beast emperor was simply seeking death. Immediately, a huge black bear stood up. With a roar, it swung its heavy bear paw at Li Zongjio's head. However, before the bear paw could land on Li Zongjio's head, it was kicked away by the sky-blaze lion. The pitiful black bear rolled a few times on the ground. In the end, it could only pat the dust off its butt and stand up slowly. It felt extremely wronged. It was clearly protecting its boss, but it was still kicked away by him. In any case, it was once an Emperor realm expert. Why was it not given any face at all? The black bear naturally felt wronged. However, the sky-blaze lion did not care about this. It immediately crawled towards Li Zongjio and laid on the ground. It used its head to nudge Li Zongjio to show its submission. The 3 meta-beasts at the side more or less had some spiritual intelligence. They could also tell that this weak person in front of them seemed to be their boss's boss. "Follow me." Li Zongjio brought the sky-blaze lion to a large open space. The 3 meta-beasts behind him also followed him eagerly. Li Zongjio glanced at them and ignored them. These meta-beasts were strong, but their talents were ordinary. They could not enter Li Zongjio's eyes. Hence, Li Zongjio also ignored them. He did not have much interest in it. Anyway, the sky-blaze lion emperor was just for fun. This is the inner core of a sovereign meta-beast. It is extremely powerful. Consume it, and I will help you refine it. After refining it, you should be able to speak human language. Li Zongjio took out the inner core of the sky-soaring giant python. When the Niden was taken out, it immediately released an extremely alluring aura. The meta-beasts stared at it with their eyes wide open. It seemed like their boss's boss was really an incredible person. The Sky Blaze Lion was naturally wild with joy. It sat on the ground obediently and waited for Li Zongjio's next move. Li Zongjio directly through the inner core to the Sky Blaze Lion. The Sky Blaze Lion could not wait to open its mouth and swallow the inner core in one gulp. Immediately, there was a surge of turbulent energy in the Sky Blaze Lion's body. Li Zongjio was already familiar with helping people refine things that could increase their cultivation. Hence, this time it was very easy and smooth for him to refine the inner core of the sovereign meta-beast. With the Sky Blaze Lion's strength, it would not be a problem for it to refine it alone. However, it would take too much time. Li Zongjio could not wait until then. Hence, he helped the Sky Blaze Lion to refine the inner core. The three meta-beasts nearby had envy in their eyes and saliva in their mouths. They sat on the ground blankly and looked at their boss's increasing aura with envy. Was it so blissful to be a boss? After 2 full days, the energy of the inner core was finally completely integrated into the Sky Blaze Lion's body. When the last bit of energy was completely integrated into the Sky Blaze Lion's body, the Sky Blaze Lion stood up angrily and roared. Roar! Along with the roar, a strong wave of energy burst out from its body. Li Zongjio immediately retracted his yuan power and flew into the distance. Only the Sky Blaze Lion was left standing on the ground. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, hide further away, Li Zongjio said indifferently. At this moment, the 3 meta-beasts came to their senses. No wonder they felt uneasy. They quickly ran into the distance and disappeared in a flash. They hid even further away than Li Zongjio. Their beastly nature was displayed without any concealment. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky. Terrifying thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. The clouds had already descended to a very low altitude. At this moment, one could clearly feel that all the living things in the black water forest were trembling. In front of the might of the heavens, they had no choice but to bow their heads and submit. Roar! A world shaking will burst out from the Sky Blaze Royal Lion's body and was released into the sky. It was like a terrifying aura had turned into a sharp sword and pierced the sky. Chapter 1220. The Sky Blaze Lion roared towards the sky, and all the other primordial beasts knelt down. The Sky Blaze Lion was fearless in the face of the raging lightning that fell from the sky. It rushed towards the lightning. Boom! In an instant, the entire Blackwater forest was filled with lightning. The lightning and fire that fell in all directions were rolling. Within 100 meters of the Sky Blaze Lion, everything had turned into a pile of ashes. The 3 rank 6 primordial beasts were dumbfounded by the terrifying power. It was too terrifying. If it was them, they wouldn't even be able to withstand one strike of such divine lightning. If they were struck, they would probably be roasted. The Sky Blaze Lion had already withstood 9 consecutive strikes of lightning. At the last moment, a horn grew out from between its eyebrows. The horn pointed towards the sky. When the 10th strike of lightning fell, it was absorbed by the horn that had just grown out. The primordial beast's aura filled the entire area. The primordial beasts that were released knelt down in the direction of the Sky Blaze Lion. The 3 primordial beasts also knelt down to show their submission. After the Sky Blaze Lion released its majestic aura, it came back to Li Zongjio. Greetings, Master. The Sky Blaze Lion spoke in human language with a deep voice. Although its words weren't very clear, it could at least express its meaning clearly. Your royal bloodline has also awakened, right? Li Zongjio asked. Speaking of the bloodline awakening, the Sky Blaze Lion was a little excited. At least the state of awakening was real. Instantly, it felt that its strength had increased by a lot. This was a great feeling for the Sky Blaze Lion. At the same time, it had also obtained many ancient inheritances. It was no longer the sky-blaze lion. It was a true primordial beast. His nickname was the Sky-Blaze Beast. This was also the name that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Sky-Blaze Lion's clan. The Sky-Blaze Lion naturally loved this nickname. Moreover, the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign's strength had also broken through the Supremacy Realm and stepped into another level. It even had hopes of breaking away from the fate of the Origin Beast clan in the future and becoming an existence of a higher level. And all of this was because of the care of his master, Li Zhongjie. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjie, he wouldn't have the fortune he had today. I have to leave for a period of time. Help me look after Luo Xia City. If there's even the slightest bit of damage, I'll come back and hold you accountable. If you perform well, I'll refine a form transformation pill for you and help you get rid of this Origin Beast body. Li Zhongjie said. The refinement of the form transformation pill was also where Li Zhongjie's pride lay in his previous life. God knows how many supreme primal beasts had begged for a form transformation pill from Li Zhongjie. However, Li Zhongjie didn't care about these people at all. He didn't give them any chance at all. If they wanted Li Zhongjie to help them, they would usually have to pay a huge price. After all, the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was nurtured by Luo Xia, so it was only right for him to take care of it a little more. When he heard that there was still a chance for the form transformation pill, the inherited memories in his mind also told the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign that the form transformation pill was a wonderful thing. Countless prime beasts wanted to get their hands on one, but those who knew how to refine this pill were basically all dead. There was simply no way to get their hands on it. However, its master actually knew how to refine the form transformation pill. This was simply too great for the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. Master, don't worry. With me around, Luo Xia City will definitely not be harmed in the slightest. Although the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was a beast, it also understood how much blood Li Zhongjie had poured into Luo Xia City. Therefore, it naturally knew how important Luo Xia City was to Li Zhongjie. Very good. Keep a close eye on these little brothers of yours. If anything happens, they won't be able to bear the consequences, even if they die. Li Zhongjie said faintly as he glanced at those meta-beasts. Clearly, these meta-beasts hadn't been subjected to mind control, so their bestial instincts were still preserved. However, they had chosen to submit to the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. Who knew when they would go crazy and sneak into Luo Xia City to eat, kill, or cause harm? This was all very likely to happen. Naturally, Li Zhongjie had his reasons for reminding the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign. Master, don't worry. The Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign said as it lowered its head. Li Zhongjie nodded. All right, I'll leave this place to you. I'm leaving. Li Zhongjie didn't waste any more words. No matter how strong the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign was, as long as it was under his mind control, it would have to obey Li Zhongjie forever. Li Zhongjie could help it become a Beast Sovereign, but he could also turn it into a corpse. Boss, who is this? Black Bear, who had been about to attack Li Zhongjie, couldn't help but ask after Li Zhongjie left. The other two meta-beasts also looked at the Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The few of you go and keep a lookout. If any person or beast dares to approach Luo Xia City, capture them and bring them to me. The Heavenly Blaze Beast Sovereign spoke directly. However, the meta-beasts only roared. Clearly, they hadn't developed such high spiritual intelligence. A restriction was a restriction. They couldn't break free at all. Li Zhongjie also headed straight for the elemental wilderness. To reach the elemental wilderness, one had to pass through the east of the Shengyan dynasty. They had to pass through countless meta-beast forests and traverse countless mountains and rivers. Li Zhongjie's speed wasn't simple. He was so fast that he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Boom! About 3 days later, a desert city appeared in front of him. Standing in the boundless wilderness of the desert Li Zongjio felt a sense of melancholy when he saw the city. He had never felt this kind of melancholy before. To Li Zongjio, returning to this place was also a place full of memories. I'm finally back. Li Zongjio walked into the desert city. There was a violent sandstorm everywhere. This was a city formed by the experts of the desert. Many people who wanted to go to the elemental wilderness had to replenish their supplies here. Many things from the elemental wilderness were also sold here. As long as one left the desert city, it would be another world. The desert city would also become a front line. In the past, Li Zongjio had offended many people and made many enemies in the desert city. However, that was the cause and effect of his previous life. In this life, as long as they didn't hurt Li Zongjio's family, he could pretend that nothing had happened. The desert city was controlled by the 4 big families. Chapter 1221. There was a special phenomenon in Desert City, which was that no one knew if someone had a treasure on them. It was possible to obtain an extremely precious item from an inconspicuous person. Therefore, no one in the city could be underestimated. At the same time, one had to keep an eye on the people coming and going on the road. Killing and robbing were extremely common in this kind of place. As long as the other party suspected that you had a treasure on you, they would not hesitate to take you somewhere and kill you. They would rather kill the wrong person than let you go. One should not show off one's wealth. One had to deeply understand this principle here. If one was not confident in one's own strength, then one should not show off one's wealth carelessly. Other places might have the protection of the imperial court, but here, even if one died in a corner, one would not be discovered until many years later. Moreover, no one would know who one was. Li Zongjio stepped into Desert City, and a group of people came up to him. They were all wearing silk cloaks that dissipated heat and resisted heat waves. This kind of cloak was a good thing for passers-by. If one's cultivation was not enough, it would not take long for one to be directly dried out in the desert. Little brother, this must be your first time here. Bring a special sunscreen cloak with you. I guarantee that you'll feel as cool as taking a stroll by the lake. The surrounding heat won't be able to invade you at all. The people who came up to Li Zongjio actually started to promote their cloaks. However, he had seen this kind of thing many times before. They were not sincere in selling things. A sunscreen cloak like this could not be worth much. What they really cared about was the strength that one displayed when making a move. If one was not careful and exposed their wealth, or if one's own whereabouts were discovered, then one would be a big fat sheep for them. The Mo family, one of the 4 major families in Desert City, was the best at doing this kind of shady business. They controlled all the lifelines in Desert City. The 4 major families were more like 4 tyrants, firmly entrenched in Desert City. If you don't have enough ability, your fate is basically sealed after you enter the city. However, those who came to Desert City were basically prepared. At the very least, they had done their homework and knew where this place was. That was why they came. Just like how the retired soldiers of the Xinyan dynasty would come here in groups, they naturally didn't dare to provoke such people. When the time came, it was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. No need, Li Zongjio gently waved his hand and pushed the person in front of him dozens of meters away. He couldn't be too low-key either. If he was targeted, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Li Zongjio used a few tricks to force these people back. Immediately, the few of them understood that the strength of the young man in front of them was not simple. Moreover, he was deeply aware of the tricks in the city. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke such a person. Young hero, please go ahead. After Li Zongjio left, they reported this person's situation to their superiors. Boss, this kid is a little arrogant, isn't he? A few people who had just joined couldn't help but say. In the past 2 days, they had dealt with a lot of people and gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, when they saw a new face, they inevitably felt a little excited and wanted to imitate him. However, just now, their boss directly asked Li Zongjio to leave, which made them a little puzzled. What do you know? How many times have I told you that you can't judge a person by his appearance? This is Desert City. Even a 3-year-old child has the strength to kill a Yuan monarch. It's absolutely not surprising. Didn't you see that guy's expression and attitude just now? He wasn't curious about Zhuo Wei's things at all. His gaze was firm. Obviously, it's not his first time in Desert City. The aura on his body is so calm. The temperature around our desert city is much higher than ordinary places. However, there isn't the slightest fluctuation of Yuan qi on his body, nor is there the slightest trace of sweat. How can such a person be simple? While he was analyzing, the burly man's heart was also nervous. In fact, he had not thought of so many details just now. Only when he really recalled it did he understand that Li Zongjiu, who he had just met, seemed to be really terrifying. The people below felt their scalps tingle when they heard their boss's explanation. However, there were still some people who did not take it seriously. They thought that Li Zongjiu was just a child and could not be very powerful. Don't act recklessly. Report this person to the family head. The burly man had a very keen insight into such a person. When he saw Li Zongjiu, he knew that this guy was definitely not simple and had to pay attention to him. The reason Li Zongjiu came to Desert City was because of this. It was also to search for information. In Desert City, the Gu family was in charge of the information business. Even the Rain Tower had no way of doing business in Desert City. They relied on the wilderness, and who knew how many experts there were. If they rashly angered an unknown expert, there might be irreversible consequences. When that happened, it would be too late for regrets. The Gu family had set up an information exchange hall in Desert City called the Desert Eagle. Here, information could be disseminated at will, and precious information could be exchanged between each other. Within the range of the Desert Eagle, it was guaranteed that one's information could be exchanged safely. However, after leaving, there was no guarantee. Of course, there was also a very expensive transaction fee. Almost every transaction was at a sky-high price. Of course, there would also be various kinds of information that would be publicized. If one wanted to buy specific information, they would also have to pay a fee. It was the same as the Rain Tower's business, but the range of the Desert Eagle was the entire wilderness. Of course, the Desert Eagle, which had been painstakingly developed, was not that simple. Li Zongjiu directly walked into the Desert Eagle. In the huge hall, there were all kinds of people sitting in a disorderly manner. There were even many people waiting at the entrance. A day trip to the outer ring of the wilderness only costs 3,000 purple yuan. A group of 10 people. Now, we are short of 3 people. Little brother, do you want to get in the car? We can set off immediately. We have absolute armed forces to protect you. A short, thin man came in front of Li Zongjiu. Without waiting for Li Zongjiu to refuse, he had already started to introduce his business in detail. However, Li Zongjiu did not say anything. He directly swept past the thin man and walked towards a service window. The skinny man wanted to chase after Li Zongjiu and question him. There was a price to pay for being rude in Desert City. However, when he saw the direction Li Zongjiu was heading, he stopped in his tracks and did not continue forward. This is the kid's first time here. He actually has the guts to go to that window. Thinking of the services provided by the window, of course, the price included. The thin man's heart trembled slightly. He did not dare to continue to disturb him. It would not be long before he was thrown out. I want to collect information. Li Zongjiu walked in front of the window and said indifferently, behind the window of the counter, a pair of slender legs wearing leather boots casually rested on the table. She was flipping through the Desert City's Desert Daily. This thing was also published by the Desert Eagle. Its purpose was to collect a day's worth of fresh information and then distribute it free of charge. Sometimes there would be some information left on it. Naturally, people would come looking for it. Such an idea was simply brilliant. For example, there was a piece of information recorded in the Desert Daily. Yesterday, a turquoise water spiritual snake appeared in the outer ring of the wilderness. This turquoise water spiritual snake was a growth type rank 7 spiritual beast. supreme level. Of course, they did not dare to have such thoughts about the turquoise water spiritual snake. However, after the news of the turquoise water spiritual snake, there would be the appearance of grade 8 spiritual herbs. The existence of this grade 8 spiritual herb was enough to attract many people to come to the Desert Eagle in search of information about the jade water spiritual snake. In this way, wouldn't there be enough customers to come to the Desert Eagle? Most of the people who are present today were here for specific information about the turquoise water spiritual snake. If you want to buy information, go to the hall. This is not a place for you to come. The owner of the pair of slender legs did not even put down the newspaper in her hands. She spoke so arrogantly that she did not even intend to look at the person in front of her. I want to find everything, including information about the Peacock Deity Palace. Li Zongjio ignored the other party's drive and continued speaking. Whoever can provide useful information will be rewarded with elixirs. Li Zongjio directly placed a bottle of elixirs on the window. You only have 3 days. If you have any information, come and inform me directly. After Li Zongjio placed the bottle of elixirs on the table, he turned and left. This arrogance made Gawei frown. She immediately put down the newspaper in her hands. When she looked over, she found that Li Zongjio had already disappeared. On the table, there was a porcelain bottle. Just from the looks of it, the cost of this porcelain bottle was not cheap. The patterns on the surface were not easy to buy. This was a special elixir bottle. Gawei immediately opened the elixir bottle. She was immediately shocked by the contents of the bottle. Chapter 1222. There were indeed elixirs in the bottle, but they were all high-grade elixirs. There were at least a dozen 6th-grade elixirs in it. Gawei immediately put the bottle away. Level 6 pills were hard currency, no matter where they were placed. If this thing were to be distributed, it would definitely be something that would stun everyone present. It was actually very simple for the Desert Eagle to handle this matter. All he had to do was to pay the money. However, this was the first time Gawei had seen such an arrogant person after working at the counter for so long. Was he not afraid that she would go back on her words? If the Gu family behind them were to really take action, they might not be afraid of anyone in this desert city. What can you do if I really take your share? What can you do? Gawei just thought about it, but she did not really think about taking the elixirs for herself. Since the other party dared to do so, it meant that he was not afraid of her taking his elixirs. What's more, those who went out to do business would be too short-sighted if they only focused on this little bit. The reason why the Gu family could have today's status in Desert City was because they were far-sighted and would not only care about the gains and losses in front of them. Jia-san, have you written down what that guy said just now? Yes, young Mississippi. Go and distribute it quickly. Gawei did not delay at all. It had always been their principle to do things with money. Therefore, after receiving benefits from Li Zongjio, this matter naturally had to be done properly. Otherwise, who knew what Li Zongjio's background was? If they could not complete the task, they might ask for the elixirs back. Wouldn't that be a great loss? Let me see. After Jia-san finished listing out all the information, Gawei took it over and took a look. Sparrow Divine Palace? Gawei suddenly frowned. She grew up in the border of the Untainted Land, so she was basically familiar with the things in the Untainted Land. However, the name Sparrow Divine Palace was still very unfamiliar to her. However, the style of the name sounded like it belonged to a mysterious sect in the Untainted Land. No one would believe that there were still various sects in the Untainted Land. The existence of these sects was extremely mysterious. It was even hard to believe that these people could survive in the Untainted Land. However, if one were to talk about the sects that existed in the Untainted Land, they seemed to be completely uninterested in the disputes of the secular world. In terms of realm and level, they were much higher than ordinary people. In their eyes, there was only the world in front of them. He was good at fighting with heaven and earth. Even the terrifying meta-beasts that existed in the Untainted Land were nothing in their eyes when they were faced with such mysterious existences. The people in the desert city were also very tactful. They did not deliberately offend these legendary existences. After all, they were all focused on their cultivation and did not wish to be disturbed by the secular world. These mysterious existences often appeared and were not illusory. There was once a person who encountered danger in the untainted land. When his life was in danger, he saw a white-robed immortal descending from the sky and killing a giant beast that was comparable to a fiend god with a single slash of his sword. Similar things happened frequently. Therefore, it was more certain that there were more mysterious existences in the untainted land. Spread the news. Try your best to find the news of the Sparrow Divine Palace. The reward will be calculated in terms of elixirs. The highest reward will be a 7th grade elixir. What Li Zongjio gave just now was only a part of the reward. The other part belonged to them. In the end, they would need Li Zongjio to pay a fee before they could give the specific information to him. As for where to find Li Zongjio, it was not difficult for the Gu family to do something in the desert city. As long as Li Zongjio was in the desert city, they would definitely be able to find him. If they did not have this ability, they would not have opened this information trading center. However, when they were in the Desert Eagle Center, some people had their eyes on Li Zongjio. Those who could walk to the window dedicated to releasing information were not simple people. The price inside was not simple. A little bit of information was enough to make you bankrupt. In the end, if you could not take out something of equivalent value, you would have to wait for your limbs to be chopped off. For Li Zongjio to have the courage to walk to this window, it already showed that his strength was not bad, and he had a little courage. Moreover, after seeing the actions of Gowei and the others, it seemed that the things that Li Zongjio gave were also quite valuable. Otherwise, they would not have directly started working so quickly. After the matter was settled, a few people immediately followed Li Zongjio. They followed behind him. After they found the place where Li Zongjio stayed, they would kill Li Zongjio at night and directly take his head. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, walked into a restaurant in the desert city. This restaurant was called the Elemental Restaurant. It was said that most of the ingredients used were transported from the untainted land. Only this restaurant could process the skin and meat of the elemental beasts and make delicious dishes. Li Zongjio also stayed here for a period of time in his previous life. At that time, he did not have the money to pay the bill. After a few days of eating and drinking, he actually spent an astronomical amount of money. Later, he caused a scene. The experience of his previous life was not mentioned for the time being. After all, the situation now was different, and the same result would not happen again. But sometimes history was surprisingly similar. Get out of the way. My young master has booked the whole place. When Li Zongjio was about to walk in, suddenly 2 guards in black clothes appeared. The material of this black clothes was quite precious. At least in this desert city, it was a symbol of status. One of them stopped Li Zongjio. Not only did he stop him, but he also put the scabbard in his hand on Li Zongjio's shoulder. It seemed that if Li Zongjio made the slightest move, he would immediately regret coming here. On the other hand, the other person held a saber in one hand and crossed it in front of his body. He looked at Li Zongjio with a cold smile. Obviously, this person was more powerful than the other person. Therefore, the first threshold was given to the other person. If Li Zongjio did not listen, there was a possibility that he would die today. When the surrounding people saw that the elemental wine was blocked by the 2 fierce-looking people, they pointed and talked nonstop. In fact, the elemental restaurant did not have a reservation system. But if you have the ability to stop other guests at the door, you are amazing. Aren't these 2 people the Feng family's cold saber demon? Bring these 2 people here. It should be the young master of the Feng family who is holding a banquet in this restaurant. I don't know where they come from. Who knows? Anyway, their background is definitely not small. Originally, some people wanted to go forward, but after seeing this scene, they chose to retreat and did not dare to come closer. They thought that it would be better to eat somewhere else. who is the young master of the Feng family. Is he awesome? Sure, brother, you should speak softly. If someone hears you, they will come and chop you up in minutes. I won't be able to live either. The young master of the Feng family is one of the 4 big families in the desert city. Don't you think he is awesome? And I also heard that the young master of the Feng family seems to have a relationship with a sect in the elemental wilderness recently. Maybe if it goes well, he will directly enter the sect in the elemental wilderness. So powerful. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the person in front of him and understood the rules of the elemental wilderness restaurant. If the restaurant was really booked in advance, then it would be better to come back tomorrow. After all, it would not be good if he directly went forward and broke the rules set by the restaurant. However, the elemental wilderness restaurant did not have the rule of booking the entire restaurant, so Li Zhongjiu did not show any mercy. He raised his hand, put his fingers together, and pointed directly at the strong man in black in front of him. The strong man in black did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would dare to make a move. However, when he wanted to dodge, he felt that it was too late. Although he could see with his eyes, his body could not move at all. Chi! Li Zhongjiu's finger poked a big hole between the man's eyebrows. You are courting death. Seeing this, the other swordsman behind him directly pulled out the long saber in his hand. However, before the saber was completely out of the scabbard, his movements had already stopped. Plop! His body fell directly to the ground, and there was also a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Just like that, his life disappeared. On the other hand, Li Zhongjiu calmly withdrew his hand. He stood with his hands behind his back and swaggered into the restaurant. When the passers-by saw this scene, their eyes widened one after another. What? This cold-faced, baleful blade is a famous expert in the desert city. Their sabers are famous for being fast. They are actually dead. Who is that kid? He actually killed the 2 of them without batting an eyelid. Some people who saw this were shocked, and some even turned pale with fright. It seemed that another fierce character had arrived in the city. Otherwise, the cold-faced, baleful Blade brothers in front of them had been in the city for a long time and had made a name for themselves. Now, they were hired by the Feng family with a large sum of money, but now they were easily defeated by a mysterious youth. It was very shocking. When the people who had been tailing Li Zhongjiu from the Desert Eagle saw this scene, they felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throats. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Their figures continuously retreated. They did not dare to accept this order. This was simply too horrifying. Unexpectedly, even the cold-faced saber devil and the other 2 were killed in an instant. The strongest big brother did not even have the chance to draw his saber. Li Zhongjiu stepped into the Desolation restaurant. Immediately, a waiter came forward to greet him. However, out of curiosity, he glanced at the door. The Feng family's young master had ordered people to guard the door and did not allow anyone to come close. How could someone walk in unscathed? Sir, please take a seat. What would you like to eat? Take a look at the menu. Immediately, the waiter saw the 2 corpses on the ground and was shocked. He immediately understood that Li Zhongjiu, who had just walked in, was actually a fierce character. He absolutely could not be neglected. Chapter 1223. After flipping through a few pages of the menu, Li Zhongjiu ordered a few of his favorite dishes. The chef of this restaurant was pretty good. If there was a chance, he would let the people from the Divine Chef Institute come here to practice and learn some skills. I'm sorry, sir. The braised shark's fin you ordered is sold out today. It has been bought by the customer upstairs. The waiter glanced at the dish Li Zhongjiu had ordered and said with a troubled look on his face, Oh, is it ready? Li Zhongjiu glanced at the waiter. Not yet. Our braised shark's fin is made from a 6th-grade Yuan beast, Arctic fish. It takes half an hour from the time it's taken out of the wok to the time it's served. It can't be ready so quickly. Then, when it's done, bring it to my table. Li Zhongjiu said, faintly. Also, the 2 corpses at the door should belong to the people upstairs, right? If you send them to them, It'll ruin your reputation." Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the waiter had a troubled expression on his face. "If there's anything, just tell him to come to me," Li Zongjiu said. The waiter didn't know what was going on in front of him, but he couldn't just leave this matter hanging here. Li Zongjiu was able to kill people without alerting anyone, but he was able to do so. It meant that his strength was not simple. Perhaps he was here for the eldest young master of the Feng family upstairs. No matter what, he couldn't let this be his bad luck. Immediately, the waiter hurriedly moved the corpse away. At the same time, he quickly ran upstairs and reported everything that happened downstairs to young Master Feng's personal bodyguard, who is also young Master Feng's housekeeper. "Young Master is talking to a distinguished guest inside. What can I do for you?" Young Master Feng's butler was called Yuan Ming. He had always kept a low profile in the city. However, this person called Yuan Ming had once survived for an entire month in the untainted wilderness. Although no one knew how Yuan Ming had managed to survive, he was already considered a top-notch existence to be able to do so. Who would dare to say that they could survive in the untainted land for a month and come out unscathed? Basically, if those who entered the untainted land did not return within 3 days, there was basically no hope for them to come back alive. The waiter told Yuan Ming about what happened downstairs. When Yuan Ming heard this, he immediately frowned. "The two of you wait here. No one is allowed to disturb the young master. The two of you follow me." "Yes, sir." Yuan Ming ordered 2 experts to stay behind to serve him. If this young master wanted to do something, he would need someone to be at his beck and call. It was impossible to transfer everyone away. When Yuan Ming walked down the stairs, he saw a person sitting peacefully in the hall, drinking wine and eating a few cold dishes that had been served. He seemed to be free and at ease. However, Yuan Ming's focus was not on this. He was trying to see through Li Zongjiu's cultivation, but he found that he could not see through Li Zongjiu's cultivation. On the contrary, Li Zongjiu's body revealed a dangerous aura. This dangerous aura was very faint, but Li Zongjiu had not really taken action yet. If he really felt the danger, it would be too late. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be too late. Why is there no one in such a great restaurant? Could it be that its reputation is undeserved? Just as Yuan Ming was about to step forward and test Li Zongjiu, he saw a young man swagger in through the door. Looking at the situation in front of him, he sat down at the table next to him. "Boss, give me 2 jugs of strong wine and a few plates of your signature dishes. I heard that your braised shark's fin is very good. Give me 3 plates." The man only had a black feather fan in his hand. He did not carry any other defensive items. He was dressed very simply and did not look at the menu when he sat down. When the waiter came in to serve tea, he asked the waiter, "I came all the way to your restaurant. Why are there so few people? Is this an authentic elemental wilderness restaurant?" "Sir, don't worry. Of course, this is an authentic elemental wilderness restaurant. There is no other restaurant." "That's good. I came here this time especially for the sake of tasting the shark fin here. I heard that it's made from a grade 6 origin beast, Arctic dark ice fish, and it's extremely delicious. You must serve me a few plates today. It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have plenty of money." The man said, "Oh, sir, I'm really sorry. The braised shark's fin has been ordered by other customers. It's being stewed now." "It's being stewed? It hasn't been served yet, right? Come to my table in a while. Tell them that there's no more. I'll pay you double." The man patted the waiter's shoulder and said. Then he threw a bag of purple yuan to the waiter and gave him a look, indicating that he should hurry up and take care of this matter. "Dear guests, I'm really just an employee. Since the 3 of you are here, please have a good discussion about who should eat the shark's fin." The waiter could not make up his mind. It seemed that the 3 of them could not be offended, so he might as well let them settle it themselves. "Aren't all 3 of you great gods here? You're all here." Yuan Ming glanced at the 2 of them and finally fixed his eyes on Li Zongjiu. Did you kill the people of my Feng family? Yuan Ming took a step forward and did not get too close to Li Zongjiu. At least he had to keep a relatively safe distance. Well said. Li Zongjiu looked at Yuan Ming and said. Yuan Ming was shocked. Li Zongjiu's indifferent tone gave the feeling that he did not put the Feng family in his eyes at all. Such temperament was naturally not something that Yuan Ming could compare with. Obviously, the other party knew about the Feng family but did not care. He did not even put them in his eyes. Those two were vulgar and must have offended you. Killing them is just killing them. However, my family's young master is upstairs today and has important matters to discuss with your esteemed guest. I hope that you can give us some face and move to Soaring Cloud Restaurant. All the expenses will be on our Feng family's head. In addition, I will personally bring the Desolate Restaurant's braised shark fin to pay a visit tomorrow, to express my apologies for today. Yuan Ming said. The fame of the Soaring Cloud Restaurant in this desert city was only second to that of the Desolation Restaurant. The dishes there were equally exquisite. Oh, so polite? Li Zongjiu did not expect Yuan Ming in front of him to be so polite. Even Li Zongjiu would be embarrassed to make trouble for him. After all, the other party had already made things clear, and his attitude was relatively upright. He did not give off the feeling of being arrogant. Those who could survive in this desert city were indeed different. Chapter 1224. All right, since you have such a good attitude, I won't argue with you today. Li Zongjiu said. He got up and prepared to leave. Of course, he handed over the accounts on the table to Yuan Ming. Since he had already paid so much, he didn't care about it anymore. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was willing to let it go, Yuan Ming finally felt relieved. Yuan Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, he did not know how to resolve the matter today. However, just as Li Zongjiu turned around, the situation changed again. A cold voice came from the stairs. Wait, you killed my men, Feng Jianshan, and you want to leave just like that? Feng Jianshan. When Yuan Ming heard the voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Feng Jianshan, who was standing behind him just now. It was the young master of the Feng family, Feng Jianshan. Yuan Ming knew that things weren't going well. He quickly stepped forward and wanted to explain the situation clearly to Feng Jianshan. However, Feng Jianshan directly looked at Yuan Ming with cold eyes. My men were killed by an outsider, and you still want to apologize to this outsider. Yuan Ming, I think you are getting worse and worse. Tomorrow, go to the account room to get your reward and leave the Feng family. My Feng family doesn't need cowards. Feng Jianshan spoke in an arrogant tone, not giving Yuan Ming a chance to explain. After all, Feng Jianshan was here today to discuss the opportunity to join a sect of the desolate region. However, after the discussion, such a situation occurred. How could Feng Jianshan get out of this situation? They had to rebuild the Feng family's prestige and prestige. Boy, kneel down and count out to me 18 times. Destroy your own cultivation and then leave Desert City. Don't let me see you again. This way, you can still keep your life. Feng Jianshan pointed at Li Zongjiu and said. The 4 experts under him also hurried to Li Zongjiu's side and surrounded Li Zongjiu. Obviously, if Li Zongjiu didn't do as he was told, he would immediately cripple Li Zongjiu. And even if Li Zongjiu did so, in the end, Li Zongjiu would still be killed. These people would never show any mercy. They only needed to kill Li Zongjiu in order to restore their family's dignity. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. It's not that I don't want to give you face. Li Zongjiu looked at Yuan Ming and said, just now he did it for Yuan Ming's sake. After all, Yuan Ming had already done so much, so there was no need to go overboard at all. In the underworld, if someone respected me, I would return the favor tenfold. But now, it wasn't a matter of respect. Since Feng Jianshan wanted to stir up trouble, Li Zongjiu certainly had to play with him to his heart's content. Brother, the 10 kings of hell of the Feng family are all experts of the primitive emperor realm. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Feng family has been traveling back and forth in the untainted land all year round. It's not as simple as you think. Think twice. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Feng Jianshan, Yuan Ming looked at Li Zongjiu, hoping to find a breakthrough through Li Zongjiu. If both sides were to fight, there would be considerable losses between them. However, it was really unnecessary for them to do so for the sake of face. Li Zongjiu didn't need to die. He just needed to leave this place. If Li Zongjiu wanted to leave today, Feng Jianshan and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. With regards to Li Zongjiu's strength, Yuan Ming still had this bit of confidence. What happens next has nothing to do with you. Li Zongjiu waved his hand at Yuan Ming, and a force pushed Yuan Ming away. When Yuan Ming's feet landed on the ground, he was surprised to find that he was actually outside Desert City. What? How could this be? When Yuan Ming saw the changes around him, his heart felt as though it had been hammered in the chest by a sledgehammer. This caused Yuan Ming's heart to be completely shaken. It's over. Yuan Ming understood in an instant. Now, he finally understood why he felt a sense of danger when he looked at Li Zongjiu. It was because Li Zongjiu was clearly a Supreme Being expert. Such a young Supreme Being expert was either an expert from a top sect in the untainted land, or he was a beast venerable of the untainted land. No matter which one it was, it would be a disaster for the Feng family. It's over now. Poor Feng family. But I'll leave now. I've already repaid the Feng family's kindness, Yuan Ming murmured. Then he turned around and walked in the opposite direction without hesitation. He did not continue to return to Desert City. Even if he did, he would die. Li Zongjiu was saving him. At least he managed to keep his life. Naturally, Yuan Ming would not continue to waste his life. At this moment, in the Untainted Land restaurant, the man in black who came in later moved to the side, as if he was afraid that when Li Zongjiu and his gang fought, blood would splash on him. It wasn't easy to get these new clothes. If they were stained with blood, wouldn't it be very unjust? Feng Jianshan saw Yuan Ming, who was still there a moment ago, disappear with a wave of Li Zongjiu's hand. His eyes widened. Damn it. It seems that you are determined to be an enemy of the Feng family. Kill him. Feng Jianshan said faintly. He waved his hand and ordered the people around him to attack. Although the 4 experts beside him were not Yuan emperors, they were already at the peak of Yuan monarch. They had also trained in untainted land. Their skills must be excellent. Immediately, the 4 of them formed a killing formation and unleashed their Yuan Qi at Li Zongjiu at the same time. Moreover, the 4 of them also unleashed their Yuan spirit power at the same time. Although they were only at the Yuan monarch realm, they already knew how to apply their Yuan spirit power to weapons and form this kind of local power. In this way, the power of the origin spirit would be used more effectively, and its power would definitely become more powerful. However, no matter how profound these people's combat skills were, it was useless against Li Zongjiu. They were all displaying their slight skills in front of an expert. The 4 sharp swords of the opponent attacked at the same time. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and slapped 4 times consecutively, breaking the 4 sharp swords easily. Bang! 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 The broken heads of the swords swept towards them. 2 of them reacted slower, and their throats were directly pierced by the broken swords. However, the other 2 reacted slightly faster, but their shoulders were still pierced by the swords. Immediately, blood splattered out. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu waved his hand and pierced through the heads of the remaining 2 people with the power of a flying knife. Bang bang! The Soul Slayer flying knife easily pierced through the temples of the 2 people. Li Zongjiu's finger moved gently, and the Soul Slayer flying knife directly rushed towards Feng Jianshan. Feng Jianshan growled when he saw this. Immediately, a black eagle appeared behind Feng Jianshan. The eagle used its wings to block Feng Jianshan's body, and it began to spin rapidly. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shattering aura erupted. Boom! No matter how big Feng Jianshan's movement was, Li Zhongjiu's flying knife still easily pierced through. Boom! Feng Jianshan's aura dissipated. However, it wasn't Feng Jianshan who stood in his original position. Instead, it was an old man in a black and white robe. The old man used 2 fingers to clamp down on Li Zhongjiu's soul-cutter flying knife, while his other hand pushed Feng Jianshan behind him. Although he looked very calm on the surface, there was a trace of shock in the old man's eyes. His heart had long been set off a stormy sea. Even under his calm expression, he clenched his teeth and barely managed to maintain the calm situation in front of him. Fellow Taoist, I am Bei Zizai of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Can you give this old man some face? Little friend Feng has been chosen by an elder of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect to be his last disciple. Please be magnanimous. Bei Zizai settled in his heart for a while before he calmed down. Otherwise, the aura in his body would have directly forced him to vomit blood. He endured for a while before he dared to speak. He was not pretending to be cool here. Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect? When Li Zhongjiu heard this name, the expression on his face suddenly became very strange. The relationship between the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect and Li Zhongjiu was really endless. It was difficult to explain clearly in a few words. Of course, the final result was that Li Zhongjiu destroyed the so-called Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Originally, the past grudges were nothing. After all, they did not know each other now. Because of the prosperity of the Li family, they had long forgotten these things. In Li Zhongjiu's heart, there was even a feeling of amnesty in the world. Let bygones be bygones, but who knew that the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect in front of him would directly hit the muzzle of the gun. He tried again, but failed. Therefore, the expression on Li Zhongjiu's face was a bit strange. When Bei Zizai saw the expression on Li Zhongjiu's face, he was also surprised. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu in front of him had heard of the name of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect? If he had heard of it, then everything would be simple. Since he knew of the name of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, then the next thing would be much easier. Seems like you have heard of the name of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. This old man is not talented, but I am the chief elder of the outer sect of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Today's matter is purely a misunderstanding. Why should we hurt our friendship over such a small matter? Bei Zizai obviously wanted to use his name to settle this matter. Although Feng Jianshan was not convinced, he did not dare to speak up at this moment. He just stood behind Bei Zizai and did not say anything. Outer sect elder, right? Fine, I'll give you some face. Kid, if you kneel in front of me and kowtow 999 times, then cut off your third leg, I'll let you go. How about that? I'm being merciful, right? Chapter 1225. Li Zhongjiu's words were also quite sincere. Initially, Li Zhongjiu thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Feng Jianshan was still a child. If this lesson could make him turn over a new leaf, Li Zhongjiu would have done a good thing. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also chose to do a good thing for the first time. Even he himself did not expect that his temper could become so good now. If it was in the past, he would have already taken Feng Jianshan's head and gone to the Feng family to cause trouble. Even this Bei Zizai in front of him would not have a good ending. Li Zhongjiu would also be killed. Sigh, how can I be so kind now? I don't even recognize myself anymore. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also forced himself to act in his heart. For such a change, Li Zhongjiu's heart was also a little melancholy. However, it was obvious that the other party did not want to accept Li Zhongjiu's kindness. Feng Jianshan's face was gloomy and he did not speak. Li Zhongjiu's request was better to directly end Feng Jianshan's life. Similarly, Bei Zizai's face did not have a good expression. Looking at Li Zhongjiu in front of him, his face was extremely cold. This Li Zhongjiu was clearly teasing him. Bei Zizai, Why do you have to make things difficult for this lowly kid in front of you? I have already released my Feng family signal. In a moment, all of them will arrive. Feng Jianshan looked at Li Zongjiu with an ominous premonition in his heart. At least, he would not be able to block the flying knife just now. If it were not for Deacon Bei's help, he would probably be seriously injured at this moment. Sir, are you not giving face to my compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect? How could Bei Zizai get off the stage? He was still holding Li Zongjiu's flying knife in his hand. It wasn't that Bei Zizai didn't want to return the dagger to Li Zongjiu, but the dagger gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he let go of it, the dagger would attack him again without hesitation. Naturally, he would return the knife to Li Zongjiu after the negotiation. At the very least, he had to make sure that Li Zongjiu would not mess around. Is the compassionate Cloud Saint sect that great? Li Zongjiu frowned and said indifferently. Feng Jianshan and Bei Zizai were enraged when they heard Li Zongjiu's impudent words. Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. It's fine if you make fun of me, but if you dare to insult the compassionate Cloud Saint sect, believe me, you will regret it. Bei Zizai said coldly. Even after saying these words, he felt that he was full of vigor. If he had the confidence to kill Li Zongjiu, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Li Zongjiu. He would have rushed forward and smashed Li Zongjiu into mincemeat when Li Zongjiu was being arrogant. Is that so? I like to insult your compassionate Cloud Saint sect. Sorry, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that your compassionate Cloud Saint sect is a rubbish sect. What can you do about it? Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. At this time, the shopkeeper of the Great Desolation restaurant heard Li Zongjiu's words from afar. His face turned extremely ugly. He originally wanted to stop the fight, but when he heard Li Zongjiu's words, he knew that it was too late. It's over, it's over. My Great Desolation restaurant is going to be a bloodbath again. The shopkeeper thought for a while and decided that it was better for him not to show up. Therefore, he returned to his small room and went to sleep peacefully. He also hoped that these people wouldn't tear down his restaurant. However, all the losses would be settled with the Feng family. Being able to open such a restaurant in the desert city meant that such a day would definitely come. There must be enough strength behind it to ensure that the Great Desolation restaurant could continue to operate normally. Those who insult the sect die. Bei Zizai's eyes suddenly burst out with monstrous killing intent. His aura was also released. 6th grade primitive emperor. With such strength, being able to sit as an outer sect elder of the compassionate Cloud Saint sect meant that he had some means. One should know that the sect master of the Mystic Yuan sect was only a mid-level primitive emperor. Immediately, Bei Zizai prepared to throw the flying knife in his hand towards Li Zongjiu and blast Li Zongjiu's head with it. However, when Bei Zizai's finger left the flying knife, he found that the power he exerted on the flying knife seemed to be swallowed by the flying knife. Swish! The Soul Slayer flying knife directly spun and flew towards Bei Zizai's palm. This time, the speed was several times faster than before. Bei Zizai's right-hand fingers were directly cut off by the Soul Slayer flying knife. Bei Zizai had already raised his palm, preparing to use the supreme palm technique of the compassionate Cloud Saint sect to smash Li Zongjiu into pieces. However, in the blink of an eye, all 5 of Bei Zizai's fingers were cut off by the Soul Slayer flying knife. Ah, my fingers! Bei Zizai looked at his bare palm. In the next second, the Soul Slayer flying knife continued to spin. Immediately, Bei Zizai's arm was like a fruit vendor on the street peeling pears. The skin and flesh on his arm were easily cut off. Blood splattered on the ground, and the bones of his arm could be clearly seen. All of this happened in an instant. Even the protective Yuan energy in Bei Zizai's body did not have the slightest movement. It was simply too late to resist the power of the Soul Slayer flying knife, and the flesh on his arm was already cut off. Only white bones appeared in front of his eyes. What? Seeing this scene, Feng Jianshan was so frightened that he retreated several steps. His face also became pale. Go! Li Zongjio waved his hand again and cut off Bei Zizai's other hand, turning it into white bones. Bei Zizai's feet were covered with blood. He was a dignified 6th-grade origin emperor, but in front of Li Zongjio, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. How is it? Didn't I say that trash is trash? Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, I have given you enough time to consider. Are you going to kneel or not? Li Zongjio looked at Feng Jianshan. If Feng Jianshan was unwilling, then he would just take care of Feng Jianshan. After taking care of Feng Jianshan, he still had to eat the fish. Just as Feng Jianshan did not know how to reply to Li Zongjio, a group of murderous people immediately rushed in from outside the Desolation restaurant. These people were all wearing leather armor. Not only could the leather armor insulate the heat, it could also protect the body. Young master, are you all right? Feng Jianshan saw that the person who rushed in was the leader of the Feng family's guards. Coincidentally, these people were patrolling nearby today and happened to see Feng Jianshan's signal. Otherwise, it would take some time for them to come to the rescue. At least, it would not be as fast as it was now. Although the desert city was not big, it was not small either. Feng Tang, you came at the right time. Quickly take this person down. This person dares to slander the prestige of the compassionate Cloud Saint sect. Also, quickly get the medical officer to treat Elder Bei's injuries. Feng Jianshan quickly ordered. At this moment, Feng Tang had brought with him close to 20 elite guards. These people were all Yuan King experts. Most importantly, these people had killed countless people and were extremely skilled in killing. Each of them was ruthless and merciless. Quickly stop Elder Bei's bleeding. Feng Tang quickly ordered when he saw the situation. One of them stepped forward and sprinkled a hemostatic powder on the 2 bloody white bones. Even though he had killed many people before, he could not help but feel terrified when he saw the 2 bones swaying in front of his eyes. Close the door, Feng Tang ordered. He took out his treasured saber. With a loud bang, the door of the Wilderness restaurant was completely blocked. The people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not leave. In fact, it did not matter whether the door was closed or not. However, doing so would serve as a psychological deterrent. It would make one feel truly afraid and timid. It would take the initiative to break one's psychological defense, and everything would be over. However, this kind of inferior trick was completely useless against Li Zongjio. Brother, don't make things difficult for us. Come with us obediently, and we won't make things difficult for you. Feng Tang pointed his saber at Li Zongjio. From the scene in front of him, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Li Zongjio. Even Feng Jianshan's powerful personal guard, Yuan Ming, had disappeared. Could he have been scared away? Therefore, this matter was not simple. This made Feng Tang even more vigilant as he stared at Li Zongjio in front of him. Finally, Feng Tang saw Li Zongjio's finger move. Although there was not the slightest fluctuation of Yuan energy, Feng Tang subconsciously sensed that something was wrong. Not good, Dodge. Unfortunately, these words were spoken a little too late. Almost at the same time as the other party spoke, the soul-slaying saber had already turned into a cold light with a swoosh. In an instant, it shuttled through the temples of the surrounding Feng family guards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the flying saber swept through, the bodies of the guards who were about to kill Li Zongjio fell one after another. Plop! Plop! One by one they fell to the ground. The last one was Feng Tang. Immediately, Feng Tang's pupil shrank. He only had time to see a flying saber flying toward him. This was also the last thing he saw. Swoosh! The soul-slaying saber flew out with a splash of blood. Feng Tang's body also fell to the ground with a plop. Chapter 1226. The guards of the Feng family who finally arrived were all lying on the ground. They did not get up, nor did they have the chance to get up. Feng Jianshan thought that he could be saved, but looking at the scene in front of him, he felt as if he had fallen from the sky into a deep valley. What are you trying to do? Feng Jianshan stared at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He did not even have the strength to stand and sat on the ground. Tell me, is the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect trash? Li Zongjiu asked. The soul cutter flew back into Li Zongjiu's hand. He casually played with the flying knife between his fingers. He did not even try to hide his threat. I'll talk. Don't kill me. Please kneel down and talk, Li Zongjiu said politely. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words and looking at the corpses on the ground, Feng Jianshan didn't even know what he had encountered to cause such a situation to occur. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was not something that Feng Jianshan could resist. At this moment, Feng Jianshan's identity as the young master of the Feng family did not bring him any benefits. Although his legs turned to jelly, Feng Jianshan still stubbornly straightened his body and knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu. Feng Jianshan, if you dare to insult the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect will definitely destroy your Feng family. You have to think carefully. Although Bei Zizai was in extreme pain at this moment, the power of the soul-severing flying dagger made it impossible for him to heal this injury. The remaining aura in the bones of his hand made him feel great pain at every moment. Finally, Bei Zizai could not bear the pain anymore. He stepped on the flying knife on the ground and cut off his arms directly. In this way, the wounds could be healed, but the hands that were cut off would never have the chance to recover. Although his hands were cut off, at least he did not have to endure the pain anymore. Bei Zizai's forehead was already covered in sweat. At this moment, he used his mind to take out a talisman from his storage bag. This talisman was ignited with the power of Yuan fire, and it immediately sent out a message. This was the special distress signal of the CI Yunsaint clan. As long as the signal talisman was sent out, someone would arrive within an hour. In fact, it wouldn't even take an hour. Brat of the Feng family, if you do anything to disgrace the name of our Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect today, your whole family will be buried with you, Bei Zizai said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, Li Zongjiu had truly angered Bei Zizai, and he himself had suffered a great blow. Now he was thinking of ways to find an opportunity to kill everyone who knew about this. Therefore, even the Feng family could not protect Feng Jianshan. Elder, Feng Jianshan's face was filled with grievances. How could he disgrace the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect? One should know that in order to join the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, the Feng family had spent a lot of effort and resources to send him to the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. In order to climb this line, they had spent a lot of resources. Now that they finally had the chance to join the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, who knew that such a thing would appear? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2, Li Zongjiu said indifferently, after his voice faded away. I'll say it, the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect is trash. After saying this, Li Yunhong said, What? Feng Jianshan felt that he was about to faint. He never thought that it would be so difficult to say a word. Good, very good. Your Feng family wait to be annihilated. Of course, he believed that Li Zongjiu would not dare to kill him. If Li Zongjiu dared to kill him, Li Zongjiu would have done so long ago. If Li Zongjiu dared to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Even if you hid in any of the 3 dynasties, there would definitely be someone who would dig you out personally. You would have nowhere to hide. Bei Zizai was confident that Li Zongjiu would only dare to injure him and not kill him. Now that Feng Jianshan dared to say such words, the Feng family's fate was sealed. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu's soul-slaying flying dagger suddenly fell in front of Feng Jianshan. Feng Jianshan was so scared that he quickly covered his head, fearing that his head would explode. However, The flying dagger only hovered in front of Feng Jinshan's eyes and did not continue to move forward. However, the sharp aura still made Feng Jinshan feel like his scalp was being cut open. What do you want? Feng Jinshan quickly said with a trembling voice. Could it be that Li Zongjio had some special fetish? He wanted to kill your family. I have no enmity with you, so I am your friend. Shouldn't you kill him? With my flying dagger in hand, he won't be able to escape. Li Zongjio said with a faint smile. No enmity? Looking at the corpses lying around, where did you think they came from? They were all killed by you, and they were all from the Feng family. How could this be called no enmity? However, Li Zongjio's intention was very obvious. He wanted Feng Jinshan to kill Bei Zizai. Feng Jinshan, how dare you? Bei Zizai took a step to the side, creating a certain distance between him and Feng Jinshan. Just now, he helped Feng Jinshan and saved his life. He did not expect that Feng Jinshan would use his enemy's weapon to take his life. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You are the one who wanted to kill my family, so I can only kill you. Feng Jinshan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He immediately grabbed the soul cutter that Li Zongjio gave him and stabbed it towards Bei Zizai. With Bei Zizai's cultivation, even if his hands were broken, Feng Jinshan would not be able to stop him. However, just as Bei Zizai was about to use his Yuan Qi to blast Feng Jinshan into smithereens, he suddenly felt a strong binding force that was as strong as a mountain. It completely suppressed Bei Zizai's body. Not good. Bei Zizai wanted to take out some treasures from his storage ring, but his storage ring was directly sealed, as if it was cut off from his body. The only one who could do all this was Li Zongjio. Only Li Zongjio could do this, deliberately toying with their lives. Feng Jinshan stabbed Bei Zizai's chest, piercing a big hole in his heart. Then he stabbed a few more times. Chi chi chi. Feng Jinshan unleashed all the fear in his heart on Bei Zizai's body, turning Bei Zizai's body into a beehive. TSK, TSK, TSK. Beautiful, beautiful. Li Zongjio could not help but clap his hands. However, Feng Jinshan, who was covered in blood, saw that in Li Zongjio's hand there was a shining stone. Photographic stone. A stone that could record images. Moreover, it had clearly recorded the scene that had taken place just now. Feng Jinshan did not understand what Li Zongjio wanted to do, but he did not want to die. At this moment, when he saw Bei Zizai being stabbed into a hornet's nest, and then looked at the photographic stone in Li Zongjio's hand, he seemed to understand. Li Zongjio wanted to play him to death. With a swoosh, the flying knife in Feng Jinshan's hand returned to Li Zongjio's. Do you want to eat this braised shark's fin too? Li Zongjio held the soul-slaying flying knife in his hand and looked at the man in black, who was sitting in the corner with a questioning gaze. Immediately, an awkward smile appeared on the black-clothed man's face. In the end, it was actually because of this plate of shark's fin. Li Zongjio had already killed so many people in order to eat this plate of shark's fin. If he was agitated, it would not be too much for him to kill another person. Therefore, he could only smile. You eat, take your time. I will come again next time. After saying that, the man in black opened the door of the restaurant and ran out quickly, disappearing without a trace. A monster that has just transformed dares to play tricks in front of me. Li Zongjio looked at the departing figure and said indifferently, the man in black who had just escaped and disappeared without a trace was a meta-beast that had transformed into a meta-beast. However, this meta-beast had obviously not reached the sovereign realm. It was only because of its special strength that it had the opportunity to perform such a transformation technique. However, even if his strength had reached the peak of the origin Emperor realm, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Li Zongjio. Obviously, this was an extremely gluttonous meta-beast. He originally wanted to taste the legendary braised shark's fin in this desert city. It was said that if the braised shark's fin was cooked well, the aroma could spread dozens of miles away. Just as the man in black left, an extremely rich aroma floated from the direction of the kitchen. Li Zongjio glanced at the dishes on the table that were already stained with blood. "Waiter, bring that shark's fin upstairs." "Yes, sir." The waiter immediately responded. Wasn't this matter obvious enough? The way to deal with it next was obviously much simpler. Li Zongjiu naturally swaggered up to the private room upstairs in an extremely carefree manner. However, the corpses on the ground, as well as the corpse that had tasted the pain of having its heart gouged out, were naturally handed over to Feng Jianshan. Li Zongjiu did not kill Feng Jianshan, but left him with his life. He wanted to see how long Feng Jianshan could struggle. For a game that controlled the life and death of others, no matter how long it took, it was still enjoyable to play it. Evil Lord, you should act like an evil lord. Chapter 1227. Feng Jianshan forced himself to calm down. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Although Feng Jianshan did not know what Li Zongjie wanted to do, he only wanted to survive. The only trouble was to get rid of Bei Zizai's corpse. There was less than an hour left. The experts of Compassionate Cloud Saint Sect would definitely arrive here. Before that, he had to get rid of everything. He had to get rid of everything. Feng Jianshan glanced at the shopkeeper at the counter. There was a hint of inquiry and threat in his eyes. Humph, don't tell me you don't know the rules of Great Desolation Restaurant. Aside from cooking, we don't know anything else that happens in Great Desolation Restaurant. We don't know anything. The shopkeeper of the Great Desolate Restaurant was quite heroic and seemed to be extremely loyal. However, Feng Jianshan knew that such a person was the most likely to betray him in the face of battle. He might betray him at any time. Therefore, he had to think of a way to get rid of all these people. Feng Jianshan released a signal. Because of the previous signal for help, people from Feng family came quickly. Feng Jianshan saw hope in the people who came here. Third uncle, something bad has happened. When Feng Jianshan saw his third uncle, who doted on him the most, appearing in front of him, he was naturally excited. After all, he had endured so much torture in the hands of Li Zongjiu. He was just a child. How could he endure such pain? What kind of torture did he suffer? What happened? Tell me slowly. Feng family's third brother patted Feng Jianshan's head as if he was comforting his own child. Don't be afraid. Third uncle is here, Feng family's third brother said. There's no time. We have to get rid of these corpses first. When Feng family's third brother saw that the Great Desolation Restaurant was full of corpses, he knew that they were all experts of Feng family. They were all hired at a high price. What happened in the restaurant? Isn't this? Feng family's third brother's face changed when he saw Zizai being stabbed into a pulp. He was sent out by C.I. Yun Saint Clan to take care of everything for C.I. Yun Saint Clan. He was an outer sect chief elder. To put it nicely, he was an elder, but in the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, he was just an errand boy. But even if he was just an errand boy of the Compassionate Cloud Saint Sect, he couldn't just die here casually. And by the looks of it, it seemed like this had something to do with Feng Jianshan. That was all the more reason to stop this. After pondering for a moment, the Feng family's third brother ordered the others to stand guard outside the door. He only called 2 of his trusted aides in and took away all the corpses. He also gave the Great Desolation Restaurant a large sum of money. What happened today has never happened in the Great Desolate Restaurant. No one from the Feng family has ever been here. The third son of the Feng clan walked to the front of the shopkeeper and said. The shopkeeper also smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know the rules. The third brother of the Feng clan nodded, then took out a 1 million purple yuan banknote and slapped it on the counter. Then he turned around and left with everyone. This matter needed to be discussed properly in order to overcome the crisis of the Feng family. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. The people of the Compassionate Cloud Saint Sect were killed by Feng Jianshan. The shopkeeper of the Great Desolation restaurant was naturally happy after receiving the 1,000,000 purple yuan banknotes. However, it was not easy to earn 1,000,000 purple yuan banknotes. The strength of the person who is dining upstairs is unfathomable. His character is eccentric and terrifying. The shopkeeper of the Great Desolate restaurant had seen a lot of people. However, he had never seen someone like Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio was powerful after all. It was normal for him to have some eccentricities. If he was in Li Zongjio's shoes, his temper would be even more eccentric. "Waiter, you better serve this master well." "Don't worry, shopkeeper." Li Zongjio naturally ate all the delicacies on the table in the private room. However, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The three of them were dressed in dark red robes that were embroidered with a few flowing cloud patterns. When this group of people landed in the desert city, they immediately shocked the few people beside them. Are they crazy? Jumping around in broad daylight? Why don't they perform acrobatics? A burly man with a saber was startled. These people seemed to have appeared out of nowhere without any sound. However, after landing, the movement itself was not small. He almost had a heart attack from the shock. Therefore, the burly man with a saber could not help but curse. Although there were 3 people on the other side, how could they cower when they were roaming the Jianghu? One of the 3 turned around and looked at the burly man in front of him, his eyes emitting a cold light. "What are you looking at? Do you want to chop me?" In the next second, the burly man's throat was grabbed by the young man's hand and lifted up. His feet left the ground and kept kicking. Crack! A crisp sound came from the burly man's neck. Then his whole body fell to the ground with a thud and lost his vitality. A person was killed on the street. Moreover, this burly man with a saber seemed to have made a name for himself before. Usually he was a ruthless person. However, a ruthless person's fate was so direct. In an instant, he became a dead dog lying on the ground. The difference between before and after was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. Prehistoric restaurant. One of them opened his mouth and said. Then, the 3 of them quickly rushed toward the prehistoric restaurant. Among the 3 of them, only one was slightly older. The other 2, a man and a woman, looked around 25 or 26 years old. They were about the same age as Feng Jianshan. However, their decisiveness and ruthlessness were not something that Feng Jianshan could compare with. In the distance, Ge Wei, who was looking for clues on the street, happened to see the scene in front of her. From the clothes of the 3 of them, she knew the origin of these 3 people. However, there were not many people who knew about them. After all, the news of the prehistoric sect was not something that ordinary people could understand. Compassionate Cloud Saint sect? They seemed to be from the inner sect. What are these people from the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect doing in this city? When Ge Wei saw the identity of these 3 people, she was surprised. This was because these people from the prehistoric sect basically did not show up easily. Usually they were out of the world. Even if they had some interactions, they would only walk a little between each other's sections. They rarely came to the so-called mortal world in person. Therefore, Ge Wei was very curious. However, Ge Wei did not dare to investigate alone. If there were any accidents or if she accidentally angered these people from the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. These people were very powerful. They were not people that the 4 great families in the desert city could deal with. I heard that the Feng family and the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect have a very close relationship. Could it be that they are here for the people of the Feng family? Ge Wei immediately turned back and immediately sent people to investigate this matter. This was not a small matter. If the Feng family did anything, the other families would be in danger. Even with the status of the 4 major families in this desert city, it was as if they were treading on thin ice. They could not sleep soundly every day. Every day, the open and secret struggles were much more severe and intense than they had imagined. Chapter 1228. The 3 people from the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect arrived at the Eldritch restaurant. At this moment, the Eldritch restaurant had been cleaned up by the Fong family. Everything looked normal. After the Eldritch restaurant was vacated, many guests came to dine. For a moment, it was so lively that no one could tell that there had been a murder case here. Of course, such a scene was also a feature. Even if it was on the street, the scene could be cleaned up quickly. 3 guests, please come in. The waiter came up with a warm smile and asked. The young man pushed the waiter away and looked around the Eldritch restaurant. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the person who was eating beside him. Hey, what are you doing? That person was quite unhappy that he was caught. His companions who were eating with him also glared at him. Put him down, or you will regret it. When he spoke, he looked very cool. Trash! The young man from the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect threw him out. Bang! The man smashed the table and flipped it over. He directly destroyed the good dishes on the table. Phut! You're courting death. Several people at the same table took out their weapons. They were a group of people who licked blood on the blade. Therefore, when they met these fierce people, they often had to be fiercer than them. Only in this way could they beat others and not be killed while walking on the street. However, no matter how fierce these people were, it was useless. He had merely drawn out his weapon, but before he could even make a move, he had already been obliterated by someone else. With a sweep of his sword, he killed all of them. His body stayed in the same place, but his head fell to the ground with a thud. Irrelevant people get lost, the young man said coldly. The surrounding diners were also shocked, but no one ran away. They really couldn't believe that there were so many people in the Eldritch restaurant. Could it be that he could kill all of them one by one? Furthermore, the 3 of you dared to behave atrociously in the great, desolate restaurant. Those who could come here to eat were all people with some standards. If such a situation occurred in an ordinary city, the diners in the restaurant would probably admit defeat. However, in this desert city in the wilderness restaurant, it was useless. When the young man saw that the people in front of him did not seem to have any intention of moving, the sword in his hand immediately released a faint murderous aura. He was ready to kill everyone in the wilderness restaurant. However, just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by the old man among the 3. The old man stretched out his hand and pressed on the young man's shoulder. Everybody were from the Ci Holy sect. Less than an hour ago, someone from the Ci Holy sect was killed and sent a distress signal. Some of you must know. Tell me, and I won't kill him. Compassionate Cloud Saint Clan. Some of them were unfamiliar with the name. They guessed that it was a despicable sect. However, some of them felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard the name Ci Saint sect. The name Ci Saint sounded extremely familiar. A sect from the untainted land. Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, the people present began to talk about it. Even the 3-year-old children in the desert city knew that as long as they came from the untainted land, they could not be underestimated. They had to be on tenterhooks all the time. They had to be careful all the time. The reason why the people in the desert city stayed in such a hot place, even a place where birds didn't even shit, was to enter the untainted land to search for treasures. However, the untainted land was extremely dangerous. Few people could survive for more than 3 days in the untainted land. No matter where you hid in the untainted land, as long as you could stay for 3 days, you would be respected by others when you returned. At least, this was a kind of recognition of the strong. However, these people had been here for a long time and realized that there were still sects in the untainted land. In such a cruel environment, they could establish a sect and develop it safely. Such strength was enough to show the strength of the people in the untainted land. Even if their individual strength was not strong, there would definitely be experts in the sects behind them. Experts of this level were not something you could imagine. According to what they knew, the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect was one of the sects in the untainted land. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant and kill people on sight. In the blink of an eye, they killed 4 people. After all, their strength was strong, and they had the capital to be arrogant. What could they do? We just arrived not long ago. We really don't know what happened here. Experts, you can ask them. They came a little earlier. Immediately, a table of people stood up. Their table was empty except for a pot of tea. Obviously, they had just walked in. This matter had nothing to do with them. After all, they had just arrived. However, just as the three of them were about to sneak away, they saw the young woman raise her hand and close the door of the untainted land restaurant. At the same time, 3 flying needles were thrown out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying needles carried an extremely weak sound and easily pierced the back of the 3 people's necks. The 3 of them fell to the ground. The 3 people who were originally running wildly suddenly stopped. It was obvious that their bodies were paralyzed in an instant. The poison on the flying needles had directly ended their lives. Since you can't help me, it's naturally useless to live. Don't you think so? The old man from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect said slowly. They were all high and mighty experts. How could they talk about the rules and keep their promises with ants like you? If they wanted to kill you, they would just kill you directly. What could they do? Obviously, they had no intention of letting these people leave from the beginning. Although the one who died was just an outer sect disciple, he was still a disciple of their compassionate Cloud Saint sect. They had to find him and give an explanation to the sect. They also had to teach the culprits a lesson. They had to let them know how terrifying the ancient sects were. Only by killing some people, the rest would learn to be smart. Now, we'll take turns to go to each table. Whoever knows something must say it. As long as the clues are useful, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. The young man brought a chair for the old man. He wanted everyone to go up and tell. Who would dare to go up first? These people were decisive and unpredictable. Who knew what would happen? Chapter 1229. At this moment, who would dare to step out and be the first one to stand out? You don't dare to come up? Then you come up. The old man pointed at a table that was closer to them. The people at the table seemed to be a family. At this moment, they were also having a meal here. A man and a woman were a couple. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was already 6 or 7 years old, while the girl was only about 2 years old. The 2-year-old girl did not know what fear was. She kept clapping her hands and kicking her legs in her father's arms. She seemed to want to go down and play. Seniors, my wife and I were just passing by this place and came in to have a simple meal. We don't know anything about what you said before. Please, seniors, let us live. The husband handed his daughter to his wife and took a step forward. If you want to kill us, please kill me and let my family go. These otherworldly experts all had eccentric tempers. It was really unexpected that they would encounter such a situation. It was more like an unexpected disaster. Today, it would be difficult to be kind. Every disciple of C.I. Yin Saint sect is my family members. Tell me, when my family members have an accident outside, as a family member, shouldn't we do our best? If everyone is like you, when will I know the ins and outs of the matter? Since you don't know, don't blame me. The old man sighed slightly. At the same time, he took a sip of the tea in his hand. Immediately, the woman beside him raised her hand and shot out 4 silver needles. The silver needles were so fast that people could not see them clearly. However, no one expected that these people from C.I. Yin Saint sect would be so ruthless. They did not even let go of such a small child. Ding, 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 ding. For crisp sounds of collisions rang out, and the 4 flying needles were broken. The husband also retreated continuously, shielding his wife and child behind him. He did not even sense that the other party had attacked. Obviously, the strength of these people was far above him. However, who is it that broke the 4 flying needles? Did they dare to make an enemy out of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Clan? Clearly, they wanted to make an enemy out of them. Who is it? The young woman's flying needles were interrupted. Naturally, she was very unhappy. Who was so bold? However, after looking around, they still couldn't find out who was the culprit. Instead, the old man took a sip of tea and looked at the figure sitting in the corner. Since you dare to take action, you must think that the strength of our compassionate Cloud Sacred Clan is not enough to catch your eye, right? Therefore, everyone looked in the direction of the old man. They couldn't help but open up a path. This location could be considered the most obscure corner. The man was wearing a straw raincoat, a straw hat, and a hoe were placed beside the table. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard work? You can kill people, but don't waste food. You can kill people, but you can't even kill innocent children. This so-called compassionate Cloud Saint sect sounds like a graveyard. The short-haired, middle-aged man said. He drank a mouthful of wine and ate a mouthful of food. The young man from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect saw this and sneered. He raised the sword in his hand and slowly walked over. The middle-aged man directly picked up the peanuts on the table and instantly shot them out. These peanuts were like stones that carried 1,000 caddies of force. They were instantly thrown out. Show! Boom! The sword in the young man's hand slashed down. The overbearing sword, Chi, directly slashed towards the short-haired, middle-aged man's table. Since you said that every grain of food is hard work, then I'll let you have nothing to eat. The middle-aged man also raised the hoe. A terrifying yuan instantly burst out from his body. Boom! The hoe spun and collided with the opponent's sword Chi, causing a terrifying wave to erupt. It spread to the surroundings. Obviously, the middle-aged man with the hoe was also an Origin Emperor expert. However, after this move, the middle-aged man's aura seemed to be unable to keep up with the person in front of him. He realized that there was a sword mark on his chest. Obviously, he was injured by the sword Chi just now. A mere third-grade Origin Emperor dares to come out and be chivalrous? Take care of your own life first. A third-grade Origin Emperor was already considered a strong expert. At least, an expert of this level could survive for more than 7 days in the wilderness. However, it was obvious that a third-grade Origin Emperor's cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of this young man from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. The middle-aged man with the hoe also felt that the opponent's strength was troublesome and difficult to deal with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a disadvantageous position in this instant of confrontation. However, if the opponent wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be an easy task. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill him within 300 moves. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, and the young man from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect was about to make his move, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. Burp. Li Zongjiu especially missed the taste of the wilderness restaurant. Therefore, when he ate, he ordered a little too much. At least the portion for 5 people was all eaten by Li Zongjiu. After eating, Li Zongjiu stuck out his big belly. The abdominal muscles that he had painstakingly trained were flattened a lot. Li Zongjiu obviously had no intention of paying the bill. The owner of the wilderness restaurant had no intention of collecting money from Li Zongjiu. He just hoped that Li Zongjiu would leave as soon as possible. Oh, it's so lively. Li Zongjiu didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation, killing people behind closed doors, but he was in a good mood today, so he didn't intend to disturb these people. He tried his best to bypass these people and then walked towards the door. During this process, the eyes of the people in the inn fell on Li Zongjiu. They stared at Li Zongjiu closely. They were surprised that Li Zongjiu didn't feel that the situation here was wrong. Hey, this group of indifferent killers is killing people. Don't you have any intention of seeing it? Stop! Just when Li Zongjiu walked to the door as if nothing had happened, the young woman from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect opened her mouth and scolded Li Zongjiu. This guy dared to directly ignore the people of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. He was simply courting death. Well, what's the matter? Li Zongjiu turned around. As soon as his voice fell, he heard 2 tinkling sounds. He couldn't help but touch his belly. It seemed that he had been pricked by 2 needles. However, these two needles obviously didn't break Li Zongjiu's defense and were easily blocked. Little girl, why did you stab me with needles? Chapter 1230. Stab you. A cold light flashed in the young woman's eyes. At the same time, her eyes were full of disbelief. I'm not just going to stab you. I'm going to kill you. She assumed that Li Zongjiu must have some top-notch defensive equipment on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block her flying needles so easily. There were so many people here. If she was looked down upon, how could she continue to stay in the compassionate, cloud, sacred sect? Today, Li Zongjiu must die. Moreover, he must die under her flying needles. Only in this way could Ao Macho regain her dignity. You're courting death! Ao Macho shouted in a low voice. A bracelet appeared on both of her wrists, spinning. While it was spinning, there was also a cold light that was constantly flowing. With the appearance of this cold light, Ao Macho's aura became extremely fierce. Not far away, the young man from Compassionate Cloud's sacred sect saw this scene and couldn't help but burst out a bright light from his eyes. Facing such a brat, Ao Macho was actually forced to use her flying needle bracelet. This meant that Li Zongjiu had completely angered Ao Macho. That's interesting. When the other guests in the restaurant saw that Li Zongjiu and Ao Macho were looking at each other, ready to fight, their hearts trembled with fear. However, at the same time, they also felt great sympathy for Li Zongjiu. Offending these people in front of him would definitely not end well. From the looks of these people, it was clear that these people were some absolutely ruthless characters. Therefore, at this moment, they all felt a moment of silence for Li Zongjiu. Rainstorm killing array. Ao Macho suddenly pushed her hands forward. In an instant, the people in the restaurant could clearly feel that the wind and clouds outside were changing because of the magic weapon in Ao Macho's hands. It was as if there were thousands of tiny silver needles flying towards Li Zongjiu at high speed. You still want to stab me? Li Zongjiu casually grabbed, and a terrifying force gathered all the flying needles in front of him. Then he clenched his fist and gathered all the flying needles into a ball. It was enough to form a fist-sized metal ball. This iron ball was also formed by these thin silver needles. Clang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. The iron ball fell to the ground with a loud clang. It was like a crisp slap to Ao Macho's face. Ao Macho didn't even dare to imagine that such a thing would happen. Therefore, Ao Macho was quite surprised. What kind of sorcery did you use? Ao Macho suddenly roared and pointed his finger at Li Zongjiu. At the same time, he furiously attacked Li Zongjiu. He was determined to take Li Zongjiu's head. Otherwise, how could he face himself? Sky-splitting slash. The young man standing not far away could not stand it anymore. Anyhow, she was his junior sister. How could she be bullied by someone like Li Zongjiu? Today, he had to show his power as a senior brother and take Li Zongjiu's head. That was the most important thing. Immediately, the young man leaped up with all his strength and slashed his sword towards Li Zongjiu with an earth-shattering momentum. The faces of the many people present changed drastically. The power of this sword was naturally quite tyrannical. If it were any one of them, they would only end up with their bodies and bones crushed under the sword. The young man in front of them would not be able to dodge this sword. Clang! The young man, Wang Su, was ready to split Li Zongjiu in half with his sword. His sword momentum had been condensed to the peak, but just as he was about to kill Li Zongjiu, he discovered that Li Zongjiu had only used 2 fingers to casually clamp his sword. How is this possible? Wang Su's face was filled with shock. He was about to withdraw his sword and stab Li Zongjiu again. He was determined to cut open Li Zongjiu's stomach. However, Li Zongjiu exerted some force with his 2 fingers, and a crisp sound was heard. The sword in Wang Su's hand was broken. My green gang devil-slaying sword! Wang Su exclaimed. I'll give it back to you. Li Zongjiu threw back the broken, sword that he was holding between his fingers. With a whoosh, the broken sword easily penetrated Wang Su's body. Wang Su's cultivation, which he had painstakingly cultivated for decades, did not have the slightest strength to resist Li Zongjiu's move. Wang Su's body was easily pierced through. Wang Su stood in place, holding the broken sword with both hands. He lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. Red blood was constantly seeping out. So this was what it felt like to be pierced through by one's own sword. "Do you want me to return these needles to you?" Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. The ball of silver needles, which had been curled up on the ground, directly rose into the air. Then it turned into a torrential rain and directly penetrated Wang Su's body. Tut, 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 tut. Puff! Wang Su's body was directly pierced into a sieve by these thousands of silver needles. Even the flesh on his body was directly reduced to shreds. "Senior brother," Ao Macho exclaimed when he saw this. He immediately rushed forward to catch Wang Su's falling body, but he was directly reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. Only a small part of his body was caught by Ao Macho. Wang Su, who was lying on the ground, was already rotten to the core. Only his head was still conscious. He couldn't even look down at his body to see what it had become. All he could feel was a heart-wrenching pain. Such an excruciating pain made Wang Su wish he could die quickly. Kill me," Wang Su said to Ao Macho in an extremely weak voice. Ao Macho had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, at this moment, his senior brother seemed to be immersed in endless pain. Although he could not bear it, Ao Macho still raised his hand. Just as Ao Macho was about to end Wang Su's life with his palm, there was a loud bang. Ao Macho's head was directly broken from the neck and rolled to the ground. He was kicked away by Li Zongjiu. This scene was so fresh and tragic that no one could believe what they were seeing. She was a young lady who was as beautiful as a flower, but cruel and merciless. His neck was broken and his head was kicked away. Wang Su was not completely dead yet. After all, Li Zongjiu did not directly cripple Wang Su's vital parts. He just pierced most of his body into hedgehog holes. Even Wang Su's eyes were dripping with Ao Macho's blood. No. Chapter 1231. Li Zongjiu's attack could be said to be really ruthless. Everyone at the scene was stunned. What kind of operation was this? It was simply unbelievable. Obviously, they couldn't believe what they saw. Just like that, this fine young lady had turned into a bloody head. Although this girl was also a ruthless person before, she met someone who was more ruthless. However, he actually encountered an even more ruthless person. This was quite unexpected. He really couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that this Li Zongjiu didn't have the slightest hesitation before making a move? What a nice girl. She is. Finally, Wang Su, who fell to the ground, couldn't hold on for long. She couldn't catch her last breath and died just like that. From the beginning to the end, the two disciples of the compassionate, cloud, sacred sect died. The old man sat in the same place and didn't move at all. Everyone had their own fate. If they couldn't escape from their own fate, they could only accept it. Since he couldn't change the fate of these disciples, he couldn't interfere too much. However, the person in front of him who killed the disciples of the compassionate, cloud, sacred sect had to pay a painful price. It's a pity that 2 good seedlings were destroyed in your hands. In return, I will let you be completely destroyed in my hands. Immediately, the old man stood up and looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. You killed the people of my compassionate, cloud, sacred sect, right? Under the old man's hat, there seemed to be a bright golden light that suddenly bloomed. Like 2 cold lights, it directly shot in front of Li Zongjiu. The bright and dazzling light almost blinded Li Zongjiu to the point that he couldn't open his eyes. In the next second, the old man's figure had already whistled and arrived. He lifted his hand and threw a palm. It seemed as though he had the power to move a mountain. Soon after, a wave of energy suddenly fell from his palm. Bang! Li Zongjiu's hand also directly hit the old man's palm. When the two palms collided, the old man's face immediately changed. His face had already turned purple. In panic, it was too late for him to withdraw his strength. In the next second, he saw that his arm was directly blown off. Your strength is not as good as these two little ones. Li Zongjiu's words came into the old man's ears. Immediately, the old man's body suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. The strength of Li Zongjiu in front of him had obviously reached the acme of perfection. Such a terrifying power was not something he could resist. Li Zongjiu in front of him was not an ordinary person. How could he meet such a person with such terrifying strength? Moreover, this person in front of him seemed to be targeting of the compassionate Cloud sacred sect. Li Zongjiu's palm had broken the old man's arm was Li Zongjiu's palm of is Zongjiu is I of Liev. Windfire divine thunder incantation. The old man took out a talisman from his arms and directly tore it and threw it at Li Zongjiu. Immediately, a terrifying power was brewing above the talisman. However, when the power of the talisman was completely released, a hand had already reached out, grabbed the talisman in the hand, and easily shattered it. Boom! It seemed that all the power had been released in Li Zongjiu's palm. However, in fact, Li Zongjiu had condensed all the power in his palm. How is this possible? The old man absolutely could not believe that someone could completely control and suppress the power of the windfire divine thunder incantation with the power of one hand. This talisman was refined by Venerable Fenghua of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Venerable Fenghua was a famous expert in the untainted land. At the same time, he was also one of the 3 supreme experts in the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Even the talisman refined by a supreme expert was taken down by the boy in front of him with one hand. Was there anything that the boy in front of him could not do? In the next second, Li Zongjiu directly sent all the power of the windfire divine thunder incantation back into the old man's body. Bang! Blazing energy instantly exploded. The old man's protective yuan power also surged out at this moment and collided with the power. The only thing that suffered the most was the old man's own strength. First of all, the origin pearl was completely shattered. After all, Li Zongjiu's move was aimed at the origin pearl in the old man's body. He easily shattered the origin pearl. After holding on for less than half a minute, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body suddenly flew out and fell to the ground. The lightning and golden light in front of him also disappeared in an instant. Li Zongjiu also disappeared. After destroying the cultivation of the old man from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, Li Zongjiu did not intend to stay here any longer. After all, there was no point in doing so. However, the old man from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, who had his cultivation destroyed, was half lying on the ground and spitting out blood continuously. Obviously, his injuries were extremely serious, but no one sympathized with him. Instead, they sharpened the sabers in their hands to the extreme. This was because the storage ring of the old man in front of them was still in his hand. This old man came from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. The amount of treasures in his storage ring was simply unimaginable. This old man's yuan power is destroyed. Let's kill him together. Weren't you so arrogant just now? How did you become a dead dog in the blink of an eye? Everyone ridiculed the old man from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Obviously, the old man's strength was quite high in the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. However, at this moment, his cultivation was completely destroyed and he had become a weak old man who could not even truss a chicken. In the face of these ferocious maniacs around him, he had no strength to resist at all. If you dare to touch me, the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect will definitely not let you off. My compassionate cloud, sacred sects, sovereign experts will take action. None of you will be able to escape. The old man used his last breath to roar, trying to reprimand the people in front of him with this imposing manner. However, these people in front of him had long been blinded by the storage ring in the old man's hand. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore and took the lead to roar in a low voice. He directly flew out and slashed the old man's body more than a dozen times, taking off the ring on his left hand. After that, there were also other people who could not bear it and directly rushed up to fight, wanting to take the ring away. A bloody battle broke out in the Wilderness Restaurant. The boss of the Wilderness Restaurant was completely convinced. These people were fighting in his place for no reason. Today, he did not know how many tables and chairs had been replaced. Therefore, the boss of the Wilderness Restaurant was quite distressed. However, these people were killing with bloodshot eyes, not differentiating between friend and foe. It seemed that whoever got close to him would snatch the things in his hand, and then a great battle would break out. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, what made the boss of the restaurant even more curious was who this mysterious young man was. Previously, he had not heard of such a person in Desert City. Apparently, he had just arrived. Chapter 1232. Li Zongjio didn't have any motive for killing these people. There was no great hatred between them. However, once he had the strength, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't have any scruples at all. However, Li Zongjio's casual actions could easily change the fate of others. Since that was the case, he might as well satisfy his hobbies and make the world more colorful. He wanted to let these people know that it was not an easy thing to live. Previously, when Guwei returned to the Desert Eagle, she had already sent someone to follow these people from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. She wanted to know why these people came to the desert city. However, after the spy saw the 3 people from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect walk in, he never came out again. Instead, a young man took the lead and walked out. After a while, a big fight seemed to have broken out in the Wilderness Restaurant. There were countless deaths and injuries, causing more than half of the signboard of the great desolate restaurant to be torn down. However, it was also because of this signboard that such wonderful things would happen so often in the great desolate restaurant. Naturally, it would become a movable signboard. In the desert city, the most terrible thing was to be unknown. If it was a place where the wind and clouds gathered, it would naturally attract more experts. It was really quite puzzling. This was obviously a very dangerous place. But why did people like to go there? After that, the spy from the Desert Eagle quickly reported what he saw to Guwei. You mean a young man? What does he look like? When Guwei heard the report from her subordinate, she frowned. She felt that there must be something wrong with this, so she needed to think about it carefully. I recorded it with a shadow stone. Immediately, the subordinate opened the shadow stone. A light screen appeared directly, clearly showing the appearance of Li Zongjio. This was also the purpose of these intelligence personnel, to accurately record the scene. At least, they wouldn't suddenly forget the situation. After all, some details still needed to be observed repeatedly. However, the shadow stone itself was relatively expensive and would only be used in some extremely important situations. It's him. When Guwei saw the gaze of the person on the image recording stone, she was shocked. Her beautiful big eyes also flashed with surprise. It was this young man again. Therefore, this young man in front of him must have some sort of secret. What about the 3 from the compassionate Cloud Saint clan? They are all dead. What? Guwei couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly stood up. All dead? There was no doubt that the deaths of these people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect were definitely related to this young man in front of him. Motherfucker! Something big is going to happen. It was no wonder that his eyelids had been twitching recently. It turned out that such a thing had happened. He couldn't tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing. It seemed that the medicinal pill in his hand was really a hot potato. Where is this guy living now? Guwei calmed herself down. She hadn't received any news about the Sparrow God Palace that she had previously investigated. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to complete this mission. At the same time, Gowei also sent people to investigate Li Zhongjio's identity. He had a feeling that this kid had come to Desert City to cause trouble. He is living in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion was the property of the Yu family, one of the 4 major families in Desert City. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was also known as the safest place in the entire Desert City. As long as one stayed in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they would no longer be chased or threatened by anyone. Within the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, they would be making an enemy out of the Yu family. The Yu family would also spare no effort to hunt down the person, or even the person's entire family. When the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was first established, many people didn't believe in heresy and insisted on fighting in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. As a result, more than 10 primitive emperors from the Yu family killed their way through the night. They killed all the people who fought, including their family's ancestral hall. Not a single person was left alive. Because of this arrogance and overbearingness, after 3 massacres, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Yu family. Even the other 3 major families in the city had to abide by the rules of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Li Zhongjio didn't choose to stay here because the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was very safe. In Li Zhongjio's opinion, the conditions of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion were very good. Furthermore, there was a specialized training room. Although the price was very expensive, Li Zhongjio didn't need to care about these things. No matter how much it cost, he could afford it. At most, he wouldn't have to pay. There was nothing wrong with doing such things once in a while. After becoming stronger, one could indeed do whatever one wanted. Li Zhongjio was training in the training room. At the same time, he was trying to use his mental strength to integrate into the wilderness to search for the aura of the desolate heaven essence. It was rather difficult to directly find Qi Yanran's aura. However, if he used the power of the desolate heaven essence to search, he might be able to find some clues. However, it was clear that Li Zhongjio's efforts were in vain that night. He didn't find any information. In Desert City, the Feng family seemed to be rather nervous today. Even the number of people walking on the streets had decreased significantly. This was because what Feng Jianshan had done was too shocking. Now, they could only look for Li Zhongjio. They had to get Li Zhongjio to retrieve the evidence of Feng Jianshan's murder. Only then would they have room to maneuver. Feng Lianqing, the 3rd brother of the Feng family, also understood after carefully studying the situation. Obviously, Li Zhongjio was just a frivolous expert. Such a person did not lack anything at all. The only thing he lacked was a sense of satisfaction. He had to lower his head. Not only did he have to lower his head, he had to lower his head very, very low. Immediately, Feng Lianqing ordered his men to prepare an extremely rich gift. They were sent to Li Zhongjio's room in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion that very night. However, it was clear that Li Zhongjio was in a state of cultivation and didn't sense anyone knocking on the door to call him. The desert city was still bustling. Even at night, it was still rather lively. After all, the temperature would drop slightly after dark. Although there were experts coming and going who would want to stay in a more comfortable environment. He would collect some of the things he had obtained during the day and place them in a certain market square. Then he would bid for them. It was very lively. If he encountered someone who didn't know the trade, he could easily deceive hundreds of thousands or even millions. Who wouldn't want to come to such a place with such a good income? Chapter 1233. Deep in the Wilderness. In the surroundings of a pool, there were the colors of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This scene was incomparably mysterious. Looking at the numerous stars in the sky, they all had their own rules and did not share the same sky as this world. At the bottom of the pool, there was a palace. The bottom of the palace seemed to be stuck to the surface of the water, while the top of the palace was directly at the bottom of the water. It was as if the surface of the lake was the real flat ground, and the palace was built on the surface of the lake. As the world submerged in the water, one could see that the palace was golden and dazzling. Hundreds of birds flew, and their cries shook the sky. From time to time, flocks of birds would descend from the sky and rush into the palace in the middle of the lake before flying out again. It was as if they were freely shuttling between two worlds. Yanran, as a disciple of Sparrow Divine Palace, you should cut off all contact with the outside world. From the moment you stepped into Sparrow Divine Palace, you are no longer immortal. In 1,000 years, you will definitely be able to ascend to the position of a god. An ethereal voice stirred up huge waves on the surface of the water. However, there was no other voice outside the water. You have no right to restrict me. Under the voice, a white-clothed woman was sitting on a flying bird dhow platform. On her wrist was a white bracelet that emitted a white light. From the aura it emitted, it was the desolate heaven essence. And this white-clothed figure was Qi Yanran. I don't want to be your successor. I don't want to ascend to the position of a god. Let me leave on my own. I won't make things difficult for you. Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with coldness. However, the flying bird dhow platform was an extremely powerful artifact that had trapped Qi Yanran here. There was a small world inside the flying bird dhow platform. If Qi Yanran wanted to, she could cultivate in this small world. However, it was impossible for her to leave the flying bird dhow platform. This was because the palace guardian of Sparrow Divine Palace did not plan on letting her leave. You are still young. Once you understand, you will naturally be willing to stay. When the voice disappeared, the surroundings fell into silence once again. Qi Yanran had been trapped here for a long time. As for how long it had been, Qi Yanran herself wasn't sure. In this small world of the flying bird dhow platform, the flow of time was different from the outside world. Although Qi Yanran wasn't sure, she could at least sense the changes. Therefore, Qi Yanran didn't know how much time had passed outside. At this moment, Qi Yanran really wanted to leave this place and find Li Zongjiu. However, these people trapped her here and forced her to cut off her mortal thoughts. Qi Yanran didn't know what these people were doing, which made her quite helpless. This flying bird dhow platform requires one to be at least a supreme being to break through. Fine, I'll break through to the supreme being realm first. Let's see how long you can trap me here. Qi Yanran was not a person who would accept her fate and compromise. When she missed Li Zongjiu, she would touch the bracelet formed from the desolate heaven essence in her hand. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was definitely searching everywhere for her. She could not let Li Zongjiu wait for too long. Fool, you have to wait for me. Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with determination. Then, she entered the pocket world of the flying bird dhow platform. In this small world, Qi Yanran completely released her longevity tree king's original spirit. It was like a world tree, diffusing and spreading out. It encompassed the world and breathed in its aura. At this moment, in the palace that was flipping in the water, 3 figures were standing guard in front of a statue. The world Tao tree. Such a divine tree must not be allowed to fall. Even if she hates us in the future, she must nurture the world Tao tree. The 3 figures were all dressed in sparrow robes. There was a rune between their eyebrows. The rune looked like a pair of wings. Although the 3 women were old, the endless power they exuded was terrifying. The person sitting in the middle who had spoken just now, an old woman sitting to his left, opened her eyes. This girl's concern in the secular world is a man called Li Zongjiu. It seems that we need to help her get rid of this concern. After the woman spoke, the hall fell into a deep silence once again. Not a single sound could be heard. But soon, outside the pool, there seemed to be an aura descending from the sky. Boom! A giant black eagle landed beside the pool. The moment it landed, it transformed into a middle-aged man in black tights. What orders do the 3 venerables have for me? The middle-aged man knelt down in front of the pool. Dark Black Eagle. Find a man called Li Zongjio in the secular world. Bring me his head. Hey, Xian understands. The middle-aged man immediately responded. He did not expect that he would have the opportunity to do something for the three venerables. If this matter was done well, wouldn't there be countless benefits? Even if the three venerables casually enlightened him, there was a possibility that he would have a breakthrough and step into a higher and more mysterious level. Immediately, He Xian turned into a gust of wind again and disappeared from the pool. It could transform into a human body with its own strength. This dark black eagle was already a supreme-level soul beast. It even had a name, which meant that it was very intelligent, and it could go deep into the untainted land. Obviously, the dark black eagle's strength was extremely terrifying. He Xian turned into a black hurricane and rushed toward the desert city. Although He Xian only got a name and knew that this man was called Li Zongjio, he was very straightforward and brought back the heads of all the people called Li Zongjio. Only in this way could he ensure that he did not make any mistakes. In the desert city, Li Zongjio woke up in the training room. Recently, he felt that his cultivation was somewhat hindered. Was it because of the dragon souls in his body? No, is it because someone is going to deal with me? Li Zongjio was shocked. This kind of feeling between experts was very accurate. At least, only those who were at the same level or even higher would have such a feeling. Could it be the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect? Immediately, Li Zongjio smiled disdainfully. The compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect was really nothing. Originally, he had killed a few people and let it go. As long as the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect did not trouble him, he would not really destroy their sect. If it wasn't for the deep hatred between them, there would be no need to destroy the entire sect. Only Li Zongjio said this when he was alone. In the past, Li Zongjio had destroyed many sections. But now Li Zongjio was not in the mood for other things. He just wanted to find Qi Yanran. Chapter 1234. As soon as Li Zongjio walked out of the hall of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, someone immediately came up to him. He looked exhausted, as if he had not slept for the entire night. Staying up late was quite tiring, and he did not dare to take a nap the entire night. He was afraid that he would miss Li Zongjio. Fortunately, after Li Zongjio appeared, he did not miss him, so he quickly came up to him. Young hero, this way please, this way please. The old man with dark circles under his eyes looked a little wretched, and he insisted on pulling Li Zongjio to a corner. Who are you? Li Zongjio asked. This lowly one was sent by the Feng family. This is a small token of our Feng family's sincerity. Young hero, please accept it. Our Feng family is very sincere in befriending you. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and said with a smile. At the same time, he handed over a storage bracelet. Because some storage spaces were larger, they were made into bracelets. When he saw the bracelet being handed over, Li Zongjio secretly nodded his head. At least you are sensible. Li Zongjio took the storage bracelet. Okay, I'll accept it. Since there were benefits that came to him for free, how could Li Zongjio not accept it? Moreover, there was nothing that Li Zongjio did not dare to accept for free. As long as you dared to take it, he would accept it immediately. However, the old man in front of him kept rubbing his hands and looked at Li Zongjio as if he wanted to say something. What? Is there something else? Li Zongjio could not help but ask. Young hero, that shadow recording stone. The purpose of the old man's gift this time was to ask for the shadow stone back. However, if he couldn't get it back, he wouldn't be able to report back. When he saw Li Zongjio accept the gift, he thought that Li Zongjio had already understood the situation and was willing to accept it. However, he still hadn't said anything until now, so he could only remind him. Oh, yes. Li Zongjio suddenly remembered that he had used a shadow recording stone to record the crimes of the Feng family's young master. Li Zongjio immediately searched his body. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and said, Aya, look at my brain. I was drinking in the Great Desolation restaurant yesterday. Later, I took out the bead to play with it. I guess it should have fallen in the Great Desolation restaurant. You guys go and look for it. Li Zongjio walked away after he finished speaking. After all, this thing was really lost, and he didn't do it on purpose. There was no other way. You can only look for it yourselves. Ah. When the old man from the Feng family heard this news, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was simply a bolt from the blue. Before the old man from the Feng family could react, Li Zongjio had already disappeared. Oh no! In this way, not only did they lose so much money and precious things, but they still couldn't get the thing back. Moreover, the thing was deliberately left in the Great Desolation restaurant. Wasn't it terrible? With the people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect, they could easily find the thing in the Great Desolation restaurant. If it was discovered, the Feng family would be completely finished. Now that Li Zongjio had left, they couldn't do anything to Li Zongjio, so they quickly rushed back to the Feng family to bring the news back. At the same time, they also sent people to the Great Desolation restaurant. If the people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect hadn't arrived yet, at least there was still a chance to bring back the shadow recording stone. However, at this moment, in a room on the second floor of the Great Desolation restaurant, 5 figures gathered in this room. There was a shadow recording stone left on the floor of this private room. From the looks of it, it should have been accidentally left behind by the people who were drinking and eating here. A stream of yuan power was poured into the image recording stone, and the situation within it was immediately displayed. When they saw what was recorded within the image recording stone, the eyes of the 5 people were filled with intense fury. Well, you actually dared to kill the people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect, like vegetables. Very well. I would like to see how capable you and the Feng family are. Let's go to the Feng family's territory. Although there were some clues in the shadow recording stone, it wasn't important. The important thing was that the people from the Feng family had indeed killed the people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect. Putting aside other things, just this aspect alone was enough to make the people from the Feng family pay a price. What about the Great Desolation restaurant? Should we destroy it together? One of them asked. This person was dressed in green and had a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked about 30 or 40 years old and was more like a cultivator. However, he kept saying that he wanted to kill everyone. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't treat the lives of ordinary people as human lives. The person behind the Great Desolation restaurant is not to be trifled with. This time, let's give that person some face. The other person was still young and had a string of prayer beads in his hand. Speaking of the Great Desolation restaurant, these people were obviously a little afraid of the person behind the restaurant. If it wasn't for this person's support, they wouldn't know where to get the fresh ingredients in the kitchen and even the parts of some high-level metabeasts. There were some rank 5 metabeasts and rank 6 metabeasts. In fact, opening such a restaurant wasn't profitable. It was mainly a hobby. If one really wanted to make money, with such a powerful strength, of course, it would be faster to rob everywhere. It was only because he liked to cook that he continued to operate the Great Desolation restaurant. Although this matter happened in the Great Desolation restaurant, it was just a restaurant and not the mastermind behind it. Therefore, these people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect admitted defeat after knowing about it. Since they couldn't do anything to the Great Desolation restaurant, they would kill the people of the Feng family first. These 5 people were all elders from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect. Yesterday, an elder came with 2 disciples to rescue them, but there was no news back. It had only been a few hours. Could it be that something happened? Sure enough, when they arrived here, they did encounter something. Everyone was killed. This must be a premeditated attack. How dare they kill the people of the compassionate Cloud Saint sect so cruelly? The compassionate Cloud Saint sect must show the power of thunder. Li Zongjio naturally didn't know about the impending disaster in the Feng family. Even if he knew, it didn't matter. It had nothing to do with him. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, arrived at the busiest trading street in Desert City. Chapter 1235. This place was close to the untainted land, so naturally there would be many treasures from the untainted land. However, the prices were always different. If you didn't know the market, you would be easily fooled. If you didn't have good eyesight, it would be difficult to find a real treasure in this chaotic market. Of course, sometimes even the owners of these stalls might not know the value of the goods. A good thing was placed here, but it was sold at a very low price. In short, anything could happen on this trading street. Li Zongjiu was just idle, and at the same time he was making some preparations to enter the untainted land. In addition to finding Qi Yanran, since he was on the way, he could also find Kuan Erisher and find the location of the Yunding Heavenly Palace. However, Li Zongjiu didn't have time to pay attention to Kuan Erisher. At the same time, he gave Kuan Erisher a chance to explore and cultivate by himself. How could he grow without experiencing a real baptism of blood? This kind of thing couldn't be avoided no matter what. The trading street was often overcrowded. There were only a few famous streets, so naturally everyone came to such places to find treasures. Li Zongjiu strolled around and didn't find many valuable things. Instead, he found some strange things. Most of them were high-level meta beast's fur, bone claws, blood, and so on. It wasn't easy to find a meta beast, but it had to be divided into dozens of types to sell. However, when Li Zongjiu passed by a stall, he happened to see a bracelet on the stall. The bracelet was exquisite, but it seemed to have lost its luster. From this point, everyone could see that the bracelet in front of them was definitely an extremely precious item. However, this was also in the past. Now that it had suffered great damage, this bracelet had now become a mediocre item. It was placed on the table, together with a pile of broken meta weapons. Li Zongjiu didn't have much contact with meta weapons. After all, when one's strength was strong, the impact of these meta weapons was very small. There was no way to have any impact at all. They were all dispensable. Only some truly powerful weapons could catch Li Zongjiu's eye. Only the unparalleled sword, the black dragon hammer, the desolate heaven essence, and other ferocious powers could fully display his strength. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu wouldn't even have to use any of his origin tools before they were destroyed. What use could they have? You have a good eye. My bracelet was dug out from a cave in the depths of the untainted land. Its previous owner must have been a supreme master. It's very suitable for women to wear, but it's not a problem for men to wear it. When the stall owner saw that Li Zongjiu seemed to like it very much, he immediately opened his mouth to boast. The goddess of the 9 heavens, the great phoenix immortal, and so on were all brought out. These were all fictional characters. Anyway, no one knew if they were real or not. If they were more impulsive, they wouldn't even know what was going on. How much? Li Zongjiu asked. Although the bracelet was extremely weak, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel that there was a remnant soul left in the bracelet. This was the item spirit. If he could summon the item spirit and restore it, he would definitely be able to use the bracelet's power again. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely powerful origin tool. An ancient artifact was indeed an ancient artifact. In fact, it was even older than the ancient era. It's not expensive at all. 9 million purple yuan. The stall owner said as he rubbed his hands. The smile on his face was especially treacherous. It was as if he was about to complete the deal. He was actually able to reveal such a smile. Take it. Originally, the stall owner thought that Li Zongjiu would at least haggle the price. The lowest price could not be lower than 20,000 purple yuan. However, Li Zongjiu directly threw out a storage bag. The storage bag was filled with purple yuan notes. He only needed to scan it with his mental strength to know the amount and the authenticity of the notes. Li Zongjiu did not know where the money came from. After all, he had killed so many people and robbed so many things in the storage rings. It was difficult to calculate how much money there was. 9 million purple yuan. For Li Zongjiu, He did not even need to blink his eyes to pay. "Young master, don't you want to bargain a little?" When the stall owner finished counting the purple yuan notes in his hand, his eyes widened. There was actually such a foolish person. This was the first time he had met someone who didn't even open his mouth to haggle. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. What if this was a trap? Could it be that someone wanted to deal with him? However, when the stall owner raised his head, Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. This made the stall owner panic. What kind of people did he meet today? Forget it. I'll just close my stall early today. After thinking about it, the stall owner felt a little uneasy. It was better to squander for a while. Li Zongjiu could be considered to have spent a lot of money. Soon, someone set his eyes on Li Zongjiu because Li Zongjiu did not look very smart. Instead, he was like a poor but very rich prince who had wandered outside. A group of 4 people also followed Li Zongjiu and quickly approached him. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to eat something and then stroll around. However, the 4 people behind him were very close. Sure enough, when he turned a corner in front of an alley, the 4 people appeared in front of him. Li Zongjiu was trapped in the middle. "Kid, we are a little short on money recently. Lend us some money to spend. We will definitely not make things difficult for you. What do you think?" The leader looked at Li Zongjiu with a sinister smile. The sword in his hand was also glowing with a cold light as he slowly approached Li Zongjiu. Although they had said that they would not make things difficult for Luo Yunyang, it was obvious that they wanted to kill him and rob him. "Sure, come and take as much as you want." Li Zongjiu beckoned to the person in front of him. Seeing Li Zongjiu's provocative action, the person opposite him immediately revealed a fierce look. Then, he leaped up and charged directly at Li Zongjiu. "Kill him!" The 4 figures attacked at the same time. The 4 of them were used to killing and robbing. Their strength was rather strong, and they were all at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. When they attacked at the same time, their Yuan Qi formed a formation that trapped Li Zongjiu and suppressed him with the formation. Boom! In the next second, the heads of the 4 people exploded like wine jars and they died on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 1236. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and killed 4 people, leaving behind 4 corpses and a pool of blood on the ground. Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. However, Li Zongjiu was unable to return to the soaring dragon pavilion to rest in the end. Halfway through, he was stopped by someone on this huge street. At first glance, Feng Jianshan was beaten black and blue. Even his body was distorted. Feng Jianshan was thrown on the road, blocking Li Zongjiu's path. Is this the person? 2 figures came out. In addition to these 2 people, dozens of experts appeared in the vicinity of the street. They also cleared the street and surrounded Li Zongjiu, locking on to Li Zongjiu. Yes. Feng Jianshan's entire body was trembling. At this moment, he wished that he could just die right now. The methods of these people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect were truly cruel and mysterious. Every single bone in Feng Jianshan's body was broken. Now, even if Feng Jianshan was stuffed into a wine jar, it would be very easy. However, Feng Jianshan was still alive after being tortured to such a state. It was not because Feng Jianshan's vitality was tenacious, but because these people from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect wanted Feng Jianshan to feel the pain. Therefore, they did not take Feng Jianshan's life. At the same time, this was also a kind of deterrence, telling everyone that this was the end of those who offended the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. No one was an exception. Feng Jianshan was the same. He said that you killed my people from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Do you have anything to say, young man? Many people had already gathered around, but they could only watch from afar. They could not get close. Although the people from the Feng family were heartbroken that Feng Jianshan was tortured to such a state, and even now they had to obey the orders of the people from the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect to capture Li Zongjiu. This was a great shame for the Feng family. However, there was nothing they could do. If they did not obey, then these two people from the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect were enough to easily flatten the entire Feng family's foundation for many years. In fact, they had already paid a great price to preserve the foundation of the Feng family and ensure that the others would not die. The people of the Feng family did not know how much they had paid to control the situation in front of them. They did not want the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect to destroy the Feng family. Instead, they targeted Li Zhongjiu. As long as they killed Li Zhongjiu, the Feng family would have nothing to do. After all, it was impossible for Feng Jinshan to kill someone. After all, Feng Jinshan could not kill Bei. Therefore, the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect was willing to let the Feng family go. However, Feng Jinshan's fate was deliberately made for everyone to see. I don't remember. Li Zhongjiu frowned, indicating that he did not remember this matter. After all, sometimes he did not know how many people he had to kill in a day. How could Li Zhongjiu remember how many people he had to kill? What did they look like? What kind of identity they had in the end? Li Zhongjiu was too lazy to remember. However, Li Zhongjiu naturally remembered the people from the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect. After all, he killed them yesterday. Even if he could not remember things, he still had some impression. But he deliberately played with the people from the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect in front of him. You want to show off? Then I will let you show off. It doesn't matter if you forget. My means will let you recall it again. One of them walked out. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand gently. Immediately, a terrifying force rolled up. It seemed that under Li Zhongjiu's feet, more than a dozen white silks suddenly flew out and rushed to the front of Li Zhongjiu in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, these long white threads wrapped around Li Zhongjiu, binding his entire body. Break for me. Feng Jief, the sacred sect, was easily shaken by this person, and even every inch of his body was shaken easily. Feng Jief, the sacred sect, did not have any power to fight back. And in this process, you can clearly hear the sound of your body breaking. In the end, you will naturally feel more and more despair and fear. Even in your mind, you will only hear the sound of your bones breaking. For a long time, you will be immersed in this pain. The person from the Compassionate Cloud sacred sect waved the horsetail whisk in his hand again. He wanted to do the same thing and break Li Zhongjiu's bones, but he heard the sound of bones breaking. Bang, bang, bang. The white silks that wrapped around Li Zhongjiu's body were directly shattered by this force. This kind of binding force seemed to be completely useless, so it was easily broken. Li Zhongjiu even patted the dust on his body. He looked at the person with a puzzled look. Were you helping me to clean the dust on my clothes just now? Your strength seems to be a little lacking, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. When the other party heard this, he knew that Li Zhongjiu was clearly mocking him. Since Li Zhongjiu dared to underestimate his strength, he had to let Li Zhongjiu know how powerful he was. Die for me, dragon's hell! The horsetail whisk in his hand suddenly swung towards Li Zhongjiu. Whoosh! The power condensed on the horsetail whisk was enough to easily flatten a mountain. Li Zhongjiu directly took out the unparalleled sword and slashed it out easily. Whoosh! The horsetail whisk was suddenly covered in raging flames. Shocked, the other party hurriedly threw out the horsetail whisk. In the next moment, the horsetail whisk exploded in midair with a boom. Just like that, it exploded. This person is strange. Let's work together. At this time, the other person naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Li Zhongjiu's strength was indeed not weak. If they didn't deal with him carefully, they might be at a disadvantage. After all, so many people had fallen in the hands of Li Zhongjiu before. Immediately, the two experts at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm erupted with a terrifying aura. The peak of the Origin Emperor realm, if it was in the Xingyan dynasty, was already a godlike existence. As long as there were no sovereigns, they could almost dominate the world. Even now, there were only a few people at the peak of the origin Emperor realm. With these 2 people, it was enough to turn the world upside down in this desert city. As long as these 2 people were given time, it wouldn't be a problem to destroy the entire desert city, not to mention the small Feng family. However, to be on the safe side, they still sent 2 people to announce the strength of the compassionate cloud sacred sect to the outside world. For the people in the desert city, what they needed was a kind of reverence for the compassionate cloud sacred sect and untainted land sect. Chapter 1237. At this moment, the rest of the major families in the desert city roughly knew what was going on. Even Gu Wei from the Gu family personally appeared in the crowd to watch the trial from the primitive sect. When Gu Wei saw Li Zongjiu being surrounded by the people from the Feng family and the 2 elders from the compassionate cloud sacred sect, Gu Wei already had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Logically speaking, Gu Wei should be hoping that Li Zongjiu would be killed by these people. In that case, she wouldn't have to take out the elixir pills she had received previously. After all, if the client was dead, the mission would naturally be cancelled. However, in Gu Wei's heart, there was a faint premonition that it wouldn't be an easy task to kill Li Zongjiu until the aura of the 2 peak primitive emperors erupted. Gu Wei silently mourned for Li Zongjiu in her heart. Don't worry, we, the Gu family, will finish what we started. When the time comes, we will definitely collect your corpse and erect a tombstone for you. Gu Wei thought in her heart. Obviously, she didn't have any hope that Li Zongjiu could survive. The 2 elders from the compassionate cloud sacred sect were called Nian Han, and the other one was called Bai Chen. Both of them were elders of the compassionate cloud sacred sect. As for why they looked so young, it was also because the 2 of them had changed their appearance after their cultivation reached a certain level. Some people didn't care about their appearance. However, some people were also mindful of their appearance. Therefore, when their cultivation reached a certain level, they would also use such a technique to make people unable to tell their age. Therefore, there was a saying in the desert city that one should never underestimate anyone with an ugly appearance. If you have any means, try your best to use them. If you die later, you won't have the chance. Li Zongjiu kindly advised. This was indeed a very sincere advice, but the other party obviously took it as Li Zongjiu's provocation. Very good. You are the most stubborn person I've ever met. The corners of Nian Han's mouth curled into a cold smile. With a clap of his hand, the string of prayer beads was instantly broken apart. A total of 18 black beads suddenly floated around Nian Han. Nian Han then injected his mental strength into the beads. Suddenly, the 18 black beads in his hand turned into a terrifying light. The light was extremely dazzling, and 18 different giant beasts and monsters appeared in the desert city. His body was huge, and his strength was boundless. Although it looked like an illusion, it was actually real. Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised when he saw the 18 strange creatures that suddenly appeared in front of him. Is this the 18 gift technique? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. This is the omnidirectional demon worship technique. Die. These 18 giant beasts all submitted to me. I used my mental energy to extract and refine them, finally forming these demon-worshipping prayer beads. Impressive, impressive. Although Li Zongjiu did not know what this person was talking about, he did not hesitate to praise him. In the next second, Li Zongjiu swung the unparalleled sword in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the unparalleled sword burst out with a terrifying force, directly slashing the 18 unknown things in front of him into pieces. In front of Li Zongjiu's sword chi, the beasts formed by the demon-worshipping prayer beads turned back into energy. They disappeared in front of his eyes. Such a huge formation did not have any effect. It was directly taken down by Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Nian Han spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The 18 demon-worshipping prayer beads shattered one after another. These demon-worshipping prayer beads were painstakingly refined and condensed. However, in the hands of Li Zongjiu, they were directly destroyed. His life's work was gone just like that. This made him quite shocked. My demon-worshipping prayer beads. Nian Han seemed to feel a sense of pain. He never thought that something like this would happen. No matter how weak he was, he should not have been defeated by Li Zongjiu so easily. Nian Han could not believe it. Beside him, Bai Chen suddenly threw out dozens of talismans from his sleeves. Suddenly, these talismans were torn apart in front of him. Bolts of lightning were guided by these talismans, directly smashing down on Li Zongjiu's head. Resisting these lightning bolts was a piece of cake for Li Zongjiu. Although he did not take them seriously, it was impossible for them to hurt Li Zongjiu with the power of these lightning bolts. His figure flashed and directly flew into the distance. Boom! The lightning bolts that fell were actually changing directions. They chased Li Zongjiu relentlessly all the way, which shocked everyone. The lightning bolts actually had the effect of tracking. Moreover, they were able to change directions at such a high speed. These lightning talismans were indeed incredible. They were so powerful that they were beyond imagination. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than lightning? My lightning bolts can track you for 100,000 miles. Bai Chen laughed heartily. Clearly, he felt that Li Zongjiu's action of turning around and fleeing was extremely laughable. No matter where one ran to, the lightning would be able to easily catch up to them. Unless he could run for 100,000 miles. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly turned. The power of these lightning bolts could not catch up with Li Zongjiu at all. However, Li Zongjiu still tried to slow down a little to let the lightning bolts catch up with him. Bai Chen, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped. Instead, he looked at the intense light that was rapidly approaching him. No, stop! The lightning bolts in front of him were actually rushing towards Bai Chen. Just as Bai Chen was about to dispel the talisman or divert the lightning from the talisman, a powerful hand suddenly reached out and grabbed both of Bai Chen's hands. With a sudden force, Bai Chen's arms were broken. Crack! Ah! Bai Chen spat out some blood from his mouth. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared. Bai Chen's figure was directly swallowed by the terrifying lightning bolts in front of him. Everyone could even see the white bones on Bai Chen's body. Furthermore, when Bai Chen's body was trapped by the lightning, more lightning bolts continued to descend from the sky. Even though Bai Chen's body had a strong defense, it was impossible for him to withstand such a bombardment. Li Zongjiu's figure had already flown to the side. The lightning bolts lasted for nearly 5 minutes before they finally weakened. Once they were trapped by the lightning bolts, they would basically be unable to move and could only obediently wait to be struck to death. Bai Chen was able to use this move to kill some origin beasts that were stronger than him. Even the Supreme Being, old ancestor of the sect, had experienced this move before. Back then, the Supreme Being, old ancestor, was also battered and exhausted by this move. However, now that it was his turn to experience it, he truly felt the extent of it. Chapter 1238. As the power of the lightning dissipated, the power of the talisman was completely depleted. Up until now, Nian Han, who had been watching from the side, did not dare to approach. He had thought that it was bad enough that his prayer beads were destroyed. Who knew that Bai Chen would end up in an even worse state? He had been struck by his own lightning for such a long time. By the time the lightning dissipated, he had already become a cripple. Plop! Bai Chen's body fell to the ground, no longer resembling Bai Chen's original appearance. The only reason he was still alive was because he had a life-saving treasure on him. That was why he hadn't died on the spot. If the power of the talisman was just a little stronger, Bai Chen would not have been able to withstand it. Kid, it's a small world. You have offended my compassionate cloud sacred sect today. In the future, my compassionate cloud sacred sect will definitely reward you handsomely. Nian Han said in a deep voice. He grabbed Bai Chen, who was already charred, and was about to escape the desert city. At the very least, he would return to get reinforcements and kill Li Zongjiu when he returned. However, Li Zongjiu waved his hand gently. Immediately, an extremely strong force gathered above the desert city, trapping Nian Hun's body in the city. When did I say that you could leave? Li Zongjiu's yuan power had sealed the entire desert city. Although Nian Hun's body was in the air, he did not have the opportunity to leave the place. He was suppressed by Li Zongjiu's power, as if there was a terrifying defensive shield above his head. Boom! You dare to kill me? Nian Hun stared at Li Zongjiu below. He had only roughly sensed the power and knew that he could not break through it. Hence, he gave up. If he could not break through it after struggling for half a day, it would be very embarrassing. However, Nian Hun was not worried. His and Bai Chen's statuses were extraordinary. They were both elders of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. If anything happened to either of them, the three venerable ancestors of the sect would definitely be the first to know. It would not take more than a few minutes to kill his way here. Therefore, while Nian Hun was thinking about this, the hand that was grabbing Bai Chen began to exert more strength. Bai Chen originally still had one last breath. However, after Nian Hun exerted his strength, Bai Chen's last breath turned into nothingness. Just like that, he fell to his knees. Now that the surroundings of Desert City had been sealed by Li Zongjiu, no aura could be transmitted out. This was the only way to let the great ancestor in the sect sense him. Only then would they know how dangerous he was at this moment, and then they would come to his rescue. In any case, Bai Chen was only left with his last breath and was of no use to them. In fact, he had already become a cripple. Even if they brought him back and treated him, he would still be a cripple. There was no need to save him. It would be better to help him now and release the signal. Li Zongjiu glanced at Nian Hun. Naturally, he knew that Nian Hun was doing something. How could such a small action escape Li Zongjiu's eyes? However, Li Zongjiu did not expose him. So what if he called the experts in the sect? He's here. Li Zongjiu called out softly and raised his head to look at the sky. Then, a bolt of divine lightning descended. With a boom, it hit Li Zongjiu's yuan energy shield. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds spread far and wide, forming a net of electricity in the sky above Desert City. However, it did not break through Li Zongjiu's seal boundary. Release the people of compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Otherwise, Desert City will be destroyed today. An extremely dignified voice rang out from afar. It seemed that the owner of the voice felt that he had lost face because he failed to break through the first attack. If he failed to break through the second attack, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing? Our old ancestors of compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect have arrived. Kid, you'd better surrender. Nian Hun said coldly. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Offending compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect would not end well. In the eyes of compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, Desert City was just a poor and barren city. It was not a threat at all and had no value. It was just a city in the mortal world. Now, it dared to provoke the powerful existence in the untainted land. If it was not courting death, then what was it? In the eyes of the untainted land sects, they were high and mighty gods. They were the real people who had achieved Tao. We'll talk about it when you come in. Li Zongjiu raised his head and glanced at Nian Hun. Then he looked at Nian Hun in front of him and his lips curled into a smile. Do you think that you'll be saved when your old ancestors come? Sorry, you won't live until then. Li Zongjiu shrugged his shoulders. In the next moment, the sword in his hand slashed out and instantly split Nian Hun's body into two halves. Boom! Nian Hun's body directly exploded in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. It was an extremely tragic end. You're courting death. Nian Hun died without any suspense. This was simply a great insult to the old ancestor of compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect who was chasing after him. He had already used his great magic to arrive in time, but because he cared about his face, he did not make a second move. Therefore, the blood of an elder of Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect directly splattered across the sky. This made the old ancestor of Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect extremely angry. Nianhan, who had just been killed, was the disciple of the old ancestor of Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Today, if I, old ancestor of Compassionate Mountain, can't kill you, I'll kill myself on the spot. As his voice fell, a thunderbolt condensed in the hand of the old ancestor of Compassionate Mountain. Light circulated in the sky again. Wind, fire, divine thunder spell, the old ancestor of Compassionate Mountain muttered. Finally, when the spell fell, an incomparably loud purple light streaked across the entire sky. Boom! This ball of purple light fell from the sky. It directly blasted towards Desert City below. Buzz! However, the wind, fire, divine thunder incantation didn't seem to have much of an effect. Although one could see the rolling divine thunder rolling continuously above the desert city, it didn't seem to be very effective. However, these people were also quite shocked in their hearts. At that moment, they even thought that they were about to die. Who knew that the strength of the young man in front of them was so terrifying? If that lightning bolt had fallen, it would have been enough to easily wipe out all the people in Desert City. Chapter 1239. Who is this young man? If I'm not wrong, the person in the sky is one of the patriarchs of Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, Patriarch Shan. I don't know. He just appeared out of nowhere. However, this young man must have a deep grudge against Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the elder of Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect for Patriarch Shan's sake. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were also curious about Li Zongjiu's mysterious identity. At this moment, the people of Feng family had already retreated quietly with their young master. Although Feng Jianshan was tortured beyond recognition, at least he was still alive. As long as he was alive, they wouldn't give up so easily. After all, Feng Jianshan's father was the patriarch of Feng family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Now, it had become a showdown between Li Zongjiu and Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Gu Wei saw how Li Zongjiu had easily killed 2 peak primitive emperors and was now on par with the patriarch of a supremacy realm. Such terrifying strength caused Gu Wei and the others to be completely shocked. This person's strength is too terrifying. Can a supremacy realm expert defeat him? If Li Zongjiu could defeat Patriarch Shan, it meant that Li Zongjiu was also a supremacy realm expert. Supremacy realm, he was so young. Although the desert city was close to the untainted land, there was only one supremacy realm expert in the entire desert city. It was enough to show how terrifying a supremacy realm expert was. If Li Zongjiu was really a supremacy realm expert, the family must seize hold of Li Zongjiu. Men, go and inform the family immediately. Activate the top-notch spy ship. We must find news about Sparrow Divine Palace. Gu Wei said, top-notch spy ship. This was a top-notch investigation. At the same time, it also meant that Gu family would do whatever it took to obtain this information. Gu family would put down everything in their hands and work together to find accurate information about Sparrow God Palace. This made it very difficult to deal with, because it would only be used when the Gu family was in a life and death situation. Eldest Miss, I'm afraid this is against the rules, right? The attendant who was called over was also Gu Wei's right-hand man. Basically, many things were handled by this right-hand man. Therefore, after the attendant heard this, he instantly understood why Gu Wei did this. But the consequences were very serious. Cut the crap. Just say that I said it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Go quickly. If you delay, I'll kill you. Gu Wei said immediately. The subordinate immediately understood that Gu Wei's heart must be extremely resolute. He immediately responded and then quickly rushed into the family clan. Then, Gowei once again looked at Li Zongjio, who was in the sky. Since Li Zongjio had already displayed the terrifying strength of a supreme being, Li Zongjio would at least be able to survive today's calamity, even if he couldn't come out unscathed. If he couldn't survive, he could always escape. Therefore, Li Zongjio was really fearless. If Li Zongjio left, he would definitely come to the Desert Eagle tomorrow to collect information. If Gu family didn't find anything now, although they wouldn't be offending them, it would be more difficult for them to have a supreme being to protect them in the future. Such an opportunity was fleeting. Only by providing the most precious information, which was of sufficient weight, could they keep Li Zongjio. It was also because of this that Gu Wei chose to do this without hesitation. Gu family immediately took action at this critical juncture. It was already a matter of life and death for the desert city, yet they were still searching for something like the Sparrow Deity Palace. It was simply unreasonable. However, Miss Gu Wei's order still had some influence. Immediately, the spy ship started to operate at full speed. At the very least, they had to find information about the Sparrow Deity Palace. If they didn't get a corresponding reward after finding it, someone would naturally come to deal with Gu Wei. Old ancestor Ci Shan's charged attack was easily blocked by Li Zongjio. His face turned black on the spot. Is this all the Ci Yun sacred sect is capable of? Where's your immortal coiling array? Why didn't you use it? Li Zongjio said indifferently. The immortal coiling array was the top formation of the Ci Yun sacred sect. If it was used, it would be easy to kill gods and demons. Li Zongjio had been trapped by the immortal coiling array once. After suffering a loss, Li Zongjio felt quite unhappy. Therefore, since he was going to confront the Ci Yun sacred sect again this time, he had to ask for advice from the immortal coiling array again. You actually know the secret of our sect's killing move. Old ancestor Ci Shan was shocked when he heard Li Zongjio's words. He had never thought that Li Zongjio would know the secret of their sect's killing move. Currently, the three ancestors of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect were in seclusion to study the immortal trapping formation. If the immortal trapping formation could be refined successfully, the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect would become one of the top sects in the untainted land. However, the immortal trapping formation had not been fully studied yet. Now it was just a prototype. Some of the formation tools needed for the immortal coiling array had not been refined yet. However, even the disciples of the Ci Yun sacred sect did not know about it. How could Li Zongjio know about it? Who the hell are you? Old ancestor Ci Shan scolded angrily. However, Li Zongjio shook his head. It seems that you haven't refined it yet. Then, even if the three of you work together, you are still no match for me. Leave by yourselves. Never leave the untainted land. Otherwise, I, Evil Lord, will flatten the Ci Yun sacred sect. Li Zongjio said. Evil Lord. Li Zongjio finally announced his name. Sometimes, a name was enough to get a lot of information. Old ancestor Ci Shan and the others were not very familiar with the name Evil Lord. However, Gu Wei, who specialized in intelligence, was very familiar with this name. Evil Lord Li Zongjio, the protector of the Shunyan dynasty. It's him. He's too young. Everyone exclaimed one after another. Gu Wei's heart was also completely shocked. She had already heard of Li Zongjio's reputation, but she had never thought that it would actually be this young man in front of her. The gap between them was really quite big. It's really him. When Gu Wei heard Li Zongjio's name, it was as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. Previously, she had only guessed in her heart. She did not expect that it was indeed Li Zongjio. Chapter 1240. The people below had heard of Li Zongjio's name. However, ancestor Ci Shan did not know Li Zongjio's name at all. His compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect had never taken these secular dynasties seriously. The resources occupied by the Shunyan dynasty were simply a drop in the ocean for the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Only a large number of resources in the untainted land were what the people of the compassionate cloud sacred sect needed. Therefore, they had never heard of the names of Li Zongjio or Evil Lord. However, Li Zongjio had said that the three of them were no match for him. If Ancestor Shan left today, it would be equivalent to throwing the name of the compassionate cloud sacred sect into the smelly ditch. In the future, when these people mentioned the compassionate cloud sacred sect, they would only treat it as a joke. In front of Li Zongjiu, they would never be able to raise their heads. Ancestor Shan did not retreat. A light lit up in his hand. A bronze mirror appeared in his hand. Inside the bronze mirror, there seemed to be rolling dark clouds emerging. It was enough to see that there was an extremely terrifying thunderpool power in it. A little of it was enough to destroy the world. Thunder Soul Mirror. Ancestor Shan was good at refining the power of thunder and lightning. However, most of his power, even his current cultivation, was learned from the Thunder Soul Mirror. This was a special life-saving treasure and also the secret weapon of Ancestor Shan. In the face of Li Zongjio, Ancestor Shan had directly used his trump card. It could be seen how eager he was to kill Li Zongjio. Young man, you want to destroy my compassionate cloud sacred sect? I'm afraid you alone are not enough. All of a sudden, a voice that sounded like a hammer slamming into the sky was heard. It was a heavy blow. The entire desert city shook at this moment, as if it had been forcibly suppressed by the other party's momentum. The momentum released by the person affected the entire city. The person who came was extremely powerful. I haven't come out for hundreds of years. It seems that the world has forgotten the strength of my compassionate cloud sacred sect. Another voice came from another part of the sky. The wind and clouds in the distance also kept rolling with this voice. After feeling all of this, everyone in the desert city was simply numb. Could it be that today was the day of the return of the gods? Normally, it would be hard to see a supreme being expert, yet 4 of them had come all at once. Moreover, 3 of them were in a group, and their purpose was to confront the 4th person. If it wasn't for Evil Lord's strength, they wouldn't have brought so many people. It was enough to show how much pressure Li Zongjio was exerting on them. This was what led to the gathering of the 3 Supreme Being experts. Each of them was riding a primitive emperor white crane. He was also holding a wooden fish in his hand as he rode the white crane and floated over. Seeing this person's attire, Yi Zichen nodded. Gowei exclaimed, "Old ancestor Siahi." He was one of the 3 old ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect. The last person to arrive was barefoot. His figure soared into the sky and took a step on the spot. His figure was already above the desert city, truly crossing 1,000 miles in a single step. He didn't have anything in his hand. He looked like an old man who was taking a stroll in front of his house after having dinner. However, this person's strength was the strongest among the 3. Old ancestor Yin, the strongest expert of the compassionate cloud sacred sect. Not only did the 3 old ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect come, but even the current sect master of the compassionate cloud sacred sect came from afar with a large number of experts of the compassionate cloud sacred sect. This momentum was like an army of gods and demons. The mighty aura spread all over the sky above the desert city, which made the people in the desert city feel numb. It also made these people, who are usually high and mighty, thoroughly feel the extent of their own inferiority today. They originally thought that they could control a lot of things in the desert city, but in front of these real experts, they were even less than weak ants. In front of power, they were all ants. Originally, the experts in the desert city also felt an indescribable bitterness. Such an expert only needed to flick his finger to easily flatten all of their hard work and painstaking efforts. They would no longer have any meaning to exist. Even the hard work they had put in all their lives was not even worth a fart to the other party. It was probably the most complete gathering of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. So many experts came together to kill. Gu Wei looked at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of her. Li Zongjiu in front of her had angered so many experts. How could he face the current situation? It seemed that he had reached a point of no return. Everyone is here. Sure enough, this kind of destined thing can't be escaped. Li Zongjiu also seemed to understand this point. Of course, he couldn't change the fate of others. No matter how hard Li Zongjiu worked, he could only change his own fate. For example, the fate of so many people in the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect was about to fall today. Li Zongjiu indeed didn't have the strength to change it. Since everyone is here, let's start. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and removed the defensive barrier above his head. If the three of them joined forces, this fragile defensive barrier would definitely not be able to withstand. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to remove the defensive barrier above his head, the three Supreme Being experts all took action together. An earth-shaking aura surged out. However, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. He easily shattered the restraints that the three of them had placed on him. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, 8 sky-piercing pillars appeared, accompanied by intense light. As the light gradually dissipated, the 8 sky-piercing pillars appeared once again. Buzz! It seemed to be the call of death from ancient times. The 3 patriarchs were shocked as well. Break the array! Old Ancestor Ci Yun took the lead and struck out with his palm. His face was filled with fear. If he didn't destroy the formation in front of him, he would definitely be trapped in the formation and would never be able to break free. Boom! 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 The power of the 3 people attacked the same point at the same time, but this power was directly blocked by Li Zongjiu. The unparalleled sword blocked in front of him, and the sharp sword aura split the 3 of them apart. At this moment, the array was completed. The soul-burning array quickly condensed its power. Not good. Old Ancestor Ci Yun's face immediately turned ugly. Li Zongjiu's figure had already retreated from the array, and the soul-burning array began to operate. The 3 of them immediately gathered together, trying to gather their power and at least break the array in front of them. However, the devouring power from the soul-burning array made them unable to divert their attention. They only had time to protect themselves. Chapter 1241. The head of the Ci Yun Sacred Sect was also the disciple of the Ci Yun ancestor, Yi Xuanshan. Yi Xuanshan saw that the 3 ancestors were trapped in the formation by Li Zongjiu and knew that the situation was not good. Immediately, Yi Xuanshan ordered everyone, "Get into formation, immortal trapping formation." Yi Xuanshan bellowed. Hundreds of experts from the compassionate Cloud Saint clan rushed out and surrounded Li Zongjiu. At the same time, the so-called immortal trapping array was only a simplified version. It did not have any power to speak of. Even the formation formed by these people was like a piece of white paper in front of Li Zongjiu. You have no chance. Li Zongjiu waved the unparalleled sword in his hand. A sword chi flew forward like a rock spreading its wings. Many disciples of the Ci Yun Sacred Sect took out their origin weapons. However, under the sword chi there was no suspense. They were easily cut into pieces. At the same time, those who did not have enough cultivation were turned into ashes. Even their corpses were not left behind. Li Zongjiu waved his sword a few more times. He directly killed everyone in front of him. Sect head, save me. Some people could not dodge and were directly swallowed by Li Zongjiu's sword chi. At this moment, the 3 ancestors could not even protect themselves. The only person they could rely on was the sect head. However, in the next second, Yi Xuanshan was killed by Li Zongjiu's sword in an instant. Even if the whole sect gathered together, they could not hurt Li Zongjiu at all. After all, they were not on the same level at all. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. Li Li Zongjiu felt that there seemed to be energy gradually gathering in the unparalleled sword. This was the effect of the sword spirit's rapid recovery. It seems that the chaos chi has a wonderful effect on the King of Fire's recovery. Li Zongjiu took a look at the unparalleled sword in his hand. When he killed these people, he absorbed the yuan qi that they had cultivated for many years. It was also because of the yuan qi that the unparalleled sword's strength increased. From the beginning to the end, Li Zongjiu only used 3 sword moves. All of these people from the compassionate Cloud Saint sect, who were high up in the sky and possessed great power, were all killed. The sky, which was originally filled with rolling thunderclouds, was cleaned up instantly. It was as if these people had never existed. After keeping his sword, Li Zongjiu slowly turned around and looked at the 3 ancestors of the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. At this moment, they naturally saw the fate of the people from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. At this moment, they wished they could kill Li Zongjiu to vent their hatred. However, the 3 of them were currently trapped within the formation and had no way of escaping. Even maintaining a stable state within the formation was an extremely difficult task. If they were the slightest bit careless, this strange yet powerful formation would directly strip them of their strength. Therefore, it was quite difficult for them. They could not even protect themselves. How could they take care of these sect disciples? "You're courting death." The 3 of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. However, what made them even more resentful was that after Li Zongjiu killed the people from the compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect, he ignored the 3 of them and directly returned to Desert City. It seemed that he did not care about the 3 people trapped in the formation at all. Immediately, the 3 of them did not speak much. Instead, they tried their best to break the formation and look for the flaws in the formation. Under the leadership of Ancestor Compassionate Cloud, the 3 of them could be considered to have preserved the most perfect combat power in the soul-burning formation. It did not have any effect. However, if this went on for a long time, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not be refined by this power. If they had to be vigilant at all times, they would not be able to hold on for long. All of you, work hard to break the formation. Li Zongjiu left these words and disappeared. Immediately, Li Zongjiu returned to Desert City and swaggered away, leaving the 3 Supreme Being experts behind. Such an arrogant behavior was admirable. Why didn't they just kill him now? It was a good thing to end the matter once and for all. However, evil Lord Li Zongjiu did not need these people to teach him how to do things. Li Zongjiu was not worried, but the rest of the people in the city were extremely worried. If the 3 Supreme Being experts were to break out of the formation, they would either run away or destroy the Desert City. If they could not kill Li Zongjiu, Desert City would definitely not be able to escape. At least, all of their anger would be vented in Desert City. Why are these 3 people just left here? What if they come out? Some people were suddenly worried. This matter was indeed quite difficult to deal with. After all, there were 3 Supreme Being experts in front of them. Don't worry, since Evil Lord is confident in trapping the 3 of them and leaving them here. It means that these people can't escape from Evil Lord's grasp. That's not the case. If Evil Lord can't deal with these 3 people and can only use this thing to stall for time, then he will escape first. Then, it's hard to say what will happen. Who knows how long this formation can hold on? This person's analysis was not without reason. However, in any case, ordinary people like them, compared to Li Zongjiu and the others, could only resign themselves to fate. Life and death were no longer in their hands. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, went to drink and eat freely. The sky above the desert city was clear again, but there were 8 pillars suspended in the air, and there were 3 figures who seemed to be struggling to stay in this array. Other than that, there were no other changes. It was just that the people in the city were extremely worried. The 3 people hanging above their heads were like timed explosives that could suddenly explode at any time. Li Zongjiu naturally came to the wilderness wine. He ordered a table full of good dishes and a pot of liquor. The quality of the wilderness wine was very good. Even if such a big thing happened outside, the speed of the dishes was still very fast. Obviously, they were not affected by what happened outside. After a while, they seemed to feel that this matter wouldn't affect them much. Even if they were worried, it would be useless. Thus, they began to work as usual. After all, the sky hadn't fallen yet. They still had to live their lives. However, no one knew that Li Zongjiu, the young supreme master who had killed so many people in the sky just now, was drinking and eating in the wilderness restaurant like an ordinary person at this moment. Chapter 1242. Even around Li Zongjiu, there were people discussing the three ancestors of Ci Yun's sacred sect who were tied up in the sky. They even looked at them as if they were looking at a few captive pets. Even if the three ancestors were thick-skinned and had a high cultivation base, they couldn't withstand such comments and criticism. However, the most important thing for the three of them now was to get out of this great array. They didn't want to be calculative with the ants below. A bunch of ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think we can't hear you? Once I get out, I'll bury this desert city, completely in this desert. Ancestor Ci, he said in a low voice. At the same time, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The killing intent was directed towards the wilderness restaurant. This was because Li Zongjiu had just killed his spirit crane. This spirit crane had accompanied him for nearly 50 years. However, for some reason, it was killed by Li Zongjiu just now. It did not even have time to react at all. This was like killing a family member. How could Ancestor Ci he tolerate this? Therefore, Ancestor Ci he had to strangle Li Zongjiu to death as soon as he got out. It would be too easy on him if he killed him directly. This array is extremely strange. However, give me 2 days and I'll definitely find the key to breaking it. Ancestor Ci Yun said in a low voice. The pressure from the array made it impossible for Ancestor Ci Yun to study the loopholes of the array. He could only resist this force at all times. In the end, Ancestor Ci Yun felt like he was in a quagmire. The other two weren't in a good situation either. Our only chance now is the Immortal Restraining Array. If the three of us can study the Immortal Restraining Array, we'll definitely be able to break this array. That's the only way now. The three of them discussed for a while and decided to use elixirs or other items to resist the force around them. This was so that they could have time and leeway to study the Immortal Restraining Array. The Immortal Binding Formation was a peak-level formation that the three of them had stumbled upon by chance. The Immortal Binding Formation that the people of the sect had used before was only a smokescreen. The true essence of the formation naturally lay in the formation that the three of them possessed. However, the three of them were still a little lacking in their understanding of the great Immortal Coiling Array. They couldn't combine it freely and release its power naturally. Therefore, the three of them still needed to divide their attention to study it. Although he didn't know why Li Zongjiu wanted to keep the three of them alive, perhaps it was only enough to trap the three of them. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would be trapped in this place so easily. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed and humiliated. The lives of so many disciples of Ci Yun's sacred sect had been wiped out so easily. They would definitely seek revenge from Li Zongjiu. Inside the great, desolate restaurant, everyone was discussing loudly. The heroic deeds of this evil lord, Li Zongjiu, could be said to be quite famous in the underworld. It wasn't just in the desert city. The desert city was only a city used for transit. It was equivalent to a transit station. The people who came and went would eventually return to the three dynasties. It was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. This was also the reason why the four great clans could control the desert city so well. It was because their roots were here. Most of the people who came and went would have heard of Li Zongjiu's name. Moreover, they would more or less be able to talk about the things that Li Zongjiu had done. Therefore, the entire great, desolate restaurant was discussing Li Zongjiu. Everyone was amazed by Li Zongjiu's powerful strength. It could even be described as monstrous. The manager of the restaurant recognized Li Zongjiu at a glance. After all, the scene of him killing everyone in that day was still displayed in front of him. How could he ignore it? However, looking at Li Zongjiu's low-key face, he didn't say much and didn't alarm the rest of the people. If these people knew that the person they were talking about was sitting here, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Outside the restaurant, some people were pushing and shoving their way into the restaurant. Everyone looked over. In Desert City, the only people who could be so overbearing were the people from the 4 great families. When everyone saw the people who came in, they also turned their heads and didn't dare to look at them. They just obediently ate the rice in their bowls. Even their voices became softer. Who are these people? Some people who were sitting a little further away were probably new here to see the world. They didn't know who these aggressive people in front of them were, but the people at the same table clearly knew who these people were. Sure, these people are all from the Feng family. The Feng family is fierce, and the income from many of their territories in the city is collected by these people. They control most of the trading market. As long as there is money flowing in Desert City, these people from the Feng family can collect money. After listening to the people at the same table, they immediately understood that this was the family that collected the most protection fees in the city. No wonder they were so arrogant. They also understood that to be able to do so much, they must be ruthless. Therefore, they buried their heads in their bowls and didn't even dare to look at them. The one at the front is the head of the Feng family, Feng Shufan. Since he was the head of the Feng family, one of the 4 great families, Feng Shufan was definitely a person who could shake the entire desert city with a stomp of his feet. Now that he had come in with a large number of experts and elders from the Feng family, someone was going to suffer today. Feng Shufan was dressed in a dark blue silk brocade. After he walked in, he immediately searched the living room with his sharp eyes. Finally, he found the person he was looking for in the corner. Immediately, he hurriedly strode toward this person. He quickly arrived in front of an extremely remote table. The people around them were so scared that they hid in the corner with their chopsticks. Feng Shufan welcomes you, Master Li. Feng Shufan directly bowed to the young man at the table. When the people around them saw this, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. The head of one of the 4 great families in the desert city, a big shot who could cover half the sky of the desert city with one hand, was actually bowing to a young man. The diners around them also looked at the person in front of them, who was pouring wine and drinking alone. He seemed somewhat familiar. When they took a closer look and heard Feng Shufan's words, they instantly understood the background of the person in front of them. No one would have thought that the young man in front of them was the deity who had destroyed the compassionate cloud sacred sect with 3 swords in the sky. Greetings, evil lord. When some of the people in the Jianghu saw Li Zongjiu, it was as if they were looking at their idol. At this point, there was no need to differentiate age. His strength was enough to explain everything. Do you still want to take advantage of your age? You should even feel ashamed. You're already so old, but you're not even as powerful as one of his fingers. Some of the people around them also bowed to him. The person in front of them was a Supreme Being expert. Although the title of Supreme Being was a classification of cultivation realms, it was also a form of respect the people in the Jianghu had for people who had reached such a realm. What's the matter? Li Zongjiu looked at the people in front of him helplessly. Get up, everyone. Eat and drink as you should. Chapter 1243. When Li Zongjiu had ascended to a high position, these people would often kneel before him for some reason. Therefore, Li Zongjiu preferred to keep a low profile. This was because Li Zongjiu knew that these people had submitted to him because they were afraid of his strength. This kind of unwillingness was probably because they were thinking of the day when their cultivation would surpass his and then trample him under their feet. Of course, such a thing was impossible. Li Zongjiu looked at Feng Shufan, who was beside him. Since he was full, he waved his hand and asked the shopkeeper to settle the bill. I'll do it. You're a guest from afar. How can I let you pay out of your own pocket? Feng Shufan said hurriedly. An elder understood and followed the shopkeeper to settle the bill. Seeing that Feng Shufan was so considerate, Li Zongjiu did not care too much. Master Li, please come to the Feng mansion to rest for a while. I have already prepared courtyard for you. There are too many people here, and I'm afraid it'll disturb your elegance. Let's go. Li Zongjiu did not waste any time. Since this guy was so considerate, there was no reason not to enjoy it. After all, these things were placed in front of you for you to choose from. As long as you were strong enough, you would suddenly feel that everything in this world was very easy. This way, please. Prepare the carriage. Feng Shufan was quite surprised. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be willing to do him the honor. After all, he had heard that Feng Jianshan had offended Li Zongjiu, which led to the current situation. However, who would have thought that after knowing Li Zongjiu's identity and strength, the Feng family would still invite Li Zongjiu to their mansion and treat him well? After becoming strong, one would lose a lot of enemies. Even if one bullied them, they would not dare to do anything. They would even welcome the bully with a smile. This was the situation in front of them. Li Zongjiu was naturally used to it. However, after Li Zongjiu left, the people in the restaurant began to discuss it. In the face of absolute strength, the 4 great clans who could cover the sky with one hand, all of them could only eat shit. When they saw evil lord coming, they all had to kneel down. Li Zongjiu followed Feng Shufan's carriage and arrived at the Feng family's courtyard. If nothing unexpected happened, Desert City would be under the control of the 4 great families for the next few hundred years. After all, a big tree had deep roots. Just by walking into the Feng family's courtyard, one could already tell how powerful the Feng family was. No wonder the compassionate Cloud Saint sect didn't exterminate the entire Feng family after they appeared. They only punished Feng Jianshan. After all, Feng Jianshan wouldn't be able to live. It was already very good that the compassionate Cloud Saint sect gave them face. Your Feng family is pretty big. Li Zongjiu casually strolled around. When he visited the Imperial Palace, he discovered that the only advantage the Imperial Palace had was its geographical location. Many of the design styles were old. It was no wonder that the 14th prince wanted to move the imperial city. As long as one had power in hand, it didn't matter where the imperial city was moved. No one would want to rebel. You flatter me, Master Li. It's just a fleeting cloud. Feng Shufan felt a little proud. Being praised by Li Zongjiu was obviously a supreme honor. I think the big lion in your central hall is pretty good, Li Zongjiu said casually. The lion that Li Zongjiu was talking about was a stone lion carved from Qianyuan stone. Qianyuan stone had the effect of stabilizing one's qi and spirit, as well as increasing one's luck. Moreover, this Qianyuan stone lion was more than 3 meters in size. It was quite expensive to make and could no longer be measured by money. It could be said that such an object was quite precious. Who knew if Li Zongjiu was just saying it casually or pretending to say it casually? Rest assured, Master Li, I'll immediately order people to collect the Qianyuan stone and make a more noble stone lion. I'll send it to the Li Mansion in Luoxia City as soon as possible. Feng Shufan was indeed worthy of being the head of the Feng family. He immediately figured out what was going on. Although the Qianyuan stone was precious, how could it be more precious than Li Zongjiu's friendship? If this Qianyuan stone lion could make Li Zongjiu happy, let alone one, even if there were 10 of them, Feng Shufan would do his best to make them. Since it was a gift to Li Zongjiu, it couldn't be too small. If it was smaller than the Feng family stone lion, it would be courting death. If it really couldn't be made, Feng Shufan would melt the stone lion in his house and make a new one. Good boy. Just tell me what the Feng family wants. Li Zongjiu didn't beat around the bush. Feng Shufan hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Li Zongjiu. Earlier, my disappointing son offended you, Duke Li. I hope that Duke Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. After all, he only has 1 breath left. Feng Shufan felt like crying when he said this. After all, his son was beaten to such a state. It was hard for anyone to control their emotions. Only by crying like this could Li Zongjio increase the chances of him being spared. Is that all? The child is still young. There's no need to be so calculative, Li Zongjio said flatly. The child was still young? Hearing this from Li Zongjio, Feng Shufan felt a little awkward. After all, Li Zongjio was probably not even as old as Feng Jianshan. However, in front of Li Zongjio, Feng Shufan could only nod and agree. Hearing that Li Zongjio was willing to relent, Feng Shufan sighed. Feng Shufan heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Feng Jianshan, but he was afraid that Li Zongjio would use this as a pretext to make a fuss, or even vent his anger on the entire Feng family. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. In comparison, sacrificing Feng Jianshan was worth it. Now that Li Zongjio was willing to let bygones be bygones, Feng Shufan was naturally happy. At least Feng Jianshan's life would be spared. As long as he recuperated, there was still a chance to save him. Apart from that, I have another request. Feng Shufan suddenly said in a low voice. Li Zongjio also looked over. Duke Li, please take action. You must kill all 3 patriarchs of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of people in Desert City will be plunged into misery and suffering. Given the temperament of these 3 old men, they will definitely slaughter the entire city. They will be buried with the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. When he said this, Feng Shufan's eyes seemed to be filled with a sense of righteousness. Oh, what does it have to do with me, whether they kill the people of Desert City or not? Li Zongjio immediately laughed. This reason was a little too far-fetched. A ray of light flashed across Feng Shufan's eyes, as if he had finally made up his mind. Feng Shufan dares not lie to Duke Li. In fact, our Feng family is also backed by a primitive sect. The sect behind us has already found out that there is a secret treasure hidden in the mountain gate of the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. However, the sect is protected by a formation set up by the 3 patriarchs. As long as the 3 patriarchs are alive, the formation cannot be broken. Chapter 1244. Li Zongjio smiled disdainfully when he heard Feng Shufan's words. Li Zongjio had seen too many so-called secret treasures. In this life, he had never specifically searched for these treasures. These treasures were only slightly useful in the early stages, but they were no longer useful in the later stages. If one truly wanted to gain strength, they had to rely on their own cultivation. Especially after reaching the Supreme Being realm, there was nothing that could not be broken. Of course, the strength of people like Ancestor Ci Yin was only at the half-baked Supreme Being realm. They had yet to reach the true peak. That was why they were trapped by Li Zongjio. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Li Zongjio to deal with them. Since it's a secret treasure, just let your people kill the 3 of them. Why do you have to share the loot with me? Li Zongjio said calmly. Obviously, there was a trap in Feng Shufan's words. Feng Shufan was just the head of the Feng family. How could he know so many secrets? It was already good enough that he could keep himself alive. This was the order of the sect behind him. Even he himself did not understand why. Why did he have to share the loot with Li Zongjio? Moreover, even if Li Zongjio did not kill these people, they would not be able to escape. Li Zongjio had already guessed the reason in his heart. This blood heart formation was probably just a trap. They wanted to trap Li Zongjio in order to obtain Li Zongjio's treasure. It seemed that these people were quite despicable. In fact, the goal of the people behind the Fengs was not just the things in the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect. They also wanted to get rid of Li Zongjio. Who gave them such courage? We don't know the secrets behind this either. After all, my cultivation base has yet to reach that level. Feng Shufan had a bitter look on his face. All he could do was wait for Li Zongjio to agree. In fact, Feng Shuafan's only wish was that Li Zongjio could kill the three supreme beings. Otherwise, the three supreme beings would definitely vent their anger on the Feng family, or even the entire desert city. No one would be able to survive then. Now, Feng Shuafan only wanted to protect the Feng family. He did not think too much about other things. Since you don't know, let those who know come out and tell us, Li Zongjio suddenly said. Then he stretched out his hand and slapped the wall beside him. In the hall, Li Zongjio was sitting 10 meters away from the wall. However, under Li Zongjio's palm, the wall was easily shattered into pieces. Boom! The wall collapsed, and at the same time a series of houses on the road were also easily destroyed. A man in black hiding in a small courtyard felt the strong force of the palm coming at him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect Li Zongjio to discover him so quickly. Moreover, Li Zongjio dared to directly attack him and force him out. When the palm came in front of him, he blocked it with the strength of a supreme being. Boom! A tremor burst out, but it didn't destroy the surrounding environment. However, this force directly spread out for thousands of meters. Everyone could feel the feeling that came from this force and attacked their hearts. As expected of the evil lord Li Zongjio, Su Wangshan of the Mountain Sea Pavilion is impressed. A sonorous voice was heard. Since he could no longer hide, there was no need for him to do so. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Li Zongjio. With a single step, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The Mountain Sea Pavilion. Li Zongjio recalled this untainted land sect. In his previous life, he had a little contact with them. The people of this sect were very low-key, but the strength of the sect was not very impressive. Even among the many masters in the untainted land, they were extremely rare and ordinary. There were not many outstanding people. Now, the Mountain Sea Pavilion wanted to play some tricks on Li Zongjio. Obviously, they were overestimating themselves. Su Wangshan was wearing a linen robe. Looking at his figure, he looked like a coachman. In fact, Su Wangshan often acted as a coachman in Desert City, not to make money, but to understand the process. Through this, he could break through his realm. Since you have the strength of a grade 4 supreme being, why do you have to be so sneaky? Li Zongjio just glanced at Su Wangshan and said indifferently, even if he already knew that Su Wangshan had the strength of a grade 4 supreme being, he did not panic at all. So what if you have the strength of a grade 4 supreme being? Obviously, in front of Li Zongjio, he was not that strong. Listening to Li Zongjio's words, Su Wangshan was secretly shocked. Only a person of a high realm could see through his strength at a glance. Even if he had reached the Supreme Being realm, it was very difficult to sense his specific level when he restrained his aura, unless Li Zongjio had some special skills, or Li Zongjio's strength was much higher than Su Wangshan's. No matter what the situation was, it showed that Li Zongjio was strong and should not be provoked easily. Therefore, after Su Wangshan was forced by Li Zongjio's palm, he was very polite. Otherwise, Su Wangshan would definitely return the provocation of that palm 100 times over. As long as one was in the Supreme Being realm, they were not to be trifled with. Therefore, Su Wangshan was also very polite to Li Zongjio. With your strength, it's not difficult to kill these 3 people. Why do you have to force me to do it? Are you interested in my soul-burning array or my other treasures? Li Zongjio looked at Su Wangshan with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Obviously, if Su Wangshan's answer did not satisfy Li Zongjio, he would suffer. This matter would not end so easily. The consequences of scheming against a Supreme Being realm expert were extremely severe. Evil Lord, please rest assured. It's not that we don't want to kill these 3 people, but there are rules in the chaotic sects. We can't easily take action and destroy other sections. If we do so, we will definitely be criticized by others. Moreover, it will bring us great trouble in the future. Su Wangshan said truthfully, there were great rules in the chaotic world. However, in the end, it was because one's strength had not reached the peak. If one strength had reached the peak, who would dare to restrict one strength? Although Li Zongjio had been to the untainted land several times in the past, he had only tried to explore the untainted land, but failed. In the end, he had retreated. However, he was not clear about the rules set by the sects in the untainted land. He did not have a deep understanding of them and did not care about them. There are such rules. Li Zongjio felt a little interesting. It seemed that the sects in the chaotic world were also controlled by others. In his previous life, Li Zongjio was too proud and arrogant. He did not care about anything. Firstly, he was not interested in anything. Secondly, he did not have a temperament. In his eyes, there was only the world and himself. However, it was different now. He had some understanding of these things. Chapter 1245. There are no less than a dozen sects in the untainted land. However, they are all the top experts of the Holy Martial Continent after all. In the beginning, many of them joined forces to reclaim the untainted land, which eventually led to the current situation. Therefore, all the sects have an ancestral rule. They can fight with each other, but they must leave behind a trace of incense for each other. They must never do something like exterminating the inheritance of others. Su Wangshan explained a lot of secrets of the untainted land. Even Li Zongjio didn't know that these sects of the untainted land had originally entered the untainted land together with the same group of people, which left behind such a glorious situation. These sects were really powerful to be able to occupy a place in the untainted land. Moreover, all the sects in the untainted land have common vision, which is to break through the untainted land and reach the legendary sacred martial realm. Su Wangshan continued. There was a hint of probing in his eyes. Those who could cultivate to the Tao sovereign realm must know about the existence of the sacred martial realm and could more or less sense it. If Li Zongjio didn't know about it, it meant that Li Zongjio's true strength was still to be tested. However, Li Zongjio also seemed to be very interested in the sacred martial realm. With your strength, you won't be able to break through the untainted land in the next 3,000 years, Li Zongjio said without any trace of politeness. Although the content of his words was extremely disdainful, his tone wasn't the slightest bit insulting. Instead, he was describing a very normal matter. It was a very simple narration. Even Su Wangshan was slightly taken aback. Although Li Zongjio's words were extremely arrogant, they were almost the same as what the old ancestor of the Mountain Sea Pavilion had said. Su Wangshan had also heard his old ancestor say that with the current progress, they wouldn't dare to venture into the untainted land. They didn't even dare to venture into the depths of the untainted land. Most of the sects only lived and operated in the periphery of the untainted land. If he attempted to enter the chaos, he would suffer extremely fierce attacks. Moreover, the terror of the origin beasts within was definitely not something that ordinary people were willing to imagine or come into contact with. It was unknown how many sects had misjudged their own strength and tried to enter the depths of the untainted land. In the end, not long after they set foot in the untainted land, they were completely annihilated. They did not even have a chance to escape. This change made it even harder for these sects in the prehistoric world to achieve their goals. Hence, they needed to preserve their strength. Hence, the various large sects in the prehistoric world rarely fought with each other. Instead, they spent most of their energy fighting with the environment around them. Su Wangshan was completely sure that Li Zongjio's strength was unfathomable. Although he didn't know much about the sects in the untainted land, he was quite clear about the untainted land and the sacred martial realm. It was also because of this that Su Wangshan was able to continue the discussion with Li Zongjio. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to persuade Li Zongjio. That's true. However, the sects also have means to obtain some resources from the sacred martial realm. Although they were left behind by the sacred martial realm, these things can at least help us get closer to the sacred martial realm faster. There's a sky-penetrating mirror hidden in the Compassionate Cloud Sacred Sect that can contact the sacred martial realm. Su Wangshan said. Feng Shufan, who was standing aside, couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two men. He had no idea what they were talking about. He just kept pouring tea for the two big shots and was able to sit aside and listen. If I kill the three of them, it's equivalent to violating the sex rules. I'll definitely be punished by the untainted land in the future, Su Wangshan said. Therefore, this matter needed an outsider to do it. Li Zongjio happened to be this outsider. Moreover, his strength was quite impressive. The fact that he could easily trap the three ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect proved how powerful Li Zongjio was. It was extremely easy to kill the three of them. What benefits can I get by killing the three of them? Li Zongjio finally understood that this matter couldn't be done without him. Since Su Wangshan came to him in person, he naturally had to ask for an exorbitant price. If he didn't get enough benefits, Li Zongjio wouldn't waste so much effort. Su Wangshan pondered for a moment. With Li Zongjio's strength, it was easy for him to ask for anything. If he wanted to bribe Li Zongjio and establish a good relationship with him, he naturally had to offer something precious. Previously, when I observed the magic weapon in Evil Lord's hand, it contained spiritual qi. The device spirit must have been greatly damaged. I have a primeval raw stone from the depths of the untainted land. It has great benefits for the recovery of the device spirit. If Evil Lord is willing to help, I'm willing to give you the primeval raw stone. When Su Wangshan said that, he had a pained expression on his face. Primeval raw stone? How did you manage to get your hands on something like this? This made Li Zongjio a little surprised. These people were really capable to get the primeval raw stone. Li Zongjio had come into contact with this thing in his previous life, but at that time, Li Zongjio didn't have much of it. Most of it was used to refine the ancient sovereign soul fusion pill. In the process of the experiment, all of it was scrapped. Every time he wanted to get the primeval raw stone, it was quite dangerous. Of course, Li Zongjio was tempted by the other party's offer of the primeval raw stone. However, Li Zongjio wasn't so easily moved. 3. This person is worth at least 1 primeval raw stone, Li Zongjio said. When Su Wangshan heard Li Zongjio's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too much. How could he directly ask for 3 primeval raw stones? Senior Evil Lord, you must know how precious the primeval raw stone is. Even my mountain sea pavilion doesn't have much of it. As for the rest, I really only have 1 primeval raw stone. Even if you kill me, I can't get the rest. Su Wangshan said with a bitter face. Feng Shufan looked at Su Wangshan's expression and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Su Wangshan, who had always been mysterious and arrogant, could actually show such an expression. Li Zongjio was really a god. 3. I'll take action when I get all of them. Otherwise, my soul-burning formation can trap them for hundreds of years. Even if I'm not here, they can't get out, let alone die. I have all the time. Chapter 1247. In order to obtain this sky-penetrating mirror, Li Zongjio had to take action. Originally, Li Zongjio wanted to kill the 3 of them. However, when he thought that there was such a benefit in this mirror, he decided to delay for a while. Li Zongjio had to keep these people alive and then slowly wait. He, Li Zongjio, could afford to wait, but these people couldn't. Li Zongjio actually used such a despicable and shameless reason to blackmail them. Su Wangshan's expression instantly changed into one of gnashing teeth. He wanted to strangle this despicable and shameless person with his own hands. Obviously, his cultivation was already so high. What was the point? Why did he have to do this? Okay, 3 stones it is. Su Wangshan was not a person who would waste time. Since Li Zongjio was willing to cooperate, 3 primeval raw stones would be the deal. If the heavenly mirror could be taken out, the value of the heavenly mirror would naturally be far more than these 3 primeval raw stones. There's also that heaven-span mirror. When the time comes, I'll have to study it. Li Zongjio smiled when he saw Su Wangshan agree. Su Wangshan had to agree even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, What else could he do? He couldn't get this thing by himself. Of course, but the heavenly mirror itself contains a powerful force. Even if the three of them have studied it for so many years, they still haven't found anything. It's definitely not that easy to crack it. Su Wangshan said. When he talked about the heavenly mirror, there was a kind of indifference. It seemed that he had a card up his sleeve and was sure that Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to find any trace of him in the heavenly mirror. Since you don't know how to use it, what's the point of giving it to you for a few days to study? This thing had been in the hands of the three old guys for so long, but they didn't seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Not to mention Li Zongjiu. No problem. Give me the stone, and I'll go kill these three people right now. Li Zongjiu said. He was not afraid that Su Wangshan would go back on his word, but he wanted to take the primordial raw stone and place it in the unparalleled sword to nurture the King of Fire. After absorbing the three prehistoric raw stones, he should be able to summon the King of Fire at will. I only have one right now. Don't worry, I'll give you the remaining two from the sect tomorrow. Su Wangshan said. Then he took out a shining stone and handed it to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu took the prehistoric origin stone. Feng Shufan stretched his neck, wanting to see what this stone, which was worth the lives of three supreme beings, looked like. However, there did not seem to be anything special about the prehistoric origin stone. In Li Zongjiu's hand, it was as quiet as a pebble by the river. Li Zongjiu sent the prehistoric origin stone into the unparalleled sword. Immediately, the unparalleled sword wrapped around the prehistoric origin stone. Because the King of Fire was of the fire attribute, Li Zongjiu usually kept the unparalleled sword in the fiery hell. In the fiery hell, the unparalleled sword and the prehistoric origin stone hovered in the air together, absorbing the power of the prehistoric origin stone bit by bit. Sensing that the King of Fire's power was recovering, Li Zongjiu smiled. Then Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The 8 burning soul pillars, which were originally quietly hovering in the sky, suddenly began to rotate rapidly. The terrifying power immediately caused the 3 ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect to change their expressions. Oh no, the power of the array has increased by 10 times. Quick! Resist with all your strength. Attack its weak point. Attack one of the pillars. Ancestor compassionate cloud sacred sect roared. The 3 of them released their terrifying power at the same time to attack the burning soul pillars. However, they found that once they released their power, they would be attracted by the burning soul pillars. In the end, they could clearly feel the terrifying devouring power in their bodies. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a huge whirlpool. Every time the whirlpool rotated, a part of their power would be devoured. The burning soul array rotated for half an hour. After half an hour, the burning soul array dissipated. As for the 3 ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect, they had already turned into ashes. No one knew why Li Zongjiu had to kill the 3 ancestors of the compassionate cloud sacred sect at this time. However, such a killing power was indeed terrifying. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the 3 people who were struggling were easily killed and turned into nothingness. All of their power was integrated into the soul-burning array. Li Zongjiu's body was once again replenished with some yuan power. After all, he had refined 3 yuan power experts who had cultivated for hundreds of years and were at the sovereign realm. However, the total amount of yuan power that these 3 people had replenished was definitely not as much as the amount that Su Wangshan could refine and extract. If it was in his previous life, Li Zongjiu would definitely find a chance to refine Su Wangshan in order to improve his cultivation. However, Li Zongjiu disdained to do so now. He wanted to break through the Great Way realm and enter the Absolute Saint realm. He still needed to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. He needed to consolidate this power to an incomparably solid state. It's done. All Li Zongjiu did was to operate the array. When the burning soul pillars came back, they also brought back 3 storage rings. Li Zongjiu naturally took all of them. Who knew what treasures were in them? For Li Zongjiu, they might be ordinary things. However, for others, it was probably something that they could never obtain in their lifetime. Good technique! Su Wangshan couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know how Li Zongjiu had refined this array. Moreover, he had observed that the refining of the 8 burning soul pillars wasn't so easy. The techniques used were tens of thousands of years old. This technique could only be mastered by experts in the ancient times. It had long been lost. Could it be that there was an ancient sect behind Li Zongjiu? If that was the case, Li Zongjiu must have a great background. He must be treated well and not be offended. Whether it was his strength or his background, they were both quite terrifying. He was really a freak. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't appear here at all. Obviously, Su Wangshan had already arranged who would take the things in the Compassion Cloud sacred sect. It was estimated that these people had been eyeing the things in the Compassion Cloud sacred sect for a long time. When they saw that the Compassion Cloud sacred sect was in trouble, they hurriedly arranged it. Once one side died, the other side would immediately take the things out. Otherwise, the other sects in the untainted land would have heard the news and rushed here quickly. A fight was inevitable. Even now, there seemed to be some problems. Su Wangshan's face showed a trace of seriousness. He cupped his hands towards Li Zongjiu. Evil Lord, please excuse me for a moment. Go! Just don't forget about my great desolate origin stone. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Immediately, Su Wangshan's figure disappeared in an instant. The original energy around him condensed directly and took Su Wangshan to the untainted land. Chapter 1248. Let me take a look at it first. Li Zongjiu said bluntly as he gestured for Gowei to hand it over. After a moment of hesitation, Gowei handed over the information in her hand to Li Zongjiu. Gowei knew Li Zongjiu well and knew that he would not go back on his word. Li Zongjiu flipped through the information collected by Gowei. There was only a little information about the Sparrow Divine Palace. However, Li Zongjiu had a rough idea about it. It was one of the first sects to invade the untainted land. It existed in the untainted land during the ancient times and is now in the depths of the untainted land. Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised. Although he had guessed that the Sparrow Divine Palace had an extraordinary background, he did not expect it to be so extraordinary. The depths of the untainted land was a forbidden place even for Li Zongjiu, who was at the peak of his previous life. It was extremely risky to enter the depths of the untainted land. Therefore, it was not easy for the current Li Zongjiu to set foot in the depths of the untainted land. There were some great powers in the depths of the untainted land. It was extremely difficult to fight against these powers. The Sparrow Divine Palace has only appeared 3 times in history. However, all of them were earth-shattering. Moreover, the Palace Master of the Sparrow Divine Palace is rumored to be able to enter the sacred martial world at will. Even in the legendary sacred martial world, he is not weak at all. Gowei said. Li Zongjiu saw a map in the information. It was extremely dilapidated and obviously had a long history. After opening it, Li Zongjiu could see the content recorded on the map. It was obviously a road map. This was found in the warehouse of a desolate family. It is a map to the Sparrow Divine Palace. Gowei said, based on this map, those elixirs are indeed not enough to pay for it. Just state your conditions. Li Zongjiu memorized the map in his heart. To be able to obtain such a map, it showed that the Gu family had done their best. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to find this thing. Since they had done their best for Li Zongjiu would not treat them unfairly. Even if Gu clan wanted to become the leader of the 4 major clans or eliminate the other 3 major clans, it was not difficult for Li Zongjiu. He could do it easily. Gowei does not dare to ask for too much. I only hope that Senior Evil Lord can protect the Gu family for 100 years. Gu said hurriedly. Within 100 years, Gu family will pay tribute to Senior Evil Dominator every year, and the tribute will be 1% of our annual income. 100% of the annual income. The Gu family had such a large business and such unique resources. Just this alone was already quite a terrifying income, not to mention the annual income. Obviously, they were here to give Li Zongjio money. One had to say that Gu Wei was quite smart. As long as Li Zongjio didn't die, the Gu clan wouldn't be a threat. Everyone would give Li Zongjio face and wouldn't make things difficult for the Gu clan. If they offended a principled and reasonable master, at least there was room to maneuver. But if they offended Li Zongjio, then they would be finished. Because Li Zongjio had always been unreasonable. Once he made up his mind, he would not change his mind too much. So one could imagine how miserable their end would be. Okay, no problem. Li Zongjio also said without hesitation. He would receive money just by putting his name on the Gu family. Such a good thing, of course. Li Zongjio would not let go of it. At least, by helping the Gu family, he would establish a good relationship with these forces. It would also be of great help to the development of the Li Zongjio. It was impossible for the Li family to stay in Luoxia City forever. The only way to survive was to keep progressing. Otherwise, once you stop, it would be equivalent to regressing. At that time, the Xenas who wanted to devour you would appear in the future. Therefore, only by pushing the whole family to keep improving could the Li family continue to exist. Otherwise, no matter how high one's realm was, it was possible to be overtaken by others. Li Zongjio was the same. There was no end to cultivation. He needed to keep improving and breaking through. Boom! Li Zongjio raised his hand and condensed a flaming jade pendant in his palm. There was a word Li written on it. This was the jade pendant condensed by Li Zongjio with the power of fiery hell. He handed this jade pendant to Gu Wei. If there is any danger, just inject your spirit energy into this jade pendant and call me for help at the same time. Li Zongjio said faintly. This jade pendant was separated from Li Zongjio's power. Therefore, no matter where it was, as long as it was not isolated by space, it could be easily sensed. Li Zongjio could not sense Qi Yanran's existence because she was trapped in another independent space. Therefore, no matter if Li Zongjio searched the Shenwu continent or the untainted land, it was to no avail. Thank you, Senior Evil Lord. Gu Wei was just taking a risk to try. After all, many experts did not like such restrictions. This was because once there was a karmic fetter, it would affect their own cultivation. Even many experts advocated the way of freedom more. If there was no entanglement in this thing, they would not be willing to use their reputation casually. Obviously, Li Zongjio did not care about this at all. Since his name was still worth some money, he would quickly exchange it for money. Gu Wei happily received the jade pendant with the word Li in her hand. At least for the next 100 years, the family could be worry-free. It was almost impossible to imagine how a family would grow in 100 years if it was handed over to a capable person to manage. The family strength would be beyond imagination. Senior Evil Lord, do you want to enter the depths of the untainted land? Gu Wei put away the jade pendant in her hand. At the same time, she looked at Li Zongjio with a doubtful and worried look. The depths of the untainted land was a forbidden area for experts. Countless people wanted to go in to test their strength, but there was no news about them. They had truly disappeared without a trace. Although Gu Wei knew that Li Zongjio was powerful, if he entered the depths of the untainted land, he would most likely be in danger. She did not want an expert who she had just recruited to die in the untainted land the next day. If that happened, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? She had worked so hard for so long in vain. Yes, but before that there are still some things to do. Li Zongjio said lightly. You are Li Zongjio. Chapter 1249. You are Li Zongjio. A voice rang out behind Li Zongjio. Gu Wei also looked behind Li Zongjio. What she saw was a resolute face, as if it had been cut by a long knife. His eyes were incomparably sharp, as if a casual glance from him would make one feel as if one's stomach was being cut open. Gouet only took a glance and did not dare to look again. Not bad. Li Zongjio turned around and looked at the man in front of him. However, after Li Zongjio answered, the aura of the man in front of him suddenly changed. Like a terrifying whirlpool force, it instantly condensed in front of him and gathered on his fist. He directly punched at Li Zongjio. Spatial ripples could be seen appearing around the fist. 9th grade sovereign. Li Zongjio's pupils shrank. This level of strength could only be achieved by a 9th grade sovereign at the very least. Immediately, Li Zongjio reached out and grabbed Gouet, who was behind him. Gouet did not know what had happened, but her collar was grabbed by Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio and Gouet disappeared on the spot. However, this mysterious man in black punched the place where Li Zongjio was standing just now, creating a huge pit that was nearly 100 meters deep. Everything within a radius of 500 meters evaporated directly, as if they had never existed. They disappeared in an instant. Whether it was the buildings or people, they disappeared completely. However, outside this range, there was no damage at all. He Xian's punch was quite beautiful. Escape! The corners of He Xian's mouth curled up into a sneer. It was not easy to find a person called Li Zongjio, and this person seemed to have some ability. This made things even more interesting. At least, this task would not be easy to carry out. If it was too easy, it would be too boring for He Xian. 100 miles away, Li Zongjio and Gouet appeared. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived at the untainted land. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees. Just a glance at them would make one feel dizzy. In such an ancient forest, one would sigh at one's own insignificance. Even a mushroom by the side of the road was taller than a person. The medicinal value of such a mushroom was even greater than the 1,000-year-old Lingji mushrooms in ordinary forests. Even when Gouet's feet landed on the ground, she was still unable to react to what had happened and why she had suddenly come to such a place. Who was that person just now? Gouet took a deep breath and said in horror. The moment that person attacked, there was a feeling of devouring the heavens and earth. This was an extremely overbearing power. Gouet even seemed to have heard Li Zongjio say that the other party was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. 9th grade supreme martial artist? Was there a mistake? She was almost killed by a 9th grade supreme martial artist just now. If Li Zongjio had not taken action and brought Gouet out, Gouet would have completely disappeared by now. Fortunately, Li Zongjio had taken action and brought her here. She had managed to keep her life. That is a soul beast that has cultivated into a human, the dark, mysterious eagle. It really overestimated itself. Just now, Li Zongjio had only used such a teleportation technique to protect Gouet's life. After all, he had just promised to protect her family for 100 years. He couldn't possibly kill the person who had made the deal just after promising to protect her for a second. If that happened, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing for Li Zongjio? Didn't he want to save his face? They had to save the person first. According to Li Zongjio's estimation, the dark, mysterious eagle would find this place soon. It's really been a long time since I've exercised my muscles and bones. Li Zongjio couldn't help but get excited. The power hidden in his body had not been gathered together for a long time. At this moment, wasn't it just the right time to release his power and have some fun with these people? Boom! Boom! Above the sky, a few figures quickly flew over, and one of them was actually someone Li Zongjio knew. It was Su Wangshan, whom he had just met last night. It should be known that Su Wangshan still owed Li Zongjio something. However, Su Wangshan's current state was obviously very bad. He was seriously injured, and a piece of bone was cut off from his shoulder. "Master, be careful!" The other figure was a woman in a green dress. The sword in her hand was also stained with blood. After landing, she quickly helped Su Wangshan up, and at the same time looked at the people in front of her vigilantly. Why are you blocking our way? Quickly get out of the way. When the woman in green saw Li Zongjio and Gu Wei, she raised the sword in her hand and threatened them. After these two people appeared, they instantly stirred up the fluctuations in the surrounding space, causing Su Wangshan to have no choice but to land. In the eyes of the woman in green, Li Zongjio had blocked them. "Qingyu, don't be rude." When Su Wangshan saw Li Zongjio, his originally gloomy expression immediately recovered, and even a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. Obviously, the two of them were being hunted. Su Wangshan greets, "Evil Lord." "Please help us, Evil Lord." Su Wangshan quickly said to Li Zongjio, "Mountain Sea Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Su Wangshan." When Gu Wei heard the middle-aged man in front of her, she was immediately shocked. The woman in green, Qingyu, was even more shocked. How could Qingyu not know her master's identity? However, at this moment, she actually asked for help from a young man who looked younger than her. This made Qingyu somewhat unable to accept. "Master." Qingyu quickly called out to her master. She couldn't let her anxiety get to her head. The person in front of her might be in cahoots with the Soul Capture Palace. "Say no more. I'm in a bad mood today, and I'm about to kill someone. Stand behind me." Li Zongjio waved his hand, indicating that Su Wangshan didn't need to say anything and just hide behind him. Su Wangshan was also stunned. Based on Su Wangshan's contact with Li Zongjio, this guy should be someone who loved money as much as his life. Moreover, he liked to extort people very much. But now he was so generous. Although Su Wangshan couldn't figure it out, he knew in his heart that this opportunity couldn't be missed. If he hesitated and acted wishy-washy, it was very likely that he would lose this rare opportunity. Su Wangshan immediately brought Qingyu along and thanked Li Zongjio. Then he sat on the ground behind Li Zongjio. Qingyu was naturally anxious. How could her master stop at a time like this? Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be planning to continue cultivating here. "Master, the people from the Soul Capture Palace are about to catch up," Qingyu said anxiously. "Don't worry. You should also heal your injuries." Su Wangshan swallowed an elixir pill and immediately began to heal his injuries. Above the forest, several terrifying auras swept over in succession. Boom! 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 Several figures walked out from the forest. "Hee, Su Wangshan, why aren't you running?" "I was almost trapped by your bounty mountain and sea battle array. Fortunately, my years of research weren't in vain." When Qingyu saw this person, there was considerable anger in her eyes. She raised the sword in her hand and pointed at him from afar. "Master, you go first. I'll stop them." 9 figures appeared one after another. 8 of them were dressed in black robes with their hands hidden in the sleeves. It was impossible to tell what they were hiding in their hands. As for the 9th person, judging from his attire, he was also from the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Chapter 1250. "Elder Gu, why did you betray the sect?" He pointed the Cyan Moon sword at Elder Gu and questioned him coldly. However, Elder Gu only smiled disdainfully. "What is betrayal? I, Gu Xingyun, will definitely bring glory to the Mountain Sea Pavilion when I take over. It will not be limited to the current situation. Don't you know? In terms of talent, vision, and talent, I'm not as good as Su Wangshan. But that old bastard wants to pass the position of Pavilion Master to this good-for-nothing. For decades, the Mountain Sea Pavilion has not advanced and has not made any progress. If this continues, it will disappear in the untainted land sooner or later. Only I can lead the Mountain Sea Pavilion to the next step. The world of cultivation is very cruel." Gu Xingyun seemed to have been poked at his sore spot. However, Li Zongjio was not in the mood to listen to the sad history of the people in front of him. He did not use the unparalleled sword, but took out the black dragon hammer. He needed to vent his anger and feel the power of blood. Of course, he would hammer someone to death. When Li Zongjio took out the black dragon hammer, The 8 people in front of him immediately followed. The 8 figures behind Gu Xingyun also made their moves. Li Zongjio had already taken out his weapon. Could it be that he still wanted to sit down and chat with you? This was definitely the rhythm of a fight. Therefore, the 8 of them moved together. The 8 of them threw out a black chain from their hands at the same time, which flew directly towards Li Zongjio. Boom! As the chain flew out, an extremely strong corrosive force was released. The grass and trees along the way were easily corroded at this moment. Boom! The 8 chains flew directly toward Li Zongjio and the others. Qinghua saw the 8 people take action. Her master was also injured by these people's chains. Now that she saw them take action at the same time, she was extremely shocked. Gu Wei didn't even know what was going on before she was suddenly brought to this place by Li Zongjio. In the blink of an eye, she even saw the pavilion master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Su Wangshan. Moreover, Su Wangshan seemed to be in a severely injured state. It was obvious that the Mountain Sea Pavilion master had been injured by someone. Now, a series of dark elemental masters who used this strange weapon and possessed corrosive power had appeared. What kind of situation had he gone through today? Of course, although Gu Wei had sensed that the expert seemed to be a 9th grade sovereign at the very beginning, she did not see the terrifying situation caused by the other party's attack. If she saw the current state of Desert City, she would probably be quite shocked. However, compared to the things that happened today, these things were nothing. Was there anything more exaggerated than this? Facing these 8 chains, Li Zongjio smashed out with his hammer. The power of thunder surged out instantly and followed the 8 chains back to where they came from. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder appeared in an instant. The 8 people shook the chains in their hands, and the power of thunder was easily shaken off. Several more chains swept toward Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio did not dodge the chains at all. Pa! He reached out and grabbed 2 of the chains. Then, with a fierce pull, he pulled the people in front of him. With a smash of his hammer, the 2 people in front of him were directly blasted away. Half of their bodies were charred black. After that, Li Zongjio's waist was suddenly hooked by the other party's chain. After being hooked, several sharp hooks extended from the chain, trying to penetrate Li Zongjio's body. However, they found that Li Zongjio's body was quite strong. Just relying on the hooks on the chain, they were unable to penetrate Li Zongjio's body. Come here, all of you. With a tap of his foot, Li Zongjio's body spun in a circle, bringing the remaining 6 people in front of him. He continued to use the hammer in his hand and viciously smashed the heads of these people a few times. Boom! Boom! 2 of the people's heads were directly cut in half by Li Zongjio's hammer. The other 4 people were also simultaneously sent flying. In just a short moment of fighting, there was already an irreversible defeat. Li Zongjio did not seem to be satisfied at all. His figure took the initiative to attack, instantly grabbing one of the people lying on the ground. That person only had time to widen his eyes and see Li Zongjio's hammer falling directly on him. Boom! The hammer fell on the ground. Even the brain matter did not appear and did not fly out. There was only a charred black color at the neck. This person's head was easily destroyed. Even his body could still feel it. His hand was still moving, but his head was directly cut off. It was really terrifying. Run! There were 8 of them, 8 Supreme Being experts. At the same time, they were unable to defeat Li Zongjio. They could not even hurt Li Zongjio at all, let alone continue fighting. Even if they were to continue fighting, they would still end up dead. Therefore, the remaining 3 people who still had the ability to move directly got up and fled into the distance. However, just as they flew up, a black ray of light suddenly entangled the 3 of them. Not good. It was the soul assimilating chain that they used to entangle them. Li Zongjio could also use the soul assimilating chain, which immediately shocked the rest of the people. The 3 people who were restrained looked at each other, as if they could see in each other's eyes that something bad was going to happen. Then, the three of them were directly pulled back. With a loud bang, the three of them fell heavily to the ground. Li Zhongjiu's black dragon hammer smashed out one after another, smashing their heads one by one. 8 supreme beings? In front of Li Zhongjiu, they were like paper. When Qingyue saw this scene, she finally understood why her master could sit on the ground calmly and begin to recover from his injuries. It felt as if she had found an extremely safe place. Now, Qingyue was completely stunned when she saw the strength displayed by Li Zhongjiu. Could this young man before her be a monster? Li Zhongjiu looked about the same age as her, or even younger than her. Even if Qingyue had such a cultivation at her age, she was already considered a rare genius by her master. What kind of level was Li Zhongjiu at? Qingyue was in disbelief. Today, she had truly witnessed how terrifying an expert could be. It was indeed terrifying. Even Qingyue knew that the gap between her and Li Zhongjiu was indescribable. The gap between people could actually be so huge. Su Wangshan smiled bitterly when he saw Li Zhongjiu easily annihilate the 8 experts from the Spirit Capture Palace. Although he knew that Li Zhongjiu was powerful, he knew that Li Zhongjiu was indeed powerful. The legendary evil lord definitely lived up to his reputation. However, he had never imagined that the evil lord's strength had actually reached such a level. This was no longer a simple matter of strength, but a realm, a true realm. In fact, Li Zhongjiu had only used a limited amount of yuan energy in the previous battle. In the face of an expert like Li Zhongjiu, yuan energy was merely a weapon and not the most basic energy source. Gu Xingyun naturally saw the 8 experts from the Spirit Capture Palace being slaughtered like pigs. It even felt as if they were standing on the spot and being slaughtered by Li Zhongjiu. They were actually such good-for-nothings. This caused Gu Xingyun to be extremely surprised. However, what was even more shocking was Li Zhongjiu's strength. You. Who are you? Su Wangshan, who is this person? Is he an expert you invited? You actually invited an outsider to deal with your own people. Su Wangshan, you are not fit to be the pavilion master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Chapter 1251. When it was Gu Xingyun's turn, he immediately cowered. Just now, Gu Xingyun had been so unscrupulous because he had the support of a master from the soul-absorbing palace. He had even spoken out the darkness in his heart without hesitation. This kind of feeling was indeed very satisfying. However, it was also under the premise that these people would not be able to survive. However, who would have thought that the people on his side would be killed by Li Zhongjiu in the blink of an eye? Moreover, Gu Xingyun did not know Li Zhongjiu at all, so he did not know where Su Wangshan found such an expert. When Gu Wei heard Gu Xingyun's shameless words, she couldn't help but think that Gu Xingyun was really shameless. He could do it himself, but others could not. It was simply a dream for such a person to want to become a pavilion master. If the Mountain Sea Pavilion was handed over to such a person, it would probably close down in a short period of time. Escape while you still have some strength. Su Wangshan also looked at Gu Xingyun and said slowly. Li Zhongjiu's temper was uncontrollable. Although Gu Xingyun was his junior brother, Gu Xingyun was no longer worthy of being his junior brother after what he had done today. Su Wangshan had never expected that his most trusted junior brother would be thinking about seizing the position of the pavilion master all the time. If Gu Xingyun's temperament was well-tempered, it would not take long for Su Wangshan to be willing to pass the position of the pavilion master to Gu Xingyun. It was just a position. Wasn't it all for the sect in the end? However, such a bigoted idea had completely killed Gu Xingyun. Qingyue did not say anything. Although she was unwilling to let Gu Xingyun go, Gu Xingyun was her martial uncle after all. However, whether Gu Xingyun could live or not still depended on Li Zhongjiu's decision. You guys should stay away, Li Zhongjiu said to Gu Wei and the others. Li Zhongjiu gave each of those who hadn't died a blow with his hammer. What's wrong? Su Wangshan frowned when he saw Li Zhongjiu's actions. It was obvious that something terrible was about to happen. Even someone as powerful as Li Zongjio had to treat it seriously. That was why he asked them to retreat further away. After hesitating for a moment, Su Wangshan hurriedly got up and brought Qin Yue and Ge Wei to hide far away. Blue Moon was extremely puzzled, but Ge Wei seemed to have guessed that it should be the guy who had sneak attacked Li Zongjio in Desert City. She didn't expect him to be so fast. One must know that it wasn't easy to find someone in the vast, untainted land. Gu Xingyan was extremely confused when he saw that Li Zongjio did not kill him. At this moment, Gu Xingyan suddenly raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky. Boom! The person who landed directly trampled Gu Xingyan into a pile of meat paste. After all, Gu Xingyan himself was a third-grade supreme martial artist. Could it be that the Supreme Being realm was so worthless now? Junior brother. Su Wangshan clenched his fists in anger when he saw that his junior brother had been trampled to death. After all, they had been fellow disciples for hundreds of years. If he had died in the hands of Li Zongjio, it would have been fine. But who was this person who suddenly jumped down? What qualifications did he have to kill his junior brother? Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed that he had stepped on a piece of watermelon skin and rubbed the bloody meat paste under his feet on the ground. Damn it, where did he come from? Is he an enemy of Evil Lord? Su Wangshan looked at Ge Wei. Obviously, Li Zongjio was afraid of this person just now, so he asked them to retreat further away. Ge Wei also recognized this tall figure. It was the expert she had met in the city. Although she didn't see his face clearly, the feeling and the figure were definitely not wrong. Yes, I don't know his background, but he seems to be a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Ge Wei was also worried about Li Zongjio. After all, this guy's strength was not simple. She didn't know if Li Zongjio could defeat him. But even if he couldn't defeat him, he shouldn't die like this. It was not easy for her to pull Li Zongjio into her Ge clan's camp. In the future, if anyone dared to harm her Ge clan, she could summon Li Zongjio to destroy them. With the name of Evil Lord, her Ge clan could at least develop rapidly for 100 years. 100 years would be a qualitative leap for a clan. Therefore, she didn't want to see Li Zongjio die like this. This was a resource she had found with great difficulty. She couldn't let it go to waste like this. Oh, so he is a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Why are you so nervous? Wait, damn, what did you say just now? Who is he? Su Wangshan felt as if he had bitten the root of his tongue just now. He didn't react at all. After digesting Ge Wei's words in his mind, he finally realized what Ge Wei had said just now. A 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Qin Yue also covered her cherry mouth in surprise. His bell-like eyes widened even more. This was not a joke. A 9th-grade supreme martial artist? She had never heard of the existence of such an expert. Even in the 3 top sects in the central part of the untainted land, the strongest expert was only a 6th-grade supreme martial artist. However, the cultivation of a 6th-grade supreme martial artist was already equivalent to half the sky of the untainted land sect. Now, a mysterious expert of the 9th-grade supreme martial artist realm suddenly appeared. How could Qin Yue accept this? Just when the 3 of them were shocked, Li Zongjio and He Xian also collided head-on. Boom! The 2 of them approached each other at the same time. In an instant they collided. A powerful collision, shockwave, crazily spread out in all directions. Boom! Even Su Wangshan and the other 2, who had already retreated hundreds of meters, felt the force rushing to them instantly. With such a terrifying wave, it was no wonder that Gu Xingyan was directly trampled to death by this person. It was really quite terrifying. Su Wangshan hurriedly brought the 2 girls and continued to dash into the distance. Boom! When Su Wangshan's figure soared, he was also directly blown away by the energy wave that caught up with him. Bang! He flew out faster than his original speed. Su Wangshan endured the rolling blood in his body and forcibly brought the 2 of them to a distance of thousands of meters away. After landing, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He directly knelt on the ground. No wonder Li Zongjiu asked them to stay away. No one would have thought that just the wave of the fight would be enough to injure a fourth-grade supreme martial artist expert within a range of thousands of meters. Wah! Su Wangshan continued to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Master," Qing Yue hurriedly asked with concern. Just now, it was because of Su Wangshan's profound skill that the two of them were protected. Otherwise, the two of them would be the ones spitting out blood now. Gu Wei, who was weaker, would probably be directly shaken to death in the wave of the fight just now. It's okay. Let me take a pill to recover." This time, Su Wangshan finally knew that when a real master fought, there would be such a terrifying wave. Originally, Su Wangshan more or less thought that, although his strength was weaker, he should be able to dodge a few moves from an 8th-grade supreme martial artist with his various means. However, when facing a real master of this level, Su Wangshan knew that when facing one of this level, there was basically no way to survive, and there was no way to escape. This Li Zongjiu also didn't know whether he could defeat the other party. Su Wangshan was also very curious about it. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was quite happy to fight with the other party. Chapter 1252. Li Zongjiu's body was covered in golden light. With the power of his golden body, he was able to collide with He Xian's body. Boom! The two of them clashed head-on. Li Zongjiu was extremely displeased with He Xian in front of him. He Xian thought that he had some strength and rashly challenged the authority of the evil lord. If this had happened in his previous life, he would have been able to crush such a person with just one finger. However, he still had to be careful now. At least in this head-on collision, Li Zongjiu also used some small tricks to deflect the force. Boom! Mountain-toppling golden seal. Li Zongjiu used a Yuan skill that he had not used for a long time. It was at least a saint-stage Yuan skill. The mountain-toppling golden seal was released and instantly slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Boom! He Xian was also suppressed by the palm. He took Li Zongjiu's palm head-on, but there was no major problem. He Xian immediately opened a pair of wings. The moment the wings appeared, they pushed back Li Zongjiu's power. At the same time, he leaped and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! He kicked Li Zongjiu in the chest and directly kicked Li Zongjiu hundreds of meters away. He smashed into the ground and even slid a distance away, creating a deep pit. He Xian's body had just stabilized when he flapped his wings and descended from the sky. With the sharp points of his wings, he directly pierced towards Li Zongjiu's chest. If he were to be pierced, Li Zongjiu's chest would be easily penetrated. Roar! However, He Xian's move did not succeed. Then he saw a blood-red light. Before He Xian could land, it took the lead and swept He Xian's body into the sky. Blood Dragon Soul. The Blood Dragon's soul wrapped around He Xian and swung him back and forth on the ground, constantly smashing him to the ground. The powerful force made it impossible for He Xian to break free for a moment. However, although he hit the ground, it did not cause any injuries to him. The latter was still quite stable and could be said to be unharmed. He Xian also exerted all his strength at the last moment. When he landed, both of his feet were directly planted into the ground. The wings on his back also spread out instantly and directly transformed into a height of more than 200 feet. The moment his body stabilized, his wings slashed furiously at the Blood Dragon's soul like an ice-cold blade. Boom! Double wing slash. The Blood Dragon soul was also directly shattered by the opponent's power, but the Blood Dragon soul was not stupid. Its figure instantly escaped and did not resist. Peerless slash. Li Zongjiu held the peerless sword in his hand. Because the King of Fire's strength had gradually recovered, the power of the peerless sword had increased a lot. Immediately, the sword fell from the sky. The sword chi instantly spread out for thousands of feet, directly splitting a small hill in the distance into two halves. Dust spread directly into the sky. Even though the trees in the chaotic forest were hundreds of feet tall, they seemed so powerless under Li Zongjio's sword chi. Boom! 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 The shock waves from the battle between the two had almost completely destroyed the environment within a radius of 1,000 feet. Su Wangshan took the two women and quickly retreated to a distance. If they continued to stay here, Li Zongjio and the King of Fire might directly attack them. If they were to be slightly touched, they would be directly torn apart by the fluctuations of the battle between the two of them. Moreover, the two of them seemed to be in a rather anxious state. Naturally, they no longer cared about the destruction around them. Even if the three of them were accidentally injured, they would not notice it at all. If they were to be involved in the battle between the two of them, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Do you want them to come to your grave to pay their respects? Let's leave this place first. Su Wangshan also said in a deep voice, although it was a little disloyal. In fact, they were useless here. Other than accidentally dying, there was really no use for them. Gu Wei was naturally willing. After all, a battle of this level was not so easy to come into contact with. If they were careless and lost their lives for nothing, wouldn't it be a great loss? Therefore, Gu Wei naturally agreed. However, Qingyue said to her master, "Master, please let me stay. This benefactor has helped me. Even if there are any mishaps, I have to stay here. Maybe he needs my help." Obviously, Qingyue was a person who respected kindness very much. At this moment, Li Zongjio was facing a strong enemy and his life was uncertain. How could she leave just like that? Although Blue Moon wouldn't be of any use if she stayed behind, at least she would be able to jump out to help Li Zongjio if he needed her help. What's the use of you staying here? Su Wangshan was obviously a little anxious. His disciple was good in every aspect, but she was too loyal and righteous. This was a good thing, but sometimes it would often make people anxious. Previously, when they almost couldn't escape, he also wanted Qingyue to leave first, and then he would think of a way. However, Qingyue was unwilling to leave and insisted on protecting Su Wangshan until the last moment. He was simply angered to death by this girl. Now, seeing that Li Zongjio was here and had encountered such danger, he also wanted to stay and help. However, even if a girl like her stayed, how could she be of any help? "Master, you'd better leave quickly," Qingyue said. Now that Gu Xingyun and the others were dead, the crisis of Mountain Sea Pavilion was temporarily resolved. Moreover, the Soul Capture Palace also suffered heavy losses today. It would take them some time to make a comeback. Therefore, Su Wangshan was relatively safe. As long as her master was fine, Qingyue could do other things with ease. When Su Wangshan saw that he couldn't persuade Li Zongjio, he simply stayed here and waited for the result of Li Zongjio's battle. Even his disciple stayed here. As the master, if he left now, he would be looked down upon by others. They might even think that he was running away from the battle. It would be a shameful thing if this spread out. Therefore, Su Wangshan also chose to stay. However, for safety's sake, he also directly evacuated with the two women to a distance and gave each of them a defensive talisman. If there was a sudden shock wave, the talisman could be used to defend against it. At least, they could keep their bodies intact. At this moment, they had retreated nearly 10,000 miles away. However, they could still feel the shock wave from the battle between Li Zongjio and the opponent. It was so shocking and powerful. Boom! Boom! Li Zongjio merged the power of the three dragon souls and strengthened himself. He also suppressed He Xian in front of him with the power of the towering fire. He also directly displayed all kinds of combat skills. This made He Xian truly feel that the person in front of him was difficult to deal with. He was actually so difficult to deal with. It was terrifying. Even He Xian found that his attacks were useless after a series of attacks. He couldn't hurt or even defeat Li Zongjio at all. He Xian simply gritted his teeth and transformed into his original form to entangle with Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio was caught by the opponent's claws. Then his body directly crashed into a mountain peak. He flew down from the sky and crashed into the ground. If it weren't for Li Zongjio's good cultivation of the ancient golden body scripture, he would have been smashed into pieces. Boom! Mustering all his strength, he directly broke free from the claws that were grabbing him around his body. Unparalleled sword. An earth-shattering aura was released. Immediately, the unparalleled sword erupted. The terrifying power seemed to have penetrated the ancient and modern times. As the power of the unparalleled sword appeared, the untainted land seemed to have been split into two. At this moment, there were still some experts exploring the untainted land. Suddenly, they saw the light soaring into the sky and immediately felt shocked. What kind of power is this? They are fighting with such earth-shattering power. Some of the people who saw this scene were shocked. At the same time, they also rushed here. However, they didn't dare to get too close. If they were too close, they would be directly injured by the shock wave of the battle. Chapter 1253. Li Zongjio's peerless sword also turned into a white light, protecting his body. Under this sword attack, He Xian's figure also directly disappeared, which made Li Zongjio vigilant, because at this moment Li Zongjio also couldn't capture the other party's figure. Obviously, the speed of this instant had reached the extreme, and even Li Zongjio couldn't sense it at all. Boom! A figure directly emerged from the space, directly grabbed Li Zongjio, and in the next second brought Li Zongjio into a pitch-black world. Boundless samsara domain. The power of the domain cultivated by the dark mysterious eagle was also displayed in front of Li Zongjio at this moment. Li Zongjio's feet and surroundings were also filled with a terrifying power, which seemed to be constantly reincarnating to hide something. Moreover, it was also playing the scenes of Li Zongjio's past. Sink into my world of endless reincarnation. The voice of the dark mysterious eagle seemed to be transmitted from ancient times, echoing in front of Li Zongjio's body. Li Zongjio was immersed in it, and seemed to be trapped, unable to move, and the dark mysterious eagle also couldn't do anything. Only by seeing through reincarnation can one break through to the 9th grade sovereign realm. Without the cultivation of a 9th grade sovereign, it is absolutely impossible to escape from my samsara domain. The dark, mysterious eagle was quite confident in his own strength. As for the scenes in this reincarnation, only Li Zongjio himself could see them. The scenes that everyone saw were different, but they were all scenes that belonged to them. Therefore, the dark, mysterious eagle only needed to wait here for Li Zongjio to sink into it bit by bit, and everything would be solved, and Li Zongjio would be completely eliminated. When Li Zongjio sank into his endless memories, he would become a puppet that had lost all emotions and senses, and would be at the mercy of others. He Xian waited for a while. With Li Zongjio's cultivation, he might be able to immerse himself in it and resist for a while. Therefore, He Xian also got a chance to catch his breath. This is really killing me. What is the origin of this guy's sword? He Xian opened his sleeves, and there were wounds all over them, some of which were very deep. Even with He Xian's strength, it was difficult to force this power out. At least a certain amount of time was needed to ensure that his injuries could be healed. He originally thought that the task given by the 3 venerables would be very simple, but he never thought that it would be so difficult to deal with. If it weren't for He Xian's many tricks, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. It's about time. Now it's time for me to take action and harvest you. Absorbing this person's primordial spirit will definitely strengthen me a lot. He Xian thought so in his heart. After waiting for a while, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to deal with Li Zongjio as soon as possible, so that it would be easier to report this matter when he returned. However, just as He Xian approached Li Zongjio and was about to wring Li Zongjio's neck, He Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw Li Zongjio open his eyes and directly slash at He Xian with his sword. Boom! The overbearing sword Qi seemed to roar in his ears. Listening to this sound made him feel like his body was being torn apart. Oh no! He Xian's face immediately changed. He instantly realized that he couldn't avoid this sword. He could only turn his body and block in front of his body with his wings. However, Li Zhongjiu's sword had obviously been accumulating power for a long time. Therefore, when the sword fell, He Xian also couldn't avoid it. Boom! His wings, which were as hard as 10,000 years dark iron, were directly cut off. He Xian suddenly burst out with a painful roar. He had never suffered such a serious injury in thousands of years. Today he was seriously injured by Li Zhongjiu's sword and directly cut off his wings. The fallen wings lost the concealment of the original Yuan power and immediately changed into their original strength. In the untainted land, a broken wing over 100 meters long fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud bang. He Xian, who was in the realm, no longer hesitated. After his wings were cut off, he immediately escaped from the realm. How could Li Zhongjiu let go of such a good opportunity? Li Zhongjiu had finally managed to severely injure He Xian. If he were to let He Xian escape now, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had to figure out the background of this He Xian. Someone must have ordered He Xian to do this. Soul Burning Array. 8 burning soul pillars, which carried the aura of towering flames, roared and blocked He Xian's escape route. Li Zhongjiu also released the unparalleled sword in his hand. Immediately, the unparalleled sword soared into the sky and hovered above the soul-burning array. He Xian, who was below, was completely suppressed. Demon suppressing ruler. Li Zhongjiu also threw out the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand at the same time. Although the demon-suppressing ruler was specially used to deal with the ancient demon clan, with the power of the demon-suppressing ruler, it was also very effective against meta-beasts. Roar! He Xian roared angrily. His body suddenly changed, and he actually changed back to his original form. However, he was still suppressed in the soul-burning array and couldn't escape. Raging flames were burning on the burning soul pillars, which directly burned the dark, mysterious eagle. Moreover, the flames were also aimed at the dark, mysterious eagle's soul power. At this moment, the dark, mysterious eagle seemed to be in a hell full of flames. Why? Why are you not affected by my reincarnation realm? The dark Xian eagle kept roaring in anger. He simply couldn't understand what was happening. It was impossible. Perhaps the difference in strength could be compensated with other things, such as Yuan tools, Yuan techniques, and so on. However, the dark Xian eagle's reincarnation domain was not something that could be easily broken. Only when the dark, mysterious eagle reached the real realm could it walk out of the reincarnation realm. Your little trick to fool a child might work on ordinary people, but it's still not enough to deal with me, Li Zhongjiu said with a disdainful smile. If it was a normal fight, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the other party using Yuan Qi. However, this thing just had to compete with Li Zhongjiu in terms of realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would be crushed by the difference in realm. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to fight with you and win against He Xian. However, Li Zhongjiu's identity was different. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had already reached the pinnacle, and his realm was several levels higher than He Xian's. In the sovereign realm, there was a difference of 9 small realms. Li Zhongjiu's realm had already reached the pinnacle, which meant that he couldn't be any stronger. Therefore, it was impossible for He Xian to trick Li Zhongjiu. Of course, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't tell He Xian that he was the reincarnation of a pinnacle expert. Chapter 1254. He Xian was trapped in the soul-burning formation. It was roasted out of its original form. However, Li Zhongjiu would need a long time to completely refine He Xian. Given the current situation, Li Zhongjiu would find it difficult to refine He Xian. The gap between their strengths was still there. "Brat, you'll be dead when I break the formation." Hei Xian said in a deep voice. One of its wings was cut off by Lin Fan. This was a great humiliation to Hei Xian, no, to any meta beast. How could it live with such humiliation? Therefore, Hei Xian had to find an opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Hei Xian had already informed some of his friends to come and rescue him in the form of a meta beast. As meta beasts that lived in the Eldritch world, they needed to form groups in order to survive. Even among these meta beasts, there would be some terrifying opponents. There would also be meta beasts that hunted other meta beasts. Therefore, when one's strength reached a certain level and everyone's temperament was to their liking, they would become partners. Moreover, Hei Xian was not the only meta beast recruited by the three venerables. Dealing with Hei Xian alone was enough to exhaust Li Zongjiu. If there were a few more meta beasts, they would be able to kill Li Zongjiu easily. There would be no chance at all. You talk a lot of nonsense. Tell me, who sent you here? Li Zongjiu was certain that he had no enmity with Hei Xian. In fact, he did not even know Hei Xian in his previous life. Therefore, Hei Xian must have been sent here by someone. The sense of danger that he sensed a few days ago was brought about by Hei Xian. To be precise, it was brought about by the person behind Hei Xian. To be able to send an expert like Hei Xian, the person behind him must be even more terrifying. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's questioning made Hei Xian feel as though his heart was being stabbed. I know one instigated me. Hei Xian also knew the rules of this industry. If he exposed the venerable behind this, wouldn't it be equivalent to being a traitor? Therefore, Hei Xian hurriedly made up a lie. It had to be said that the intelligence of these meta-beasts was still the same even after they were reborn as humans. There wasn't much change at all. All right, since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Once I refine your soul, I will naturally know who you listen to. The primordial spirit was a type of powerful mental strength cultivated by the meta-beast. It was called the primordial spirit, and it was an extremely important energy for these primordial spirit beasts to cultivate. They could only cultivate this primordial spirit after painstakingly cultivating it. If Li Zongjiu seized it all today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Hei Xian was startled. However, he wasn't sure if Li Zongjiu really had the ability to do so. Nevertheless, he felt uneasy being in this soul-burning array. Even his primordial spirit was a little loose, as though it was being refined. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures landed directly in front of Li Zongjiu. At the same time, they looked curiously at the dark, mysterious eagle that was trapped in the array. Their eyes widened as they stared at the dark, mysterious eagle in front of them in disbelief. From the aura of the dark, mysterious eagle, one could indeed feel the existence of a monstrous, dark yuan energy. For Su Wangshan, just a wisp of dark yuan energy was enough to kill him easily. Therefore, in the face of such a terrifying existence, Su Wangshan didn't dare to get close. However, he was now trapped by Li Zongjiu's means. This is a 9th grade, sovereign-level soul beast. Su Wangshan mustered up his courage and walked in front of the dark, mysterious eagle to observe it. However, the dark, mysterious eagle let out a sharp whistle, causing Su Wangshan to retreat continuously. He was almost scared out of his wits by the whistle. It was indeed a 9th grade sovereign. It was obviously trapped in the array, but it was still so terrifying. Su Wangshan also retreated continuously, patting his chest to catch his breath. Why haven't you left yet? Li Zongjiu looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared. The surrounding environment had already been smashed into such a state. If there were still people in the area just now, he didn't know what would have happened. Therefore, the 3 of them were in a very dangerous situation. After a fight, who would care about the 3 of them? It's all because of my disciple. She insisted on staying and saying that she wanted to help you. Su Wangshan also heaved a sigh of relief. Qing Yu's persistence was also quite a good thing. At least in the current situation, Li Zongjiu's strength was still a level higher. He directly defeated the 9th grade sovereign in front of him. Now that they were trapped in the array, it would be difficult for them to get out. It was enough to show Li Zongjiu's powerful and terrifying strength. Li Zongjiu immediately glanced at Qingyu. Qingyu herself was also a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't have any other intentions. She just felt that if she just left like this, it would be a little too disloyal. Therefore, she also wanted to stay. Stupid. Li Zongjiu directly threw out 2 words. In a short time, Qingyu's face became quite ugly. She couldn't wait to directly attack and stab the man in front of her to death. How dare he talk to her like this? If this wasn't ungrateful, then what was? However, thinking that even if she and her master joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, she shook her head and let it go. She would temporarily hold back her anger. Otherwise, they would just be courting death. However, this matter didn't end here. Such a big commotion just now also directly attracted some experts who were active in the untainted land. At this moment, they were also rushing over from afar. Boom! 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 In the sky, a few auras swept over without any concealment. These people also didn't hide their body fluctuations. The powerful aura of the sovereign realm was directly released. There were a total of 5 people who arrived almost at the same time. Or it could be said that these 5 people had been waiting in the surroundings for a long time. Now that the situation in the battle circle had stabilized, they rushed in without hesitation. One of them directly picked up the wing of the dark, mysterious eagle that fell on the ground. Such a huge wing, the moving light on it, also made these people quite shocked. What a strong fluctuation of origin energy. This origin beast cultivation is at least at the 7th grade sovereign realm. The 5 people surrounded the dark, mysterious eagle and marveled at its strength. At this moment, the dark, mysterious eagle was trapped in the array and was surrounded by these people like a captive pet. This made the dark, mysterious eagle extremely angry. Its fierce eyes remembered the faces of these people in front of it. After it got out of the array, it would definitely kill each and every one of them. Otherwise, the anger in its heart would be difficult to eliminate. Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in these people who came over. They were just some cowardly bandits. If they really had the ability, they would have directly attacked just now. There was no need for them to wait until now. Wasn't it because they were frightened by Li Zongjiu's strength? Isn't this Su Wangshan from the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Why? Could it be that you have subdued a origin beast? Someone recognized Su Wangshan, but obviously these people's interest fell on the dark, mysterious eagle. Today, they appeared to directly take the dark, mysterious eagle away. Su Wangshan could only recognize 2 of them. These 2 were quite famous experts in the untainted land. One of them was the deputy lord of the vast sea sect, Lu Pingfeng. The other was the great elder of the cold blood sect, Zhao Lung. Both the cold blood sect and the vast sea sect were the first echelon of the untainted land. In the untainted land, the mountain sea pavilion could only be considered the 2nd echelon. As for the compassionate cloud saint sect, it was only the 3rd echelon. After tens of thousands of years of evolution in the untainted land, the number of sects that existed was already unknown. At any time, an existence that had disappeared a long time ago would appear. The other 3 people looked unfamiliar, but their strength was incomparably powerful. Because of this, Su Wangshan was surprised in his heart. It seemed that there were a lot of hidden experts in the untainted land. Haha, seniors, you must be joking. This origin beast was obtained by the evil lord. Su Wangshan cupped his hands to the 5 people. The aura of the 5 people was around the 5th grade. Very few of them had reached the 6th grade. Reaching the 5th grade was already quite powerful. In the untainted land, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to walk sideways. The reason why he introduced Li Zongjiu was to tell these people that Li Zongjiu in front of them was not to be trifled with.